Getting a couple of economic data points here this morning. First off, U.S. Q2 GDP. This is the second estimate here. 1.3 versus 1.1%, so higher than expected right now. 1.3% versus 1.1. 229,000, meanwhile, versus 245,000 on initial jobless claims there coming out from last week as well. We also got that PCE, preliminary PCE reading. Remember, coming up tomorrow morning, we'll get the month-over-month PCE reading. So 4.2% on that PCE, preliminary PCE reading. Again, that's a quarterly number, a preliminary look. Again, the month-over-month number coming up. Tomorrow morning, wow, what a morning setting up here as far as movement is concerned. All about, obviously, Nvidia, just an absolute monster right now, approaching, did it actually break there? No, it did get a bit of a pullback. Tested $400 for Nvidia. Yeah, watching this one as well. Space, Virgin Galactic, upside on a note suggesting they're good to go for their next flight. First one in a couple of years for SPCE. So we'll keep an eye on that. Everything AI to the upside this morning, including C3, including Palantir, Microsoft, Google, anything. BBAI, GFAI as well, also up significantly. A ton to get through. Let's get right into it. It's Thursday, May 25th, 2023. tradertv.live starts now. There we go. Nice look for Thursday morning here to kick things off. 2.13% right now for the NASDAQ, going to be all about tech and the NASDAQ specifically coming off that Nvidia report. Wow, what a move. S&P 500, 0.13 to the downside for the Dow futures right now. Pretty choppy otherwise if you move further down this board. Bit of a pullback for crude oil, Bitcoin and Ethereum not really doing a heck of a lot. We were sitting here yesterday about, I don't know, it was 345, 350 or so. And Prad turned around to me and said, do we get all-time highs on Nvidia?
Did we ever?
Prad's not here this morning, but I'm curious to see his reaction. Sharif rocking his best CEO leather jacket to kick things off this morning.
Shout out to the new GOAT, Jensen Huang. Yes, I'm wearing my black leather jacket in representation. They absolutely killed it yesterday. I was watching intently, and I'm paying homage, baby.
Yeah, pretty impressive right across the board as far as this report is concerned. I mean, there's really not a heck of a lot else to discuss. I was just going through this initial jobless claims number and some of the other economic data that we got there at 8:30. If you're just joining a little late, 229,000 versus 245. GDP quarter over quarter is the second estimate, 1.3 versus 1.1%. So a little bit of indication there, guys, that still some strength in the overall economy.
Yeah, you've seen the NASDAQ pull down just a little bit right now, down, bouncing off almost 14, so 13,970 there we got to on the NASDAQ. Now it's a nice little pullback down here. We bought a very, very small piece of Nvidia. Now we're down $3 on that. We took a 398 break, so we're going to watch out to see what happens here. We're not... This was just a piece because me and Max are sitting here like, oh my God, it's going to take 400. I was like, we'll get it now. I still do have a 400 break long, but you're coming into 391. I said I was wanting to buy this at, I'm sitting now at 393.50 as it's pulling back. I wonder if this is far enough right now and we can sit here and maybe take a bid after this. But we'll wait to see what happens here. But yeah, wow, what a day, man. I actually put a tweet out. I'm just sending out the sticky note right now. I'm going to check out the results of that as we take one more piece right here. We're going to drop this if it breaks 390. I mean, it's been pretty bad to the downside right now, but we'll average this in. Our average price, you can't see it because Surge Trader's up there, but my average price is 396.50 right now. So 396.50 is where we're long on Nvidia. Let's see if we can't make a mess early, obviously, on this. But wow, what a big move. I think we could get scared out of this trade if we take 390. We've sort of talked about that as a break to the downside. I think just like 400, people are probably watching that. So kind of okay to be stuck in the middle at 396, but at the same time, it is a nice little pullback here. If you're not taking profits up 30%, I guess then maybe you're buying more and at what levels, or is it a hold? So this is what we're going to find out as this market opens up. We still have a long time before 925, but those market on open imbalances should be pretty important here on Nvidia. But hey, We're here to play the game, so let's see what happens. It's a good one if you're long, and not a good one if you're short, and that's part of the play here on Nvidia. I feel like there's been a lot of traders that are gonna get squeezed up. Prad's already messaged me like 10 times this morning. He can't believe AMD as well. He's not in Nvidia, but he's in AMD, and as we all are. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you're invested in any index, you're pretty happy today. The NASDAQ bumping up 2%, led by all this AI boom. So, wow, what a great, I thought we're in a bubble, and now if we're in a bubble before, what the hell are we in now? As Nvidia taking out all-time highs, let's just see what else joins it. I want to be long Google as well today.
Yeah, a couple sympathy plays for sure on these Nvidia earnings. AI, the name or the ticker itself, up 12% today. I've been talking about this one for weeks. I think AI can really squeeze if we get back above some of these levels on the daily. I think it was 35-ish up here. So yeah, we got some room to go on C3 AI. We got other AI names that are going crazy today. I mean, Google, Meta, those kinds of things, all gapping up today. So yeah, I mean, it's Nvidia day today, and we will see how that plays out. I did try a couple times with Sean up there. I did get out, so trying to get some bids a little lower here on Nvidia, but
might come in.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, let's get into a few things here that we need to be aware of so far this morning. This just popped up as we came on there at 8:30 as well. Sean, you're wondering about Palantir. Yep, more news, more partnerships coming through. Reconstruction partnership announced here with the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine.
Yeah, well,
I read that about 3 times and thought, Ministry of Digital Transformation. Not sure what that is, but anyways, just to be aware for Palantir. Also, I mean, getting the AI bump, PLTR.
Yeah, no question about that. What's interesting to me is we know how closely related Palantir is with the defense industry in the United States. So one can only suspect that they're going to help modernize the Ukrainian forces. And yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. I will definitely keep an eye on that.
Let's talk about a few other things here. Obviously, all things chip related going to be higher along with Nvidia this morning. So AMD, one of those, as we mentioned, Micron on here, even Broadcom, AVGO had that Apple headline a couple of days ago as well. Just be aware, Speaker McCarthy making some comments right now, so watch the overall market. Microsoft and Google, though, going to be the big ones here. Obviously, the most closely watched as far as directly related with AI. However, I did notice ChatGPT was down this morning, which is not a good look.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I have to look into that. But we don't have Bard in Canada. We were thinking maybe we could use a VPN, but we didn't affect that. But yeah, shout out to Google. Make it available here.
Yeah, Microsoft needs to fix this issue, or OpenAI does. Anyways, yeah, Speaker McCarthy just saying there are still some issues outstanding on the debt ceiling, but I did read this morning that more talks are scheduled for later today. So, I mean, there's still a few days to go here before we get to, it's next Thursday. June 1st is actually next Thursday, so we got to keep that in mind.
I just wanted to show, yeah, so June 1st I think is just a fake date anyways. I think more appropriate probably June 9th or so, I think was what I was hearing, listening to CNBC yesterday, more of a date to look at. But look at this, we have a poll up on Twitter right now, and it is, I've never put a poll up that has been this close. So everybody go vote, because I'm trying to figure this out. Are we ready to finally go long, is the question. Hell yeah, with some exclamation marks, because, if you're going to go long, you got to be a little bit excited. Or is it just simply a fade? And right now, 50, I mean, we'll probably refresh this and get some more people that have just voted on it, but 51-48 right now, with only 2,000 votes or views, only 367 votes. So let's get a little bit more sample size here and figure this out. So are we ready to go long yet? And the reason why we asked that is because we've been pretty short the last couple of days. Yesterday, I don't even think we had a long on the board, and we had our best day of the week, or second best day was the day before, second best day of the week yesterday. So I think I'm ready to go long. I mean, we just put out the sticky note there. We've got Google talking about a long today. Google's going to, I think, I mean, obviously on this pullback a little bit in the futures, now we're starting to bump back up there. Was looking pretty good down there to 124. This is that long here on Google, 126 and change. You know, if Nvidia is going to talk about AI being all the rage and more AI, more companies, more data centers, more chips, AI is obviously involved now in the cars. Randy just said there's 9 GPUs in every Tesla. Like, okay, I didn't know that. That seems absolutely unbelievable. But if someone's going to be buying up all this equipment, then obviously they need some guts underneath it with the software, right? And so I feel like Google and Microsoft also tailwinds today. You saw Google yesterday, 121, back up there to 125. Like that's 3% today on Google. I like a 126 break on this name. So we're going to be sitting there. Hopefully it doesn't happen right away, but if it does, I'm sure maybe Max always takes these open breakouts. So we'll see if that can happen as well. But I like Microsoft back to highs. I like Google back to these recent highs. And like I said, if AI is going to be all the play and all the rage, why not trade AI, which you've been talking about, and you've been looking at that for weeks and months and years. So I'm excited for all the plays today. Palantir, we told you that Palantir has these government contracts. Now there's another one popping in there for Palantir. So, hey, man, you know, ears to the ground on that 400. They're looking to become the 7th company in the history of this world to be valued at $1 trillion or more. So that's what Nvidia is looking to do. I don't know that exact number. People in the chat probably do know that, but we're going to watch out for Nvidia on open here today, and Google on open as well, Microsoft, all of them coming through. Any opinions on Nvidia here?
I mean, 400's got to happen, right? Oh yeah, we got to.
Does 400 have to happen? I mean, that's the question. I think, and take a word from Luca there, like, you know, don't come all this way just to not hit it.
Yeah.
Look at us both feverishly getting these bulls into, or these bears into bulls right now. So there it is. Yeah, look, I don't know, man of many words there, Max. I do agree with you, man. If we hit that 400, I think we go higher. I'm looking at Google. We've already averaged into Nvidia. I know Serge. Oh, there it is. So we're already long right now. We're out $1 right now. But here it comes right back, Mad Max. If we just waited for that 94 area and didn't get long at 98, then we'd be $2 in the money, but it's battling back right now. Our net is looking pretty good. We're really happy. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? What's up to everybody out there? What's up to Hamster, Patrick, Edgar Lopez? What's up to Streamlabs? What's up to Nick Chauncey? What's up to Brendan? Is sus? Not our Brendan. And as we continue to go forward now, 368 votes, and we're still at 50-50 on that poll. So let's see. Here we go. We are now finally back into the money. Diamond hands? I don't think so. We're just holding this to see what happens. So here we go. Upside for Nvidia. It's finally starting to catch a piece here as the market's battling back up to the upside. We're back into the money on this one. Yo, what's up, Brian? What's up, Renato? What's up, Broad Street Wolf? And everybody that's out there as well. Let's keep this party started, and we've got it with Nvidia. We're already in, baby. And there it is now. From $3 out of the money to 20 cents in the money all of a sudden. So are we going to take the profit? Let's take the profit. No, let's wait for 4 bills. We'll put an offer at 4 bills to take some out. Yeah. But guess what, Max? I have a breaker 19 ready to go, locked and loaded at 400. If it gets 400 and sniffs it, we be going long on that number, baby. So let's see what happens here at 400. I'd rather it not break in the pre-market, but hey, if it does, less traders there to stop that move. So I feel like there is a back and forth with that. Let's see how far we go. We just made like $3, $4 back on this name, Nvidia. So I'm going to stick it off. Then if it breaks, we'll add to that position. So that's what I'm trying to do on Nvidia today. Let's just wait to see what happens. We're ready to rock and roll. I was saying if I didn't put all my money into cannabis a couple years ago and just bought Nvidia, wow, what a difference a day would make. But wow, good movement up here for Nvidia. Congratulations to all the bulls, because today is your day on the NASDAQ.
Just getting some more comments here. Market seemingly liking this from Speaker McCarthy. I've instructed negotiators to work 24 hours a day to get a debt ceiling deal done. There are still some outstanding issues, though, coming through. So,
Yet they're taking Monday off. Okay.
No, they're not. No, they're not. We'll see. I saw there's a couple of people talking about ETFs yesterday and a way you can maybe get some exposure to AI in general. I mean, there's obviously a ton of semiconductor-related ETFs, and tech overall related ETFs. But I did some digging and came up with this throughout the afternoon yesterday. It's a recent addition here as well. This is on the NYSE ARCA exchange, but CHAT, C-H-A-T, doesn't do a lot of volume, but up significantly here this morning, obviously. 6%. It's been around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. CHAT on the NYSE ARCA exchange is an AI-specific ETF.
Yeah, like you said, launched there on the 19th. Their description here states that they're focused on generative AI and related technologies, whatever that means. So keep an eye on it. Probably will get a boost with the rest of the industry here.
It's probably the only the beginning when it comes to these, but kind of interesting, guys, for CHAT.
This is literally the first time I've ever heard of that. So, yeah, no, look, I think that when this world opens up, man, we just talked about marijuana ETFs and things like that. Well, we didn't talk about the ETFs, but you know, people are out there to make money. There's a short Jim Cramer ETF right now. There's a lot going on. I feel like I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I mean, we could call it up. I mean, Brendan just had it up there. Chat. There it is right here, .am on the NYSE American. Obviously up 6% today. I don't know anything about this name, so I'm going to stay away from it. I really feel like if you want to play in this space, just buy the damn names. I don't understand why I would buy that ETF. I mean, I feel like if you're in Nvidia or you're in AMD, then you're rocking with the best. And for me, I'd stay away from all of these. I mean, why pay a management fee? That's why these companies do it, right, Max? Is to get that fee, to get that 2.5% or whatever. I don't know what the fee is, so I'm going to pass on commenting on it, but that's why it's there. I could see some value in buying something like an ARKK, which is that's the autonomous. There's an innovation, well, RKK, I guess, is just the innovation ETF, but that's on the Amex. I don't know why that just showed Blue Ocean right there. ARK. ARKK. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was going to say, I knew it's on Amex. But anyways, oh, now it's going to load up. I would just say that, you know, just understand what you're buying. That's it, right? And I could feel like, I think Brian Shannon posted something about the ARK Financial ETF maybe starting to turn around a little bit. But, you know, if you want to get anything into innovation, ARK is right here. You know, they've had a quite roller coaster ride, and whether or not you trust Kathy Wood or anything, and you know, there's management fees involved in this. This is pretty settled down, so you could try to see a bump in some of these names, but you see UiPath today is down, but Palantir's up, you can get some Tesla exposure and all of that. So I don't know, like look, now Nvidia is up again. Like we were just talking about where this name's going, like, you know, 30%. So I don't, you know, forget about that chat. I'm passing on it. I mean, I know you threw it back to us, but I don't have anything to say about that ETF. I don't know much about it. Yeah. All you can really do is find out what the holdings are. And then to me, I'd rather hold the stocks. So that's it. It's like but one of my biggest mistakes that I feel like I made was I never really bought indexes at a younger age. But it's fine. Like I still bought Apples and all those kind of stocks, but just to have some safety there where you're not actually guessing, I think that's important, right? It's like if you want to get AI, but you don't want to pick Nvidia up here at 400 or whatever, maybe you do buy that ETF. That's where I could see it. But for me, I think the plays are pretty clear, man. Why not just own Microsoft, Google, the Qs? Why not just own the Qs? I don't know, Max. What do you think about ETFs?
I think an interesting play on Nvidia is that if you don't want to own individual AI names and you just want to be bullish on the space, AI or Nvidia is the one that's supplying all the chips for everybody. So, you know, even these companies that start up that might fail are still buying chips from Nvidia. So I think, you know, buying the chip maker instead of buying the AI names themselves could be a reason why we're getting this crazy rally. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. All the individual AI names are so kind of risky, so I guess that makes sense to buy an ETF instead. But probably buying the big players that, you know, like you say, Microsoft, Google, who are very likely to succeed no matter what. And if they don't succeed at developing the AI stuff, they'll just buy the companies who do. So, yeah.
Oh, that's another play here, is that the moat is becoming so huge.
Yeah.
Right? Like how are you going to get into AI and compete with these guys?
Exactly.
So that's a good point, Max. Glad you brought that up. All right, back over to Jepson Wong and Brendan over there.
Rocking his best leather jacket.
I think he called him Jepson. Did you say Jepson? Jensen. Jensen Wong, baby. The new GOAT. Did I mention that it's my birthday today?
No, you did not.
It is my birthday.
Like actually?
Yeah.
How did we not know that?
Oh, I just kept it kind of DL. I'm like,
Happy
it's going to be
birthday.
about Jensen today.
You know what's going to happen right now.
What?
You're going to get all day long.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sharif.
Yeah. Well, it's
happy
my
birthday, Sharif.
Thank you.
25 again. The other end of the conversation that we have to kind of be aware of here this morning is this. This is the dollar index so far today, or so far the past. This is a daily chart. So a couple of weeks straight back to the upside. 104.1 right now for the DXY. This is the 2-year Treasury back to 4.5% today. The 10-year approaching 3.8. So these yields and the dollar overall contradicting. I mean, we just got that data, initial jobless claims, and then that initial PCE and GDP number that were both higher than expected. So still some underlying strength overall.
Yeah, and that's reflecting the data in the Fed rate tool here. If we could come to the screen, this is the likelihood of a 25 bips hike at the next session in June. It's now increased at over 1/3%. But when you click July, look at this, almost a 50% chance that we get 25 bips. Still early, Brendo, but some interesting market action there.
And I mean, a lot of uncertainty, I think, as well in those numbers still to be decided upon. And they even said, over the past couple of days, all these Fed speakers we've got, they're going to be data dependent. Yep. And if we continue to see this data, remember, PCE coming out tomorrow morning at 8:30, guys, the month-over-month number going to be important as well.
We had, happy birthday, Sharif, by the way. Now you're going to be getting that all day. So happy birthday to Sharif. And here we go. Here's Jensen Huang right here, if anyone's wondering about that leather jacket. And then, this is why Sharif works out, because you can see Jensen Huang right here. I don't know if Sharif has that exact hat or not, but there we go. What's up to everybody that is long on Nvidia and loving life right now. It did just faded off, by the way. Right back to where we bought it again. So it goes as high there as 398, now fading back in right now. Okay, the debt ceiling and all that kind of talk. I wanted to show this. The Fed rate fund tool updated, right? Yesterday was actually up to 34% that we were going to get that quarter raise. And right now, there it is again, 35%. So this is actually getting bigger and bigger every day. So we're coming into June 14th is the next rate announcement. And yeah, it was, when we first talked about this last week, I think it was in the, was it 12 or 13%, something like that? So now you've tripled the likelihood of that. And I think the stock market has a lot to do with that expectation, because I feel like although the Fed isn't supposed to sit there and look at what's happening in the stock market, there is a little bit of a clear path now to say, hey, look at the reaction this market's having. We still do have higher, well, I mean, we're getting numbers every day, but they're still going to be very data dependent, and inflation is still pretty high with lending rates. We just talked about where the T-bills are going, and some of these banks continue to have obviously some issues. We've heard FRCB, that's already down to the pink sheets. We're going to watch out for PACW, again, sort of retracing back up to the upside. So if everything's all calm, maybe they can get away with now one more raise. So we're going to wait to see what happens there on June 14th. But for me, we still have that PACW hovering around, 7, but looking to take out that $9 mark. And I mean, the environment looks a little bit better at 7 here than it did at 3. So let's see if there's some stability in some of these names, and then we'll play off this debt ceiling and all this kind of stuff. Palantir, yeah, the digital transformation of Ukraine, correct. Yeah, I just read that note as well, as Palantir continues to march up. We talked about that yesterday, that we didn't like it for a day trade yesterday because it had all the juice out of it, and that was the case for Palantir. But again, now bouncing off this 1160, 1170 yesterday, and this is as low as 1180. Now you're taking out past highs again on this news. So like I said, man, if AI is going to be strong and these companies are all buying up NVIDIA chips, NVIDIA data center models, everything like that, then yeah, names like Palantir, Google, and Microsoft should continue. And Snowflake, we'll talk about that bad report. But there are certain names that I think are going to be winners in all of this, and Palantir is one of those as well. So nice 10% move to the upside here on that name. But I don't know. We'll continue to watch some banks. I mean, JP Morgan back at 140 and some of this stuff. It just seems like that sector's kind of cooled off here as we watch AI. Is that your? How come I haven't seen this before?
I don't know what that is.
Whose is this?
Must be Neil's.
Have we seen this before? It seems like this is a, what's that show? Anyways, okay,
Rick and
people in the
Morty.
chat will understand what this is. Anyways, all right. You want to say anything?
That Pac W is actually interesting that it hasn't gone up and it hasn't gone down really. Like we're chilling in a range that I don't think it's really consolidated at before. So you would think if we were going to go back down, it would be there already. So I think is this the daily chart? Yes. I think that 9 break is probably incoming on Pac W. Like you would think, I mean, usually you see these rallies up and then it just slams back down like here, here, here. This time it's not really doing that. So Pac W over that 750 again could be very interesting. And that the minutes that came out yesterday on the Fed meeting, basically everybody agreed that we were not going to hike at the next meeting. So it's pretty strange to see that 35% are betting for a hike at the next one. That's kind of confusing to me, but we'll see what happens there. That could provide some spice for sure at the next.
Yeah, June 14th is going to be
FOMC.
good. Like, imagine it's 50-50. Like, we haven't had that in a long time.
Yeah.
The last, it's been very consistent. The Fed rate tool has been bang on every single time. Like, they raised 500 basis points straight to the upside, and I'm pretty sure every time we've checked it, it's nailed it right on. And that just shows how smart, the data analytics are and everything as far as guessing what they're doing and how telegraphed the Fed has been.
Yeah.
So if they're saying no rate hike, maybe we should just trust it. But we're going to be trading a lot of names today, in which I will not be trading any banks.
First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Get 10% off. Bottom of the screen there, TTV. Promo code, guys, will get you 10% off. I just saw this actually just popped in right now. You can see it's red at the top of the board. So everything in yellow on this screen is a positive analyst move on Nvidia shares. So I counted them earlier. There was 21, so make it 22 from UBS there as far as analysts are concerned. Top of the list, no doubt. That's Barclays, but just one of now 22 positive moves. A little bit higher than that at the top, but 1.6 there for Ford as well on an upgrade. Carnival on here. Haven't talked about that for a while. CCL, XPeng, Snowflake, yeah, ugly. And American Eagle, AEO, ugly as well.
Was that upgrade downgrade list? Do we see it again? Like I didn't. That goes by so quickly there. Yeah. So Neil. What's up, Neil? Brendan mentioned all about Nvidia there. We actually did not pick up any Ford yesterday. We should have. We picked up Disney instead yesterday. So missed on that Ford bump. Oh, that sucks. So that kind of hurts a little bit. Caesars Entertainment. We've seen Wynn making some nice moves. We've talked about it for a while there, Max. That these travel names continue to perform pretty well. And there's Carnival on the left side there. Big data gets a hit today with Snowflake, and then XPeng yesterday. What a disastrous result there yesterday. And we were talking about it holding that $8 mark. I guess we'll see about that again here today. And then there's your American Eagle Outfitters. You own something from American Eagle Outfitters.
I don't think I've ever shopped there.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever shopped there.
Okay, so I'm wrong. I thought you may have done that. We'll look at Gap as well today. But yeah, lots of names, to be looked at. We saw XPeng yesterday. We didn't trade it, but I could see myself in this one here today as we held $8 on a disastrous. I mean, when you're talking about disasters, I don't know if it was that yesterday for XPeng or not. But if we zoom back out, there's the hold. So XPeng on their earnings was $9 down to $8, and there's the hold at $8. Like, what a beautiful hold. And that's why I say disaster. It actually closed higher than where we opened yesterday for XPeng on that nice NASDAQ rally. So yeah, now getting faded out on some downgrades. I think we might have the same play again. I mean, there's earnings. We knew downgrades are coming off bad earnings. That always happens. Just like you got all these upgrades for Nvidia today. So I would say XPeng still probably a play down here at $8, and nothing wrong with sitting there and waiting for that. So, XPeng down here at $8, definitely a play. And I think it's worth looking at it. So XPEV down there on a downgrade, down 6 and a bit, off of a huge run yesterday. Why did this happen if we didn't like 8? So let's wait to see what happens at 8 there for XPEV. That's the most interesting name on the board for me. And then shout out to Daryl. I know you're always trading Carnival Obviously, this one in the low single digits, not low single digits, but what, 7 or 8, I think was the bottom there. Yeah, 8.50 there for Carnival. Definitely a buying opportunity missed here on Carnival. Well, actually, what am I talking about? If we zoom out there, there's a 6 print there on Carnival. So, you know, there it is back there in October, 6.50. It only got as low as 8. Yeah, these are the lows I was looking at. 8 or so back in December, retested, now backing up to the upside there. CCL up 3%. I like some of these travel names. I think RCL is probably the best one for as far as capitalization is concerned, but CCL a nice little move up, just so highly levered. I don't think you want to buy these names. I prefer Airbnb in the travel sector or Uber.
Yeah, at CCL, always a good trading name. Usually does a ton of volume. I think it did a bunch of volume yesterday off of something, but I saw CCL on my list yesterday. This one, you know, it's one of those thick names like Palantir or whatever that will make a decent move. You can take a lot of shares and will kind of wiggle around for you if that's the style of trading that you like. I like things that kind of break out more and don't go so smoothly, so not a name usually for me, but CCL off like earnings or news or whatever can be a pretty decent name to play, and always good to get the upgrade there. I think this one has decent short interest. If I
CCL? No,
yeah.
I don't think, does it?
Maybe like 10%.
I don't know if it's even that high right now.
13.
13, good call.
Yeah, so 14 according to Trade Ideas actually. That's a lot of shares with $1 billion float. But
that's what I'm saying. The capitalization of that stock, man, they've had to like sort of dilute those shares over and over and over again with all these offerings. So that's the one thing about, like, can it get going with that much shares outstanding? You know, but I like the plays, and I like the names I mentioned, Airbnb and Uber. All right, back over to you guys. It's 9:01, man. It's a half hour till this Carnival opens up.
Get Arun in here, get a check of the overall market as we head towards the open this morning. Interesting day setting up here as far as strength in tech, obviously, as we've said, but the S&P and the Dow is certainly not playing along to that extent. Arun, what are you looking at?
You know, Nvidia has a decent weight in the NASDAQ, so if Nvidia goes, NASDAQ goes, and that's why you're seeing such a large difference between the NASDAQ and the S&P. At the same time, though, overall, the S&P is starting to creep up too. Now, we've gotten past some interesting areas. I personally like the fact that we're north of 60 opens the door for a move to the upside. So I am long here around 60. 45, I think, is more than enough to see what's up there. So let's take a shot, 15-point risk. Upside, here's where the risk to me makes a little bit more sense. The 60 breakout, or even you can call it 55, but preferably 60, opens the door to now some levels from a couple days ago. These aren't large, but they are small checkpoints along the way. First one up is going to be 75. We stalled out here a little bit on that first drop. Second one up, 85. Interestingly enough, only 10 points behind that. So we do have small checkpoints all the way up to the major one, which is going to be just north of 4,200. So this is going to be somewhat of a long, but you have to be protective around certain spots, 42.75, 42.85, and then once you get into the 90s, that's a different story as well. But for now, alongside bias going into the open, but at the same time, keep in mind, 925, NASDAQ imbalances come out, and Nvidia is going to have an imbalance. Whether that's going to be positive or negative, everyone would expect it to be positive because of such a large move, but at the same time, you don't know who's profit taking on this. So let's see what the imbalances are at 925. That should kickstart the open much earlier than that 930 move.
Yeah, we were just talking, thanks, Arun. We're just talking about AI in general here. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open this morning. If you haven't done so yet, grab that, use the QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address. You get that for absolutely nothing, free, every single day. It comes right to your inbox. Yeah, we were just saying, I feel like it was March. I remember something in March when ChatGPT ended up, you know, actually being usable and available to everything, but it's been a while, definitely. Nvidia, obviously, going to be top of the list here this morning as far as what we are looking at. This move after market is just absolutely impressive. 300 holds on a dime yesterday, and here we are $100 higher so far this morning. Q2, like everything, was just absolutely massive. The forecast specifically, 50%. We've been doing this for a while now. I cannot remember a time when the forecast specifically for any company has been 50% what was expected.
Yeah, and I sat here and I said yesterday, I want to see what these new revenue streams are going to bring, and we got a very clear indication of what they're bringing. Because that's going to be reflected in Q2. So the forecast that Brendo's talking about, 11 some odd billion versus the 7 some odd billion that was expected by Wall Street, that's reflected now of these new revenue streams. We've heard about them renting their GPUs to companies to train their AI models or their LLMs on. We've heard about them getting into the quantum computing space. Their cloud did well. Their enterprise did well, even above estimates there. So there was a lot to like in this report. Shout out to them.
What do we do here, guys? How far can this go today?
Which way? I mean, I say that like tongue-in-cheek, but realistically, this thing could drop like a rock today. I mean, honestly, it's up 30%. I mean, I don't know. Is it the revenge of the shorts? Like, do they just put them on again against that 400 and just dare people to come in and buy it at this level? Like you know, you and I were just talking right now, Max. I mean, you just got out and cut your losses, which might be the wise thing to do. It's just, is there enough buyers on the sidelines right now? And I mean, I heard what Arun said. You know, everything. I'm agreeing with all of this talk. You know, there is that upside area, but at the same time, this is really just being bullied up, or I don't know, brought up by, you know, bullying the shorts by this one name and on a story that we kind of already know about. There's been some I mean, Intel's not going anywhere today. Apple actually today is down. Well, I don't want to say is down, was down when I wrote, so now it's flat. But in a market that's up 2.5% and Apple is flat, you know, so there are some underlying, you know, issues obviously in the market that we don't see when we talk about AMD or Nvidia or any of these names. And that a lot of that is the debt ceiling. A lot of that is some of the valuations that we've seen. A lot of it is sell in May and go away. Imagine you did that. I mean, right now you'd be missing out on a lot of this bump. And that's what I really think that is creating a lot of this. Obviously, Brendan, you just nailed it right there on the report of the quarter. It was an absolutely great quarter. It's Sharif's birthday. The market wants to go up. So yeah, man, we're really happy for everything today. But at the same time, if you don't break that $400 mark, then that all of a sudden becomes an anchored VWAP up here at $400, and then we'll just see what happens to the downside. So, you know, I'm in this here. We bought a 398 break. That seems silly at this point. And then we also averaged it back in here at 94.50. So we're basically, well, we're basically, you can see my position. We're long at 396.50, right in the middle of these two. So I'm going to give this to a break of 390. It keeps bouncing off VWAP, which is 392. Part of me thinks we should get out of some of that if it does break and save ourselves the drama of getting out of it at 390, because guess what? Just like 400, if you punch long 400, you're going to miss it, right? Like I would expect at a 400 break, the very next print is like 401.50, honestly, with real shares.
401.50.
Yeah.
450 or 401.50?
401.50, $1.50.
$1.50?
Yes. No, because the thing is that imagine people are short 100,000 shares. Like, how many people are short into that number?
And they're just marketing
using that as the peg. You know?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, Max.
I agree,
I hope it breaks.
I know.
Because I'm long, and we can test that theory.
Yeah.
But you cross up 30 cents and see if you get
No,
shares.
you're not getting filled 30 cents.
I'm actually glad Neil's not here, because Neil would probably, and I'm just speaking for him because this is a trade, and he would justify it, and I don't think he's wrong. I don't think anybody going short in front of 400 is wrong. It's just not something I would test, and probably something that Neil would do, but I just would fear the cross ahead of that. So my advice to anybody is, if you're going to make that play, it could be exactly right. Look, I'm trying to get some of these out at 399 if it comes back up, right? So if we do get that breakout, I just say be aware that if you're sitting in front of 400 trying to take a short, have at least $2 worth of slippage. You're going to hear that from me right now, and that's if you're short 399.50 and you're able to get out at $400.50, then good on you. I would be nervous about holding a significant position against that 400 and watching it break. That's it. And I am talking up my book. I'm long right now, but I don't. you know, I told you where I'm getting out 390 break, so it's the same thing. I'm crossing down $1 on that 390 break.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm trying to live by what I'm saying here, and we're going to have to watch out for Nvidia. I'm expecting a 400 at least test, and let's just see if we get there. The market's trading like it's open, man. When I sat down here, it was 2 million shares. That was earlier than 8, but when we actually started to trade it right here was 830, so 820. And now you've done 8 million shares, and it looks like we're going to be opened up here with a big buy imbalance, I would think, today. So let's see how that affects the initial trade. That imbalance coming out at 925. Max, give it to him.
Yeah, the thing with Nvidia, I mean, so they're forecasting revenue for this quarter to be 11 billion. The average analyst estimate was 7 billion, so that's 55% higher than expected. If you're valuing Nvidia based on revenue, your valuation is now 50% off. So that's the only fuel to the fire to the upside that I can kind of see on this. Obviously, there's the options, there's the short interest, there's all of that. But yeah, I mean, based on yesterday's close, if you're saying that you're 50% off, that's like $465 that this is now theoretically valued at. The way that I like to trade Nvidia is in $2.50 increments. So 392.50, 395, 397.50, 400. So I'm going to be looking at that. And I think what you have to ask yourself on a day like this, when Nvidia is going to be the most competitive stock in the market, is do you want to trade something different that's trading on sympathy, that's maybe less competitive, that's maybe less crazy, like an AMD, where, you know, maybe you can get some kind of dip trade on AMD while Nvidia is flying, or you can short AMD because Nvidia is absolutely hammering it in this space, and AMD is definitely the major loser here, but still up 8% on sympathy. You look at Intel, for example.
Who's the major loser? AMD?
Well, I mean, Nvidia is absolutely crushing them.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but AMD is catching so many tailwinds. I like what you're talking about looking at something else, but I wouldn't necessarily shorten AMD. The stock, did you just mention Micron?
I was about to mention Micron.
Yes, that's a good play.
Micron up as well, 5%, and then this is the loser. Intel down 3.3 while all the other chips are up. So if you want to short something in the chip space, this is your guy right here. Intel, 28 bucks. I feel like we were just trading this above 30, no?
It was just $32.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just at 30.
I said it kind of like tongue-in-cheek here, but not really. Like, I blame Neil for everything because, like, he keeps talking about Intel, and I'm actually long Intel right here around 28. No, I'm actually long a little bit lower, but it doesn't matter. It's around here anyways, 27 and change, and it's not doing jack. And I just feel like if I put money, it's in a long-term account, but whatever. I would still be taking, like, if I put money into Nvidia like about a month ago when I bought some Intel, how much different a day makes on that one.
100%.
Oh my God, did we talk up Nvidia or what, Daryl? When I was talking about Nvidia and making these plays, this has nothing to do with me. The stock's not moving because of anything I'm saying. But wow, there goes Nvidia right back. Now we're in the money finally. Hit the alarm on this one. We are back to exactly flat. So we were already $2 in the money up here at 98.50. What do we get to there? 98.20. So we were already about $2 in the money. We've been about $3 out of the money down here at 393. So yeah, man, someone in this chat was like, this sounds like a stressful trade for Sean. Yeah, it is a little bit back and forth. We don't have too much exposure at all right now. We are willing to take a 399.50 out, and then we are blasting that up through. I've only crossed 50 cents on Nvidia. Actually, now that I look at it, it's only 30 cents. I'm going to change my cross up on that 400 break. I don't know if we want a 400 pre-market break, though. So yeah, we do. We're going to take that anyways. Okay, that's what we're waiting for that. Let's go to 399.50 and take a piece out. We got to make $3 because we've held $3. We'll see if we can get that back up to the upside. We had $2. Let's see if we can get up to that 399 one more time. As AMD's coming down a little bit right now, the market is going to the upside, which is very nice because if that play can hold, then I think that gives enough juice for these chips to keep on going to the upside. AMD fade at 120 is a much better fade in my opinion than Nvidia right there. And I think the darling of all of this is not Micron, but Micron definitely going to see a lot of tailwinds from this. Micron gets beat up. With all of these chips, you need RAM. That's exactly what Micron's all about. DRAM, Micron saying, hold my beer, and now breaking out on Micron. So this is great. You might get a 70 fill. That could be absolutely fantastic. We're talking about 400 long. I mean, what about 70 long with tons of air up there for Micron? I really like this Micron play, and it sucks that I don't own any of these shares.
All right, just quickly, there was a downtick there in the overall market. U.S. Senator Lee saying, I will use procedural tools to impede the debt deal. Senator from Utah saying, I will use procedural tools to impede the debt deal, whatever that means. Quickly here as well, Dish had a huge pop there, 20% to the upside. In fact, for Dish, they're going to sell some mobile plans through Amazon. So that just came across as well. Watch out for Amazon and Dish to the upside. Meanwhile, Snowflake downside big time. Q1 loss larger than expected. 70 cents per share versus 5 cents per share. They also lower their Q2 forecast.
Yeah, Snowflake is a product of the cutbacks in cloud spending by enterprise. But there is one lone area I think that Brendo and I were talking about. It's cybersecurity cloud. Now, we heard about this story coming yesterday. If you're able to come to the screen here real quick, Microsoft warns that China hackers attacked U.S. infrastructure, specifically in the island of Guam, where much of the U.S. response would be to a potential Taiwan incursion. So lots of interesting plays possibly in cybersecurity, even though cloud not doing as well right now, Brendo.
All right, a lot of things at play today, including these comments on debt negotiations, guys. What do we do with Snowflake?
Yeah, you don't trade it. I mean, you know, for me to be perfectly honest with you, we've seen some big moves happen on earnings, and I just kind of sit there and watch them, and I feel like that's the right play. I'd rather be in here second day play, third day play. We're wrong about Snowflake. I thought with all the Palantir talk and big data and cloud-based software and everything, the problem with Snowflake, as I see it right here, is, and I don't know anything about, thank you so much, Randy, for that. That's very, very kind of you. We're reloaded on the coffee. It's because I just showed Max. I got a coffee earlier. It's still half full, and it is ice right now sitting here. So we got to keep on. It's cold, man. It's cold. Like those Nvidia shorts, getting the cold shoulder today. But yeah, Snowflake shorts are printing. And the thing is that not only was I way off on what we expected from Snowflake, loss of 70 cents in contrast to analyst projections of a profit of 5 cents. You know how dramatically different that is? Like that is not even in the same. It's not like, oh man, we were expecting a 50-cent loss, but we got 70 cents.
Yeah.
That's even horrible.
You're expected to
make
money.
That's 50% worse. Like, yeah, now you go from, oh, we're going to be profitable 5 cents to minus 70 cents per share. So yeah, not good, man. I don't want to trade this at all. I feel like you could return to some of these basement levels down here of 130 and change. I've been in and out of Snowflake. I'm not in it right now. We talked about that yesterday. I thought that, hey, on a good report, it was bombs away to the upside, man. I thought you could have taken 200, but right now, no. That's a disaster. I have no idea what's going on with this company, and I'm just going to stay away from it. But what's been happening with a lot of these earnings reports is you get a huge move down early. You find a space, but the problem is this is not bumping in the pre-market. So if you're going to look for a trade on Snowflake, I feel like it's the other way around. It's a short somewhere around here, 155, 156. But man, multiple negative analysts out on this name today. All eyes going to be on AI. I feel like Snowflake just could easily start to just drift down to that downside. It's already going to take 150 off the open. So I'd be very, very cautious of any sort of a play here on Snowflake off the open. For me, it's a short. I do not go long until we figure this thing out. I would say this is a great 3-day play if you start to see a bump in the name. I'd like to get long this down into the 130 area. And even then, I'm not sure about Snowflake. So bad miss. No idea what's going on a day where Palantir is up 10%. So.
Yeah, that's Snowflake. I mean, if you're looking for a bounce, maybe back up to this like 156.50 kind of area in here, 155.50. But yeah, not looking good for this name. 150, obviously a key level. So if you do the same thing as like XPEV yesterday at $8 and you hold 150 on the bid super strongly like that, maybe this bounces back all the way up to like 155, 156. Who knows? But yeah, I'm probably staying away. Maybe if we get down to like No, I'm probably staying away from this one regardless. No real trade on this. I think the chips are the play today, or AI, which we will talk about shortly. But yeah, Snowflake, pretty bad there on that earnings report.
Yeah, let's go on right to it. In fact, we'll touch on some other AI related names today. Tesla, there's no significant news story. I mean, it was relatively strong late in the day yesterday. We get a little bit of follow through this morning. But these, however, going to be top of everyone's mind right across the board. I mean, chip names, as we've been discussing, AMD, Broadcom on here, Micron, even MRVL mentioned, TSM as well, Intel downside as we saw, AMAT and LRCX. But then we get C3 AI, we get Palantir on that Ukraine note this morning as well. And then a bit of a blast from about a month ago or so, SoundHound, GFAI, BBAI as well. All, 7 to 13% to the upside.
I'll keep my eye on one name, Brendo, AI. Let's come to the chart here. It's up 12.25%, and it's looking at some interesting levels. We have a bit of a top between 34 and 35 here. If you're able to make it up there, I'd be looking possibly for some shorts on it.
All right. One of those days when there's so much to choose from, great point. You know, time to focus really your attention on one or maybe two.
Pass it to Max. I will be not focusing on any of these names.
C3AI, always like this name. I should honestly just own this in the long term if I'm going to talk about it so much, and would be pretty happy about it today. I'm looking for a dip on this one into like a $30 level. There's $29.25 I had from, I guess that was yesterday. There's $29.25, and you'll just have to trust me that that was a level before. But I don't want to pay up these prices. We're already up 13% on it. I don't really like taking breakouts on C3AI. I like to see, you know, shorts getting trapped and then we kind of explode back up. So if we break 30 and then just get to like 29.80, which is these dark pool prints down here, 29.80. I know there's some conspiracy theorists behind me about these dark pool prints in the pre-market. I don't know that I believe any of that crap, but maybe 29.80 is the low today, and then we explode back up. Would be looking for this to take out the high and get towards that 35 level that we got to the last time I was trying to short this name with Neil, actually. But yeah, then there's like Palantir as well on the AI thing. I like the 13 level on Palantir. I like 1270 even better. So if we get a dip on Palantir, I'll be looking at $13, maybe 1270 if we keep going down. I'm not going to hold it from 13 to 1270, but yeah, I'll be watching the tape around those levels, trying to find a reason to get long knees. Yeah, I guess just going to be more focused on the chips though. So maybe only if we don't get the trade that we want on Nvidia today.
I was just sort of, you know, we'll look at all the names, but I do feel like we've talked about it, and Sharif nailed it right there, and I think glad you just talked about AI there, because you have to be really focused on a day like today, and I think that that's really what's helped me in the last couple of weeks, is to sit there, look at certain names, and like we traded 5 names yesterday. We were green on 4 of them, and we were only red on Nvidia, which looks like we may be red today on Nvidia again. But I just feel like it's really, really important that you stay focused on just a couple opportunities and not bounce around. Earlier in my career with tradertv.live, we used to just jump to stock, like whatever you guys wanted. Neil likes to do that a little bit more than I do, which is fine. And I just feel like staying sort of focused on individual names is a opportunity here in this market. There's so much happening that, you know, if you're going to look at AI, so many plays today on AI, so many plays on Palantir, Nvidia, AMD, and the whatnot. So I like it, but let's go over and talk about UiPath, another name that unfortunately I may not be looking at today.
I was just double checking here. We were talking about UiPath. UiPath number 6 right now on Kathy Wood's top holdings list. So she is still definitely large in this. But yeah, earnings not good. Forecast not good. Really not much else to know. We're coming back into these levels from going back to the end of last year, the beginning of this year for UiPath. So this thing's really not done much this year. We went up, we went down, now we're right back in the middle.
Which is funny because it has AI integrated into the whole concept here. This company focuses on automation and digitalizing automation in the workspace. They also use AI-based document understanding in a single workflow, so not benefiting like the others, Brendo, from the AI wave.
Rundown brought to you by, as always, Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used by everyone you see on the show and on this desk. Check them out, guys. Bottom right corner there, the QR code will take you right to the page. Trader TV 20 gets you 20% off. But remember, coming up the first 2 weeks of June, $11.11 gets you 2 weeks of the entire platform, data, charting, everything. You get full access to our friend Michael Noss, who will be back on Friday to tell you more about that. What do we do with Path, guys?
Yes. Someone just said, I guess it was just from the chat. Sean's like that uncle that keeps yelling but brings you presents. Have you guys seen, you hadn't seen it yet because I just asked you, but there's a skit on Saturday Night Live called Drunk Uncle, and it comes on the news, and it is hilarious. The guy, it's really great. So I forget the guy's name. He's a bigger guy. He's not on Saturday Night Live anymore, so it hasn't happened in a while. But Drunk Uncle is fantastic. Okay, Palantir's number one on the list right here for the imbalances, and we're just going to watch this out because right now 9:25. If you guys know what I'm talking about, don't put in the chat if you heard of Drunk Uncle before. Wow. Okay, Nvidia instant sell pressure. There it is, man. We thought it would be a buy. Nepa on a buy. It goes to the downside right there now as we come up with 1.4 milli, and that just dropped Nvidia like a rock from $3.95 straight down $3. It just tested $3.91 right there. So yeah, okay. We thought this would be a buy. We thought this might be the other way. So I'm still here. I'm still here at 390, but this looks like it'll probably get broken now, but this could be also. Someone's long like 30K right now at 392.80. If it's you, congratulations, because congratulations, I don't know, but you got the fill. So now we'll wait to see what happens if they're going to support it or not. Maybe not congratulations, because here it goes to the downside. You're now down about 5K on that position. Let's see what happens now moving forward. But there's that bottom at 390. Look out below, man. That was pretty nasty there to start off with. Also, you're getting a Microsoft move to the downside. Let me just check out what Google's doing right now. Google, I'll keep this up, but we can already see there's Amazon. Amazon was a weak name, Max, that you and I both talked about possibly earlier. That's there as well. Google, look at this tank on Google as well. I'm going to call it a tank. It's not really. It's down $1 right there. And then let's just check out Amazon because they did have a significant sell on their book right there. And this one actually didn't move probably the least. 117.20 down to 116 and change on the Amazon sell, which is right here. CCL is a buy. We talked a little bit about that. There's AMD as well. So it looks like they're, the market's feeling the ways that I think everybody else is right now, with a couple sell orders off open here on names that are rallying, right? Except for Palantir, which shows a buy, but that still goes down on market sentiment right now. So nice move to the downside right here. We only have 3 minutes left. This market's getting pretty spicy right now. Google's up, Microsoft's up, Apple most likely down now. No, Apple's still flat on the day, so down, that's a good day, still 1/4 point. We'll wait to see if Apple can hold. We wrote down 172.50, but we wrote that level down when Apple was down here at 171, sort of thinking that we wanted to short yesterday's little bump right there of 172.50 on the sticky note. Okay, shit. Nvidia, we are about to get slapped out. Wow, we got a good fill there, obviously, as it bounces back up. We got 389.50. It doesn't look like it's good, but I told you we were crossed down more than 50 cents. So we will flushy off the open right there and get down on Nvidia as there it goes, breaking 390. Hey, man, to me, that's worth a shot. Every day, all day. We're down about 15% or about 20% of what we made yesterday. There it goes, and this is Maximilian. Why you don't hold when certain key levels are broken. This is the same reaction I expected. Now we can cancel our 400. This was the same reaction I expected at 400. Remember I said 401.50? Well, there's a 390 break and it's down $2. I told you I felt happy getting 50 cents on that breakdown. And there it is, man. Congratulations if everybody went short on that name. We tried it, but that's why we're showing you. And that's why, man, you got to hit this like and subscribe.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Because that imbalance locator just gave you that trade.
Yeah, that's a $600 million pre-market imbalance, which you rarely ever see that. That's a big boy imbalance there. Nvidia. We'll see, because we're only down on this sell imbalance, right? Yeah. So let's see what happens off the open. Still some levels that we can get to here. I think
you're mistaken.
Previous all-time high is 346. So We got $50 or $40
yeah,
to
we're not
go
going anywhere
still.
near
I don't
there
think we're
yet.
going anywhere near that. So we just got to be watching the tape.
346. Now
watching
you got me scared, my guy.
got to be watching for some levels to appear.
I like this 18 break on AMD. To be honest with you, I think this AMD 118 break on this move down. What's up? Miss Cat is in the building, and Miss Katrine, we have 20 seconds until you are required at the bell. Thank you so much, Miss Cat, for all this, and she's going to be coming through again. And it's the people speaking. I mean, I think we could have. What was it, Yanni Ramy there behind us? Is that what his name was? Or Yannick can maybe ring the bell at close. He likes doing that. We'll ask him if he wants to come through on that one. But here we go. Shit. I missed the countdown as we were watching AMD. All right, we have to go over there now. Go over now, Mahad. 2 and 1. Ring the bell, Katrine. Sorry about that. There we go. Thank you so much, Miss Katrine, for that one. There we go. The market is now 7 seconds open as I missed that. All right, there we go. 118 on AMD. That just came in, and we're quickly long right now on AMD. Let's take some profit. Man, this is Rip City. Uh-oh, did we just make everything back? Right there on, yes, we did. Right there on AMD with a nice bump to the upside, now taking out 118. We talked about this was the play that we wanted. Why did we not want Nvidia? Nvidia is tanking right now, man. Nvidia is tanking, and we're $1 in the money on AMD. So let's watch out what happened. Wow, we were just $1 in the money. AMD is a wild animal right now. We just got some out at 118.80 right there. Watch out for AMD bottom possibly coming into play at some point. But there we go, man. We in the building, and so is AMD to the upside. Let's see if that one wants to continue to work. Wow. Nvidia shit kicked right now. 379 to the downside, and bang goes some upside moves right now. We are $2 in the money on AMD right now. Hey, I forget about our Nvidia trade now. This AMD is just rocking. Boom, we make it back. We net positive now, and it's 931 after really shitting the bed on that Nvidia, but it's really glad that we were able to get something out. Let's not relax too much here. I mean, this is me being relaxed. On this AMD trade, it's moving, man. It's moving dollars right now. Like, every print is just wild. We got a 119.85 fill there on AMD. Man, today is a good day. Do we get long now on Nvidia? Was that just a bump?
Oh.
What do we want to do, dude?
Well, I just tried to get long at the 380 back through, and it filled me before it broke, and then I punched out for $1 loss, and then it goes back through. So, yeah, should be about $2 in the money on Nvidia right now. Maybe we can catch a dip back into it. Kind of scary right now. I don't know what to do. I'm going to wait. I think I'm going to wait 5 minutes for the market to calm down and then make a decision on Nvidia. I don't want to. I don't want to be getting on the wrong side really quickly. I like the idea of a 120 break on Amazon.
I'm going to make $10
AMD,
on this trade. No, seriously, I think Nvidia is going back to 390.
I agree. All
right, then. Let's do this. I'm already long, dude. We're $2 in the money on this trade here for Nvidia. So let's go. Let's just see what it wants to do. We have a 379 break. I'll give it all back. That's fine. We want to be in this name long, and there's the early flush. We saw a big flush and bounce, and we could be 1,000% wrong. If this takes 379, we're out. So let's see, man. We're here to play the game, and right now it is all about AI for me as this name continues to dance around with Nvidia. We already have our stop. Let's just see what happens. I mean, obviously, we just got stopped out. So there it goes. I was saying we're going to take $10, but we'll lose $1.50 instead right there on Nvidia. Was it even $1.50? Yes, almost exactly right there. So we got out at 379.30 there. So again, another decent fill getting out. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this has been
the
wild.
volume's flying everywhere on this.
This is a wild day, man, Max.
Let's see if we can make a higher low here above 377 on Nvidia, and then maybe we get the bounce there. But it looks like, no, we're going to try to test some lower levels. So I got hands off the keyboard right now. I'm waiting. I don't want to get involved too early here.
You might be
as the market is flushing back through that 13.9 and 41.50. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Let's see how this plays out. 375 should be a pretty decent level. Based on the after earnings move. But yeah, clearly the early morning fade was the play here on Nvidia. Should have considered the idea that maybe we go back down to some of these levels before we make the move back up. I am not ruling out going back to 400 today.
Holy shit.
We saw Meta on their crazy gap up earnings day go down like $10, and then they ended up making a new high by the end of the day. So yeah, I can't rule Nvidia out yet, but let's see where it bases out, and then we can try to structure something better.
I was kind of like joking when you said 340 there on Nvidia, but we may be seeing that more and more coming through now. We talked about it earlier, and Arun mentioned this about the long in the market, but then there was, warnings to the upside there, sorry, to the downside possibly for Nvidia and for this market. So good call on that, because yeah, we are spitting a little lower right now. Oops, oh shoot, I shorted the wrong name. I meant to short Apple, sorry, not Google. We just shorted Google, that's me being an idiot. I thought my level 2 was on Apple. It's basically was the same prices in the 20s. Let's go, we did not mean to short Google, so we're out of that. But we are now short Apple. Maybe, I don't know if this is a blow-off top day, as I saw some people in the chat talking about that. I would say that's probably not accurate for that. But we wanted this short. That got up to 173. VWAP is still right here at 172.50. That's, those are the levels that we wanted to short against. But yeah, for right now, man, that's a nice battle back on Nvidia, by the way. We're basically flat. I mean, we still have that loss that we're holding from Nvidia from the morning, but we did make some back there, obviously, on the AMD $2 winner. We got out for $2, but that's the max. There goes Apple again, just ripping up there into the 50s. Let's put another short on here for Apple, but I need to slow down and focus a little bit here, because we need to get in the saddle here and make some trades. So we already got Nvidia. There it goes, still making lower lows. I'm probably not going to touch this. Now I'm actually looking for a fade at this 385 area as it just continues to fly downside. Wow. We're getting out of an AMD if it breaks 117 right there. So we'll hold on to that. And we tried to get more short on Apple. There it is, okay? So now we are shorter now on Apple. But Apple's making the move to the high side right now. So, in what was, I thought, a weak market today, obviously. Not what I thought. I thought it was strong. But there it is. The weakness in the market is here right now. This is one of the biggest flushes we've seen off the open. This is almost down 100 handles here on that. Well, it's 80 handles to the bottom of the NASDAQ. So, yeah, in trouble right now goes this market. So, but it's funny because Apple was up 0.23 when the market was up 2%. So why this continues to go higher is definitely puzzling. And whenever that is the case, we don't need to be in this. So maybe we'll get out of Apple if it takes 75 to the upside. We'll put on one more short now just to fight this market. But there goes Apple, man. What I mean by 75 is this 172.75. We're going to get out of a piece.
I got my eyes on AI right now. It did bounce off that 29.25 that I talked about earlier, but with this Nvidia flush, kind of nervous about where this could go. So I want to see it show something on the level 2, on the bid, show me some big bids, which I do see here in front of that 29.25. So maybe start something on AI here.
Quickly, we got to go to Sharif for a quick little note.
Sean, Speaker McCarthy making number of statements right now. I believe he's on Fox saying that Democrats, it's hard for them to agree to spend less, but they're going to get a deal done. Lots of statements being made. I won't bore you with them, but keep an eye out for.
I mean, we want all those updates, okay, my guys? So let us know if there's anything happening right now. Thanks for that. Right now, we did get a downgrade yesterday from the S&P on the U.S. debt rating. So that didn't seem to do anything to the market. So we'll wait to see what's happening right now. And oh my. I don't know, man. I mean, put those ones up in the chat if you guys are short anything right now, because not short anything, but more importantly, short Nvidia is more what I was getting at. What was that high? I said that we were going to sell something in my own account here off the open. That ship, potentially, Max, may have sailed right now, because now you're up to back down to 370, and unfortunately we have that policy. I could have got it out in the pre-market, should have just done that and then not even worried about this. But for right now, it's a downside move here in Nvidia with, honestly, there's no air up here. I mean, 350, that's just because where I stopped the charts. I don't think any sort of a level that we heard during press conference or conference calls or anything like that is going to matter. The last previous high is 340, so congratulations on Nvidia, but wow, you had to get out at the top, because right now you are Tank City on this name.
Yeah, we did say like if this doesn't break 400, then a lot of people are
too,
probably going to be offside because they were betting on that. So yeah, back through 370 on Nvidia there. I stopped out of AI as it took out the low. I'm going to try to go back through 370 on Nvidia right now. We'll see if that works. That did end up working on the 380 if I didn't get that mistaken fill there. But yeah, if we do get a bounce, I'm thinking we can get like a $5, $6, $7 bounce. Yeah, bottom 366. So we'll see if we get the fill here on 370. Going to try to get this back to like 374, 375. Maybe I can add to it on 375 if we start flying up there. But just going to wait and see. The tape has changed a little bit here on Nvidia, but we still haven't had a 1 minute candle to make a new high, which is pretty insane for a name like this. So here we go. We are now filled about $1 in the money. Let's see if this can keep going. Come on, Nvidia, fly, 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 fly. Come on.
I like that play. I'm going to try it as well against that 370, but I'm not in yet. But nice job there. Hopefully it does make that. There it goes. Hopefully it does make that bounce back on Nvidia. So we'll look at AMD and whatnot as well. But there we go. Nice little call on Nvidia. Let's see where that one wants to go. What's up, Sharif?
EMR.NQ, Sean, up 215%. Let's go to the chart. This one moving up on an Nvidia headline announcing that it released a new product that is applicable to its program. BMR looking to touch 750.
All right. Yeah, great play there, Max. We're going to try to go long. Well, we are long right now on AMD again. We got stopped out of our Apple trade, unfortunately. We still have some shares against 173, but we did get stopped out of that, so we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. We've only had a couple trades today that we're happy with. AMD and some of those initial Nvidia plays, but yeah, right now, no. Nvidia getting destroyed to the downside, but good play by Max. We are also long right now at 116.80 now on AMD, so hopefully that can put some money back in there. Maximilian up $5, I hope, right now on that play as that's still going. We missed that long, but we were focusing on AMD. So let's see if that continues to work to the long side
NVIDIA.
as well. Let's go, Nvidia.
All right, almost $5 in the money now.
Buddy,
so yeah, looking for like 380, I think, on this target. See if we can take out 375. Obviously, a little bit of selling coming in here after a $6, $8 move off the bottom. Trying to find resistance here, 377.50, probably decent resistance. Gonna stop out of this if we take out 372 back to the downside, but here comes 375. Now another 50 cents in the money. Nvidia's starting to fly off the bottom, so let's see if we can get to this teal line at 379, but maybe a little rejection there. I will take a little more out here at 374.50, and then the rest of this is getting held to 382. This is a kind of a small position because this is quite a crazy name today. Not going to pretend that I have a ton of shares on right now, but I believe this position has gotten me positive on the day, which is nice. Yeah, what else going on? AI.
I just want to tell you that
AI
AMD is tanking on me right now. So I just keep only bringing that up because you were talking about possibly a move. Well, now AMD is coming back up, but you were talking about a possible move there on Nvidia. So great job there. 376 now for Nvidia. Yes, Max, let's go on that one. That's a. We tried that. We tried it a little bit early, but I'm glad that you're in there for sure on that break. And I would just watch out. I'm watching. My eyes are honestly firmly peeled here now on AMD. This stock is not moving like normally. There it is. Okay, here we go, man. You might not pretend like you have a big position, and I'm not going to either, but we have bought AMD up here at this bottom. So let's wait to see against 115. So I'm going to take another piece out. That's why I'm talking a little bit about share size here. We want to hold something for the blast. We're only out of 20% here. I have another order to get out of 10 more up near 117. Let's see if it holds this 115. There we go, Max. Let's go, man.
Awesome.
On that one. Awesome trade, dude. Nice move to the upside here for AMD and a beautiful. Let's just throw over to the guy over here because Max has a great one on right now. I'm 50 cents in the money and pretty happy. You're $8.
A mere $8 in the money on this one and still going higher. Let's see what happens at that 380. Maybe, no, I'm not going to add $10 higher. That would be stupid, but I don't really hate the idea of like 380 breaking and then we break out towards VWAP again. VWAP now at 381, which is crazy that a mere 15 minutes ago VWAP was 393. But here we come into 380 once again. So Nvidia caught that bid. yeah, once you start to fly on a name like this, I don't know. Maybe do we get 400 still today? I still remember that Meta move off of earnings where it dipped down into like, I want to say 230, and then by the end of the day we were at like 240. So
go right
let's
now.
see. Here we go.
Let's go,
380
Max.
break.
Let's go, AMD. Let's go, Nvidia, man.
There we go.
The AI
Boom.
boys are in the
Oh,
building
baby.
right now. Let's go, Maximilian. Let's go, AMD. Let's go, everybody that bought those freaking dips right there. That was a great call, man. The futures
right.
just absolutely wiped down there, down to 13,850. And then the bounce goes now in those futures, Max. But there it is, man. We just absolutely, we got a 117.80 fill there on AMD, and that is a banger right there, man. What a good day this has been to trade. It's been a sad day if you're long, and we got hit, man. We're still going to be red. We took Nvidia twice, but if, okay, there's a pullback in AMD. I keep saying this to look at your Nvidia trade, Max, but Nvidia is like, we ain't AMD, we had Nvidia, and we are going back up to the upside near that 380 again. So again, big play over there by Max, and we're gonna try to do the same thing and buy some dips here in AMD to the downside. We are very focused here on just a couple names. We went short on Google. That would have been right. We thought we were going short on Apple, which was wrong. So we screwed those plays up. Where's Apple right now? Still at 173. That's been a resistance up there, as you guys can see, at that 173, actually 173.20. So what about this market? Just bouncing off VWAP. I'm going to try, Apple's been a disaster, but I'm going to try it one more time here at 90. Grab that short against this 20 level. We just went short out at disaster. I mean, okay, we lost on it. Disaster is the wrong terminology. But here we go. Let's see if we can make some money back here. 172.50 is a target for me. But hey, if it can get 72, we'll take it right now. And then we'll put a bid down there near 50 to take this. Come on, Apple. Give me that 7 deuce right now. That's a good little recovery on the backside there for Apple. So let's make that move to the downside now as Apple continues its march lower, hopefully, and gives us that fill near 50. But man, we on one today, especially if you're on the AI names, you on one.
Yeah, I bailed on that Nvidia at 380. It broke out, then went to like 381 almost, and slammed right back down. So I bailed out of the last piece. Nice trade there. Wish I didn't get this little piece out, but you know, that's all right. We get back to positive on the day after taking quite a few L's on it in the pre-market, and we'll see where Nvidia goes. If it does take out 400, I'll be there trying to get long. Maybe a huge mistake there. I'm not sure what to look at the moment. I mean, Tesla's absolutely flushing. Google's flushing. Meta flushing. Meta going back to 250. So maybe that's a bounce play. BMR? What is that?
Exactly.
Yeah, Sharif yelling out about BMR.
No, there's always going to be some small cap crappers running
doesn't
around.
look that bad.
And, you know, you got to just be very, very careful. Disney making a move to 88.60. This was a name that we bought yesterday. I was saying this. I said those to the guys here today. Pratt asked me about Disney. He said, should I buy Disney for a dividend? And I was like, no, because they don't have one. So that would be,
I bought Disney for a dividend, not knowing that they didn't have a dividend once.
You did as well?
Yeah.
No, well, they did have a dividend.
They used to, yeah.
They did, right.
Used
And then they cut it on the cost cutting, right? So you got to be careful for that one. No, but that's the reason why I bring that up is not, and I'm glad that you said that too, because I had to look it up.
Yeah,
like
I
when
bought
Pratt
it
asked
and then
me
I
about
looked
that,
it
I'm
up.
like, wait a second, before I respond to this dude, let me just make sure that Disney does not have a dividend. And so I'm in the name regardless. And I like Disney. I feel that there are a lot of levers. Sharif and I went back, not back and forth, but Sharif talked about that with me. Apparently, Alfred is also buying Disney. He's buying, baby. He's buying Disney. And right now, let's go, man. We're making a little bit of cash because guess what?
Money.
Apple came in right there. Good trade for me on Apple. Finally got that revenge there. And it's a dish best served cold a little bit. We take 50 cents on that. Let's see if it doesn't continue to move down. And by the way, we got a reload. We missed that reload. I thought we got that on AMD, but we did not. Okay, so we just got out at 117. I thought I got a 116.20 fill. We did not. So now we're going to wait for that one to come through again. But hey, man, turn that frown upside down, traders, because this is a big day and it's just starting. So let's get ready to rock and roll. There's Apple to the downside, a nice push. Will the NASDAQ go green or go red today? That's not out of the realm if Nvidia loses here. Nvidia, nice pullback, man. You have the trade of the day, that's for sure. So Money Max is awesome, and you got out perfectly there at 380. What a great call that was. I don't have any more bids or anything on anything right now. I'm just holding this Well, I do have a bid lower on AMD. We'll see if we can get that. But there's your Nvidia call, and here is AMD trying to bounce back up. We just got a 117 fill. We're going to be pretty cautious on this. There it is. Apple trying to get back into the 40s. While it is back into the 40s, we actually have a fill there. Let me put something at 172.20, this pre-market bottom there.
Yeah, I talked about Palantir at this 1260 level. So I got long, starter position off the bottom. Going to see if we hold this level, 1263 for whatever reason, and then we break a new high and get back above 1270. I'll add. I think I'm just going to bail on this now that we're making new lows. If we touch 1259, these AI names kind of have the wind coming out of their sails today. AI itself giving up that 29. So the fade was the call on all of this stuff. I'm just going to bail on this. If this holds, I'll get back in at a different price. I don't like that trade anymore. Where is AI? So yeah, AI, I tried that 29.40 hold. There was some interesting bids looking at that 29.41. So I got ahead of those, and they ended up giving it up. And now AI just trending down, holding the teal to the downside. So if we get a trend reversal on these.
Is there a reload level for you on Nvidia?
I think if we hold 375 right now, that could be something, but I don't want to get in the middle. I mean, I did that pre-market so many times and got absolutely smoked on it. So,
no diddling,
I mean, if we get back, you don't want to diddle in the middle. I think if we get back to 370 and hold that, or 371, yeah, I don't want to be holding this down to low of day, which is 366.
We didn't get long Palantir there.
Yeah, I think maybe if we hold 370, you can get long again. I see the case for holding 375. I just don't want to do it. Yeah.
Come on, Apple.
AMD, what about TSM? TSM is the one that's holding up 10%. So maybe the 100 break on TSM if Nvidia starts going again. I'm going to throw this up on a chart. Where should I put it? Yeah, Google can go to hell.
Google can go to hell? Yeah, Google's a tough one.
Yeah.
Going to hell seems hard, but that's okay.
I think I've only ever lost on
Google. We have a
Google.
thing for that. You know what those are called?
Gates of hell.
Correct. So it can go there. All right, so we have a new position. That's what happens when we bring this one. Good call, Max, man, on all that. Yeah, Google can go straight to hell and don't. That's funny, because that was the short that I accidentally had and got out of, hello. Okay, but here we go. Palantir, all right. All right, Palantir, you're still my baby. You don't have to worry about that, Palantir, although Mr. Softy's always stepping in the building as well. Bang, right there for a nice little take here on PLTR, as there it goes, man. Nice little upside mover here on Palantir, starting to go up, making that move off 1260. We let this thing flush down, Mad Max, and there it is right now. Why are you giggling?
I think I sold you my shares there.
Oh, shit, you were long Palantir and got out? Oops, but
whoopsie.
No, shout out to compliance department. Right now, all is good, man. Mad Max in the building right now. But yeah, so far so good there. There goes Palantir back up to the upside. And that's the thing about the show, man. It doesn't even matter. Max is going to have some ideas. We're both going to have ideas, and we could be opposite way. And sometimes people say, oh, look, Neil's long this name and Sean's short, or vice versa. Someone's going to win. And sometimes we actually both wind up winning, because you have different targets, different ideas, right? And I'm just going to say, if you're a scalper of Apple like me, then you're out, I'm out of 60% already on the way down. So I've already captured profit on this play. So if it does come back up to the upside, I can reload the short, or you're either holding for this break, which we're right now on the bid. I got to get on this bid in the 20s, because this is a great trade. There it is. Let's get cancel. Okay, good. We got a little bit of a fill there. Or you could do the other way around, where maybe you're holding for a low and you've taken none out, right? And then when it retraces back up, you sort of pay the piper, but you also get paid off when this tanks even lower. So lots of different strategies, man. And I think that talking with, having Arun on the show this week, having Sharif on the Midday show, you hear very many different perspectives. And that's honestly what it's all about, man. You just make sure the number one thing in this game is trade you. Trade who you are and make sure that you're comfortable in the trades. That's why we talk about stop orders and all of that, man. Like, you could have held Nvidia for the dream, but it went to 380. That's pretty great.
Pretty good.
And you saw it pull back. You got out at 380 and then look at that pullback. Now, if it goes to 385, you're going to say, oh, why did I get out? But that's the trade.
Yeah.
You make the trade that's in front of you. And I say to you, Max,
oh my God.
you had a fantastic trade, my guy.
Speaking of fantastic trades, I am long TSM at high of day here, 99.50 breakout. It seems to be working, so I'm going to add on the 100. I think the 100 is the bigger breakout here, so small size early on the 99.50 and bigger size on the 100 breakout, and we will see where this goes. TSM, the one chip name that is at highs right now, although AMD really coming off the bottom, and Nvidia has held that 375 level, so potential for that 380 breakout again. Maybe that's the price that triggers us up into those 85s, 90s again. Yeah, I mean, like, what are the... I don't know what you want to see on Nvidia right now. Like, it's too nuts.
What about what you want to see on Palantir? I know you're out of there, but we just...
Palantir, you're looking for that 13.
Yeah, I just got some out at 85. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for that then. Let's wait for that $13 level right now. What a good long that was on PLTR, man. And you know, like a thief in the night, we just sit there and wait for that to happen, and there it comes in for Palantir. So that was a good dip buy for sure, right there. Oh, just an update. What? Oh man, look where AMD is. We got taken out there at 16. Right there. So wow, what a level that was. And there it is coming right back in for what? I didn't even realize we got stopped out there. We didn't have very many shares on that play because we were a little nervous about it, but I didn't realize we got stopped out. AMD all the way, well, I mean, I realized it. I didn't realize where we went on AMD. So is that a short? I shouldn't say it. I realized I got stopped out. Didn't realize we bounced $2 right there. Okay, so now AMD is, it's at VWAP, but do we like the short here? That's going to be in question to me. Good out on Palantir. Apple's back. See what I'm saying about Apple right there? Battling right back. So that out right there, pretty key to be able to get out of that Apple trade as it is making that move back to the upside. Possible reload. I was thinking about a short in AMD, but do we really want to short this? Just came up to 117. We could definitely have a look there on AMD. But what else, man? TSM, there's the $100 break. We heard Prad yell that in the background. So let's go over to TSM right now at that very, very key $100 level as everything semi today is in play.
Yeah, Nvidia going for that 380 as well. I'm waiting for this breakout on TSM. Got to the 90s. Now we are going back up again. I think AMD is a short if this TSM breakout fails, but I'm thinking long on these names. We got Nvidia coming up to 380. There's a lot of size on Nvidia at 380. Lots of people trying to sell there. So if that does a nice breakout, I figure this TSM goes pretty aggressively. But Nvidia pulling back, and so does TSM. Maybe I just bail out of the shares that I have and just take the 100. That would be probably a smarter way to play this. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Not going to take the L here on TSM. I'm going to stop out at my price. As we get up, come on, go and take it out. Go and take it out. We know where you want to go, TSM. $102 target here.
What do you got on board? 99.52s.
Yeah, what was, yeah, 102.29 and 102.29, my level on TSM that I would be ultimately targeting. We're going to get some out in the 20s and the 30s. This is coming in. There's some size that doesn't want to get filled. People front running the level. Keep front running it. You shorts are going to get run over shortly.
Oh, Max calling it.
No, this is looking kind of slow going into this level.
Max, I hope we don't get too run over. I just shorted AMD again at this, not again, but at this level. It came back up here again. We're going to watch out for that 118.20. I mean, I'm guessing maybe the push down is over with, man, now on this. So this is one last shot here, 118.20. Here it comes. It's not moving anything normal today, and obviously that's, you know, kind of funny to say that because on a day like today, where there it is, where the sticky note was all about this, we talked about looking at some very, very specific names, and there it is. So we take an L there on that last piece. So not much we could do about that. I wanted the short there. It did look like it wanted to hold a little bit, but obviously as Nvidia comes right back to the upside, we've taken some L's here on some of these plays. So let's watch out. Did it just reject we'll try one more time on AMD, and this is what I get. Oh wow, AMD, F you. Honestly, there's a big middle finger to me because we were just short a lot of shares right there before it broke. Good thing we got some back in, but we got half of our position back. We did not get. Oh man, Max. Oh, I love this job too much. Wow, what a move. We're not even on AMD. There's AMD right there. Sorry, I wasn't even on it. Oh, like if you're, honestly, Max, I feel, even though that sucked right there, like I really feel blessed, honestly. And this is going to sound corny as hell, but like to be able to sit here and trade with everybody every day, be able to trade with you, Neil, Arun, Sharif, all this kind of stuff. Like this is what trading is all about. And like, this is what really gets me going and stuff like that. Like when moves are happening like this and we're able to catch them, some losses, some wins, but this is exciting stuff, man. And this is exactly the kind of stuff that I like. So let's go with AMD. Let's see if it can print it even lower on this play. We're now, it sucks because it doesn't suck. We're up. Net, we're up on this move. But the amount of shares that we just had there was probably too many up at 118, and we just got stopped out before pushing half back in. And like we were short there, guys. Like just so you guys can talk about risk management. We talked about with Brian Shannon, which by the way I just wound up taking right there, $1 on AMD on the back end of that. You know, this loss is 117.90. Then we took some more at 118.10, and we got out at 118.20. So we took about a 25 cent worth of risk. We just made $1 on a piece of that. Let's go over to Sharif.
Real emotions in real time. Shout out to Sean. Happening now, brought to you by FX View. Are you tired of high spreads and excessive commission fees eating away at your earnings? Look no further than FX View, the cost-leading broker run by traders for traders. Enjoy tight spreads of 0 pips that remain low even during peak market hours and a low commission of only $1 per 100K with 0 cost funding. So why wait? Sign up now to experience a tailored trading experience like no other using the QR code below there in the right side of your screen. Let's have a look and see how these markets are doing. You got the S&P 500 holding on to gains. You've got the NASDAQ very up high, 1.85% on the day. It's being led by tech and the move by Nvidia. The Dow Jones, though, flat, 0.04% as it fluctuates with red and green there. The S&P, the TSX down 0.5 percentage point in Toronto. Let's see what's moving. Obviously, NVDA, the big name on the campus today with up over 25%. Here's a chart on Nvidia. You see the guys trading this one. Max had a great $10 winner, looking to curl back after giving up some gains there off the open down through 370. The other one, Palantir, you saw Sean in this one. This one was up over 10% in the morning on news that it will be collaborating with Ukraine. Looks like they want to digitalize their infrastructure, but we know Palantir has a history of defense spending. Contracts. And CCL, the cruise lines back on watch. Norwegian getting a look as well. CCL up over 4.5%, trying to hold above 11 guys.
Wow. 383 now for Nvidia, man. Okay, so we lost on AMD eventually, man, and we were talking about having a great time. I don't like this job anymore. Yeah, but, you know, honestly, oh, shoot, look at this. All right, one last try, AMD, honestly. I'm not trying to be stubborn here or anything, but look at all these shorts and outs, man. It just keeps on blasting us. So let's just try to be patient at some point with this name at some point, and just to let this go a little bit. But there's that 118.50. If we take out 118.60, let's just get out of this. I'm pretty comfortable with the trade, but at the same time, you know, shorting this AI craze has been craze. So let's not do that. There goes Nvidia. We're long Palantir. Nvidia up. Well, we can zoom back out a little bit here. Nvidia just hitting the 200 period right now. So maybe there is some technical support or resistance up here for Nvidia. But wow, that was. Remember I said like, oh, you're going to go short or you're going to get out at 380 and it's going to go to 385, but that's what it is. And then you reloaded the position on a TSM. So, you know, it doesn't always have to be the same names. that you go back into, but staying in the sector and not shorting a name like AMD is probably a winning proposition, as there goes AMD out again. So yeah, we're done. We're done with all that short nonsense now. Absolutely no point to continue to do that. So right now, let's just watch everything and try to find some good names to trade. I like the, goggle. I said we always make that mistake. There is a stock goggle. We found that out yesterday because it was on the imbalance locator. But okay.
Somebody had a fun slip on that one, maybe?
Or they do it on, sometimes they do it on purpose. Like it's just like, our name is something like that, but let's get as close to the symbol as we can. We've seen some of that. There was like TLSA or something like that.
Yeah, that one always pumped by
Yeah,
accident.
always used to get moved around there a bit. So we're still net short Apple. Apple's been fine for us on that one, and then we're still long Palantir. I was going over here to Google. We're bouncing off 123. I'd rather, it's been red. It's up today, but really no bounce in this. So, sitting here chasing the dream in some of these AI stocks when really Google's been a really good short, never really retraced. The best retracement back there was at 123.50. So that's definitely something to keep our eye out here on Google. 123, 124 where VWAP is. That's going to be a great short, but it's got to get back there first as the NASDAQ is trying to climb again back through the 50 period and doing some damage here. But I feel like there's a good spot to reload some of these shorts if you're into anything. Apple's already down a little bit. Possible reload up here at 172.80. That could be a level that we're going to look at. But again, VWAP is just bouncing off of it, so it's not a great position right there. I still like it closer to 173. That could be a good reload spot for us. And then Palantir's not doing too much. JP Morgan dancing around. That's showing up on a scan here. Let's see what JP Morgan has in store for us. 135. We talked about a 140 level, but again, it's not really doing anything, just pulling off the day's high there for JP Morgan. So aggressive day in the market, to say the least, here today.
Yeah, this TSM went and stopped me out and then held the teal. So back in here, 99.50-ish, looking to add on that 100 break. I feel that is very likely to come. If you look at the daily chart here, if it will load for me, there's really nothing, like 99 even, and then you got like this 105 day, which I do believe is real because I saw it on my other platform. But my target on this one is into these like 102.20, 102.30 kind of areas. I think if these chips can keep going, I mean, TSM, a similar name to Nvidia, could definitely continue to rally here. I don't want it to give up the teal, so I'll get out right around like 99 even on this one. Maybe try again at that 100 break if it does show up, as Nvidia drops off a little bit, but still holding above 380. That was the breakout to have, that 380 breakout. I don't know if you could have got filled on that. That would have been pretty nuts. But yeah, Nvidia back over 390, maybe you could take a long. I feel like a lot of people are kind of screwed over 390, but like that's such a high price. I don't know what to do on Nvidia. I wish I could figure out what to do on that one, as that TSM does a little wick down and then instantly rebid. So let's see this get back over this 55. Maybe a little aggressive adding over 50 there on TSM, but we'll see. Position not even close to full size yet. So looking for that 100 break. NASDAQ holding below 13.9. Yeah, VWAP at 380 on Nvidia.
I'm gonna test. I'll test it there on Nvidia, a 380. All right, so let's try that. Let's try to put some bids. Oh, here it comes. So here comes Nvidia right now to 380. We're gonna hold this to a 379 break to make sure that we're right or wrong on this play. So let's let's try it like 380, 380 like 20 something. There we'll put a bid. That might be a little bit. Let's put something at 50 as well, just in case it just doesn't get down super low. And then we'll put also something at like 379. These are just trying to play off VWAP to see if there's some support here. And then if there's not, then we'll dump out of this one and then be like, what the hell are we even doing today? As it's been a wild day. We're not, it's fine. Everything is fine with everything. It's just you gotta, there's the bounce again. So we were waiting. That sucks because, oh man, that was again, a good reload opportunity there on Nvidia. Just came right into VWAP, right into the 21 period again. Actually, we have VWAP at 381, so that, again, good call if you did have that. Apple pushing down a little bit. Let's just take advantage of that and get something else out again at 40. That's a nice move to the downside as we sort of hold forward on that. Palantir, we only have 20% left, but we had a good out there at 80 as now Palantir's fading back in. We still have the stop down breaking through the 50s here on Palantir, so 1250, and we'll get out, which means that it's at a level that we could probably put a reload on right now. So let's just make sure I don't have any bids. Let's put a bid like 55, something like that. If Palantir does flush a little bit, we'll take some more shares on that one. We're still, of course, watching Nvidia. And then we've lost on AMD, but that's been some upside down movement here. I'm going to stay away from AMD. A new name for everybody right now, Shopify. Shopify was a good trade short early, but then bouncing off of 58.40. You can see there's some levels, but this is what I want to talk about right there. It's VWAP up to 59. I really like that on Shopify. So if we get a little bump in the market, let's watch out for this Shopify level there at 58.80. I'm going to park an order there, see if we get a fill. What's up, Sharif?
Fed Barkin speaking, Sean, making statements. Here's one. Some businesses are still saying they need to raise prices, hinting that inflation is not dead yet. The labor market is quite tight. We saw that this morning with the fact that jobless claims were down. So Fed Barkin making statements. Stay on watch.
Okay, good. I like that. Thanks for those updates, man. As it is, there's some Fed rolling out today again, so we'll have to watch out for them. But I don't know, Max. I mean, we've talked about some of the plays that I'm involved with right now, and so far so good. We just got out of some Apple. We're looking at that Shopify, and then Nvidia's coming back into. We know we have some bids here near 380, so if that fills up, pay attention to those fills because we'll be there on that. And then after that, man, we just wait and see to give us some other plays. And then we also talked about Palantir reloading that one. So we're given some trade ideas. Just needs to come down a little bit more. 1255 here for PLTR.
Yeah, I'm long Nvidia in front of VWAP there. It looks like it's holding 381, so I got a bid in front of 381 and then punched a little more on the momentum above 382. So looking for 383 to break out to add a little more and then get into those 385, 386. I believe what's the opening price on Nvidia? 385.20. So have not touched that yet, have we? That's where we bounced off of. So if we get a break off that 385.20, I'm expecting a big move to the upside on Nvidia. You got to assume that everybody who's short right now is short below that 385.20 level, unless you were crazy enough to short it pre-market, which, I mean, would have been a good play. But yeah, I wasn't going to do that on this name today, but yeah, we got a lot of bids showing up. Every time it gets below 382, it kind of blasts off. So let's see 383 break out here and then get back above into those 385 levels, holding VWAP, holding the teal, holding the 50 period. Yeah, now a lot of moving averages supporting Nvidia after that crazy move down. We are very much trending up. So if you put an anchored VWAP down here, we would be holding it right now. Yeah, looking for that 385 breakout. I think if this dips into 380, that's a buy too. And if we get below 380, that would definitely be a stop out scenario on Nvidia. Not looking to hold this like $5 against me. I don't think that's the right way to play this today. Just go with the flow, go with the momentum, and right now that is to the upside. I think we got a decent dip by here, but you know, things can change very quickly on this name. I did stop out a TSM, which went pretty badly there at TSM. Did not want to hold the teal, didn't want to hold 99, so that 100 break, no good on TSM. That is fine if it comes later in the day. I will get involved. And Tesla is absolutely dying at 181 now. I guess yesterday
I'm gonna wait on
below
Nvidia.
180. Yeah, I'm going to make a
canceling
decision here on Nvidia if we get below that 381 level.
I mean, Apple's tanking right now. Microsoft is a new position we just put on, and that's starting to go to the downside. Let's take advantage of that right now. It's Microsoft short. We're now 30 cents in the money on that short. And it just, the play here on Microsoft is 322. Apple to the downside as well, so let's go, man.
Awesome.
On Apple right now, 80 cents in the money on Apple. We did get out of the way of Nvidia. I don't know, I mean, you heard me say that. We were canceling our bids. There goes Nvidia down through 380. Just didn't like the way this market was setting up there. It bounced off 13.9 pretty solid right there, right? So there's the 13.9 bounce right here, exactly where the 50 period is and VWAP. So nice move to the downside here for the NASDAQ. So let's just be careful with it. 13.905, 13.895 right there on that line. So let's wait to see what's happening now. Dice downside push here. It's too bad because we were trying to short. Obviously, we talked about shorting AMD and getting Oh, we got out of our Apple. Okay.
Money, 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 money.
All right,
money,
happy about it.
money,
Would have liked to hold the
money,
piece. We did have a 72 flat bid there, so we cash out of that one, and the money's flowing through on Apple right there with that trade. But okay, Microsoft, maybe not as weak as we thought, man. We take 40, we take 90s. What am I short? 84s, out 60s there, so we take 25 cents. But look what's happening. It's coming right back up to the upside. So as much as I think this market is looking like it wants to head to the downside, we'll reload a small position here on Microsoft, but hey, this is not as weak as Apple, that's for sure. And we talked about some possible strength coming in some of the AI names that were not, the backbone of AI, like in Nvidia, but Microsoft, of course, with OpenAI, with ChatGPT, and the moat that's around Microsoft seems to be pretty strong. So we're going to be getting out of this at a 3 right here. We're just going to take this candle. I'm not even going to use this wick because that's like another 20 cents. That's 322.10 is the level that we're looking at right here for. It's going to break right now for Microsoft. So just be very, very careful. We're short this name, but we are getting close to being stopped out. Nvidia bouncing, man. Nvidia is now back up over 380. So, wow, this is just, we talked about a wild ride. The wild ride continues on all these names. I've been hurt, man. We tried to go short on AMD. That was wrong. And then we had the long on Nvidia, a lot higher than where we are now. So, a lot of these plays not working out. And there goes Microsoft to flush that down the toilet as well. So, some of these, flush our trade down the toilet. As Microsoft going back up to the upside. Wild day here today.
Yeah, I actually stopped out of Nvidia and then just got long back through. So like 60 cents in the money now, waiting for this 381 breakout. I don't know if this is a great trade, but I'm going to stop out very tightly on this one, not trying to get smoked on Nvidia. This is actually looking pretty good as like a little liquidity grab here down below 380. If we can break out above 381.20, I think we can now make the move that I was looking for. Yeah, so chilling on Nvidia. It does not want to go below 380.20 right now. So I think there's quite a few people that seem to be stuck, and now we're out. So too crazy on Nvidia today. Maybe I should move over to AMD or something. This is too many prices that are being touched on Nvidia at the moment. Yeah, we'll see. And then it just holds it again. So I maybe just got to give it like a dollar stop instead of trying to be too tight with this one. I don't know how to
I'm
really
the same way, man.
this.
I don't. I feel like we just got to try to. It sucks there too because like we got stopped out of Microsoft. We took a little bit of profit, then we got stopped out there to the upside on Microsoft, and Nvidia's just bouncing around. Let's just take a look. See, I mean, this is. Again, are we going to run the tops? I mean, the market is low right now, and still below the 50 period, still below VWAP, still looking lower. We called some pretty dramatic numbers to possibly come through here on the NASDAQ. I don't know if those are all going to hit or not, but the move is to the downside right now. So, let's just keep trying to get short. I don't know. A little stuck right now. Does anybody have any plays? Micron? No, but I mean, honestly, because that's what we do here. Micron, we did talk about that play today, up 5%. Is giving us an opportunity to buy this name as well. As look what Micron's doing, absolutely collapsing here today, down to the downside. I mean, it's a great day for Micron, but we were up almost 6% there, up to 70. And look, there's the key level of 70 again. We keep looking for things to trade when sometimes they're staring us literally in the face. And, Micron up there to 70 would have been a good trade. Don't have it, but look at that, down to 68 bucks again. That's sort of yesterday where we were, but if we're going to zoom back out, again, Micron maybe goes back to zeros again, down to 66 and change. Let's just wait for it, but Micron definitely breaking. That was a missed opportunity there as well. And as we talk about possibly going short some of these names, AMD still hovering around, and Nvidia not really doing a whole hell of a lot right now. So AMD, let's go. MRTX, talks about we need some more push in Palantir. Yeah, Palantir's good. I mean, I can't be happier with this name. We have a bottom pick. The only thing we could have done again would have been buy some more 58s or 60s where we're long. That would have given us another 10 cents. But again, we're already out. We only have 25% left actually of this. 3 outs, still back up to the upside there. So we're gonna have to watch out for that play. But I like everything that we've traded today. And I think we've made some good calls. You had a great call there on Netflix. The one thing is, guys, hit the like and hit the subscribe. If not, do it for Kat.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
All right, so like and subscribe, and we'll try to find some bangers for you, man. Apple was a great trade, obviously selling down to the downside there and getting out. It's actually kind of like pie in my face because I was like, oh man, we got out at 72, and now look where we are. 72 seems to be cash money right there. Good out, Sean, at 72, as I kind of, again, tongue-in-cheek that as we did not realize that we were even doing that. So that's a good one, and yeah, the more the merrier on all these shorts. We like to get short again if it comes up to 173. Palantirs go boom, that's good. We definitely like that, up 12 cents on that trade. And one name that keeps on flashing for me here is DraftKings. So not sure exactly what DraftKings is up to, but there it is down to 24 again. We talked about some value coming out of some of these names, and DraftKings definitely high up the last couple of days. If Aunt Kathy stops buying, I wonder where DraftKings goes, guys. By the way, Nvidia 382 again.
Yeah, I was actually watching Nvidia just there. It was making a base at like 379.50, does a little tiny
Microsoft
wick down to
comes down.
379 even, and then rips back up. I was about to punch back in, but like, how many times can you try the same thing? We'll see. Like, I think the 385. What does it say right here? 385.23 is the opening price. So I think we get above 385.23. That could be a decent little breakout, but we'll see what happens there. May take that with some small size. Obviously, the risk being like $2-3 of a flush on that one, so I can't go too crazy there.
Oh,
TSM is starting to creep back up, so I'm not going to touch that until that 100 break comes in. But looking strong. It did hold VWAP, so looking pretty decent now, holding that 99 level for now and back above these moving averages. So let's see if we can get this 99.60 breakout into that 100, and I'll be sitting there at 100 to buy the breakout. We'll have to put that order in shortly.
Microsoft just tanked $1 on the position that from that top. That's what I'm talking about when you're going back and forth there, Max.
Yeah.
With some of these plays, you're in no positions. I'm only in Palantir long. We did get, I just wanted to say, we got a reload on Palantir. Let's see. If we can get back to like 67, 68s there, I feel like that would be a good out. Otherwise, we watch out for a 50 break to the downside there on Palantir, as this market is wild right now, man. So that's what that is. There's Microsoft. The name that I wanted to look at was Google. Like, that short, hello, that was an accident. That would have been the best short of my day right there. So let's just wait to see. I mean, Nvidia's dancing around, man. Still 382. That name's coming in. Again, I'm going to put an offer, like I said, around 65 or so for Palantir. If we can get something out there, I think that would be pretty good. And then we'll wait for even higher, man. 75 maybe for Palantir. So let's go over into 70 and put an offer there. I don't know if we're going to get it or not as this market keeps on pushing to the downside right now. So, yeah, that's what's happening. Microsoft breaking down, Apple breaking down. Again, man, we talked about Apple going short at 172.50. That was a good trade. We obviously covered some, and we just could have got short again at 172.50 and feel pretty bad not doing that. But this is all good. Aunt Kathy stocks, right. What's up, Shakib there? Nvidia is new gold. Yeah, you might be right right there, but look what it's doing. It's barcoding right now, so I don't think there's a trade. But if there's a trade in anything, Intel has been absolutely kicked in the face on this report today, man. Down 6% for this once darling of a name. It's pretty beat up, man, and Intel just continues to make new lows probably. Watch it out down here at 25, in danger of seeing that pretty soon. And not going long on this name, man. If anything, we miss a great short opportunity. Come on, Apple. That's still going to the downside, and we'll try to catch a Google on any sort of a move back up, but that name is absolutely crapping as well. We talked about being short today, although we turned these guys over to bulls, but that sucks because the market is making a move down, but we haven't heard from him in a while. It's 10:22. Let's go over to the desk with Sharif.
Yeah, Sean, it's time to look at some small caps. Here's the first one. I was yelling this one out to Max earlier. Yeah, Randy's here, by the way. BMR.NQ. This one's up over 150%. It's below VWAP now, but it's possibly doing that dance between below and above VWAP, holding a good support level, that 525, 535 level held in the pre-market, currently holding it now. But the leader of the pack, WLDS, up 230%. Multiple halts to the upside, one to the downside. Trading now at the $1.50. Didn't start off the day on my scanner as it was sub $1. Look for this one to go, guys.
LDS.
Always some small cappers out there making moves, that's for sure. So we did, that's Google, sorry. We did ring the register on 10% up there. We got a 63 and a 65 there on Palantir. So, you know, good trade there, I feel like, on PLTR. Again, only out of 10%, so good trade. I mean, you know, this name could fall down one more time right here. I'm looking for something at VWAP, something trading around a breakable level. I was going to look at Starbucks, that's below 100. Not doing much, though. Ford, we traded that yesterday. Again, I mean, here, sorry, I'm looking at them on my charts. We can talk about this. There's Ford right here, 1140. So a good name, but up today, that's kind of why we're looking at it, but, you know, I don't really think it's enough of a move to be worried about that right there. What was it? Always a mover, Netflix. I mean, look what Netflix is doing today. Is this going to be a barcoding day now? Like maybe the moves, no, seriously, like maybe the move has happened, man. And, you know, Netflix just hovering. I feel like we want to get short everything. That's why we were trying to get short Microsoft and before failing pretty badly on that attempt. So, yeah, I'm kind of just sitting here, Max, waiting to see if something wants to break. So until then, we wait. Apple's already broken down and we got out of that. So that's kind of my bad on Apple, you know. All the way down, we should still be short. We talked about that. And then AMD just kind of hovering around like what NVIDIA is doing. Maybe AMD wants to break. Maybe that's the one that breaks lower here.
Yeah, I'm still watching NVIDIA around this 380. Seems like a key area. Might just stop out right now at this 379 if we make a new low. But I just got a tiny starter position to buy the dip here and then going to add on 383 breakout in anticipation of that 385 breakout. So we just do a little wick down there again, and now we're pumping right back up. Doesn't want to fill any size on 45 for whatever reason. I don't expect that to be a problem. Let's see what happens on this NVIDIA 383 level, which has been a problem for about 15 minutes here. I think if we break that, that's the trigger to the upside. Again, I'm only in a tiny little starter position on this one. No conviction yet on this play, but it seems like, you know, VWAP is playing nice on NVIDIA right now, and anytime we get below, it just gets bought up like crazy. So maybe some execution traders at some funds looking to buy below VWAP right now. I don't know. Stepping in front of those guys, we could have a little VWAP buying program going on right now. We can theorize about anything, but, you know, right now we'll just try to structure some trades around this. Stop out at 379 even.
Right, advanced micro devices. Trying to blast up here again on us, but we are going to be short right now on AMD and just try to watch this against basically, we have this 21 period here at 1810. I just honestly, I thought when we took VWAP there, I mean, our average price is right here at 78, so we're down 10 cents. And looks like if we do wind up losing on this, we'll lose a little bit higher than where we are right now, up near 118.10 or so. Just want to give this a little bit of a break to the upside. AMD, let's just see if it fails. I mean, we're short at 78. If we can get something like 60 flat, I think we'll be able to do that on the downside, and then we'll take like a 50 as well. Just trying to get something that makes some sense R to R here, right? Because you need to get the R to R's going. So there, we're at 61, it just touched 62. Hopefully that means we get 61. Oh, there we go. So we get that, and now, okay, finally. So now you're starting to pull back a little bit here on I don't know. Oh, like we get one fill, and that's that. So hopefully we do pull back a little bit on AMD, but again, up, see? Crazy, man. I would honestly be up a lot today if we just scalped instead of, no, seriously, instead of holding.
Yeah,
like same, right? Like some of these plays that we have on board, go in for us, then just come running right back out again. So I'm just going to put a stop and just kind of forget about it here. Oh, shoot. Oh, see where we are? We're already up here now. On AMD. So yeah, it looks like we might take an L on this position after all. So let's wait to see. We were just like, oh, how low do we get out on AMD? And now we're like, uh-oh, we're going to get stopped out. So, I mean, this has just been a wild ride. I think it is time to sort of take back and chill out and figure this all out because look at this. There it goes right back up to the upside. So like when I'm getting filled at 60 and then 2 minutes later it's at 20s on the other side, it's just that's a violent move. And obviously I'm reading this. Got stopped out. Okay. Obviously, we're reading this name wrong. So, you know, trying to back away from this makes sense for me right now. But there it is, man. 118.10 just took it out on the high side again. So, yeah, wrong read one more time on that. Yeah, and Palantir's ranging as well. So, yeah, a lot of these names just kind of range bound. And it's just paper cuts. Like, look, there goes Microsoft right back up to the upside. On the NASDAQ, kind of trying to figure out what it wants to do. Are we going to be green or red today, honestly? Like, I feel like this market either wants to bounce like crazy or just continue its move downside that we've been experiencing all day. A little bit of a broader view on the NASDAQ. See, kind of stuck in the middle every time we dip down. We either need to take this 13.8, which is right here, or head back up and at least test 13.9. So, you know, these are possible plays. Look at AMD, man. Wow. Good thing we got out. This is how bad I'm reading that stock. 118.50? Like, I'm going short on VWAP, and it bounced, like you mentioned there, Max. Just like Nvidia bouncing off VWAP, AMD just gives you $1 there off that. Okay, there goes AMD right back to the high of the day, actually. Or not almost to the high of the day, 119.
I like the idea of that 120 break to the upside on AMD. We haven't been at these levels for quite a long time, so there should be some kind of juice there. I didn't get filled on 383 for some reason. Just trying to figure out what happened with my script there, but I guess somehow failed there. Whatever. So just long the starter position at 380, $3 is the money, but you know, this isn't really enough shares to care about right now. Maybe we add on that 385.20 break. I think that's the way to do it. If we do take out the opening price today, that could be pretty spicy today on Nvidia. So yeah, like it tries to break down 1, 2, 3 times here below VWAP, cannot do it. So now there's only one way to go, and that is to the upside. Again, we're $4 in the money on Nvidia today. This is a crazy, crazy day, but I'm looking for 10, 20 here. If we can start to break these levels and get back to like 390, obviously these pre-market levels, 392.50, that's where we bounced off of in pre-market. So maybe that's the big short at 392.50. But you got to assume, like, if we get back up into the 390s, we got to at least try 400 again, right? Maybe.
I'd say so. I'd say that makes sense.
So. Like the magnet effect of a big number like 400 on crazy blowout earnings has to provide something for us on this name today.
Not to interrupt, but it's a crypto update. So let's go over to Sharif at the desk.
Hey, Sean, just wanted to let you know, Fed barking, still speaking as we speak right now. Federal Reserve Bank of Boston President Susan M. Collins also going to speak in about 30 seconds or so. She's slated to speak at 10:30, so get ready for some more Fed speak. All right, BTC, bit of a flat day in crypto land. It's holding 26,000 at the moment is BTC. ETH, much of the same story, up 1/3%. Trying to hold that 1,800 level at the moment. Not much either in the way of movement on some of these equities. You have coin to the downside, but it's moving all with the overall market down 3%. Much the same way with the mining names. Mara down 4%, Riot down 3% as well. Here's a chart on Mara trying to hold that $9 level now. Not much happening there. Riot as well, trying to hold $11, down 3% on the day.
Oh, I was just saying about this, man. I hate this. I love it. But yeah, look what just happened to us on AMD, man. And this is what's going to happen. That's twice this happened to me, where we had a short. It took us out at 119.10. And then I saw some weakness and hopped right back in. And then here's the dump down into the 40s again. So we're out of 40% of this trade. I'm going to take another piece out right now, get out some more in the 30s if we're able to do it, which we're not. It just bumps up another 30 cents. Like, this is like violent net day today, because it's like you're in the money and you're like, yeah, this is so good, and then it's like, bang, no, it's not. Right then the other way. So yeah, violent day trading, and I don't like this much violence, but I like all the action. I know it's good for the traders out there, but it's not good for yield heart. So we'll have to watch out to see about that. But obviously, we're just kind of playing around here with our heart rate. It's still well in control here. As we continue to watch out for AMD coming hopefully to the downside, but still mysterious ways here. Okay, we're bidding 36s. Give us that, Phil. Should I just change it? All right. Bid 41s. Yeah, bid 41s, cancel 36. See if we can get that again there, because it just keeps bouncing off 41. There it is. Okay, good. So there's the fill there at 40. Now let's see. We're out of half of this trade. If it pulls back, man, good for us. Hoping that is the case, of course, on an AMD pullback. We saw it resist 118 sort of before, and that was where we got stopped out that first time. So if we could take, like, now we're $1 in the money. Like, this is how wild this is, man. AMD, this is like... There's a lot of widowmakers today, man, in this market. I mean, you've been trading AMD and Nvidia.
Yeah.
So, like, hats off to you for that one being up. But this price action today, I know you don't like it there, 1320 Wolf, and it is tough. These are the days when actually I wind up losing money because no key levels are actually holding. And if you can find one, let me know. I mean, we tried Microsoft there at 322, and it broke higher. It went up to 50 before tanking down another 50 cents. So I thought it was a key level, 50 cents both ways. It's actually doing it again. So I agree to some extent that this is not great price action. But if you're looking for moves and you're looking for violence, I mean, today is that day. Let's see if we get a bid down here. Like, I'm just like, maybe we get a bid down here. I don't know. That would be nice if we did for AMD. So let's see if it does come down and give us something. We're $1 in the money. You know what? It just keeps bouncing, man. I'm just going to get out. So there it is. We take an out. I'm going to cancel that 118 flat. We take a 118.25 for 90 cents. Let's just do that and now see if we get even more pullback. Now let's hold, because we're in this position. We haven't done a great job of holding for huge wins. We're definitely doing a good job of scalping out for losses, but the huge winners we haven't been very good on holding. So let's wait to see if this comes back in and turn our day around here on AMD. Right now, $1 in the money.
Yeah, I stopped out of that Nvidia.
Cold coffee.
Changed my stop to 381, which is probably stupid, but I don't know. I was just done with that. It's not. It's too nuts for me right now. Maybe in the afternoon when things slow down, I can start trading Nvidia. And TSM back to that 100 level. So waiting on the breakout there, going to take this breakout, looking for 50 cents on the first profit taker, and then looking for dollars on this one. I've traded TSM a few times before, and it does tend to trend, as you can see with making higher lows. It holds moving averages, so it tends to be a decent stock to trend trade if you can get a decent position on it. So we'll see if this 100 break works out. Pretty key level here at 100, and we already stop off that once. So that kind of adds fuel to the fire. You know that people are short off that level intraday. You wonder if people are short on the swings, going to stop out above it. Those round even dollar levels, always very important psychological levels for people. So we'll see what happens at this breakout here. Not going to let it go against me, though. So this has to go or just stop out right away.
You mentioned liking stuff at round even levels.
Yeah.
Just what do you think would be a good round even level for Tesla, if you remember about where Tesla's been trading?
Yeah, 180.
180?
And that 180.50 price that we talked about.
Yeah, have you looked at Tesla?
Yeah.
Do you know what the bottom is? Yeah, 180.50?
Yeah, big pain. Yeah. Big pain there. We talked about 180.50 for the past 3 days.
Yeah.
And don't have that. So, yeah, too bad there on Tesla. That's like $3 in the money already.
I just wanted to bring that up because
play.
of that exact point that you made. It's like bouncing off of key levels. No matter what kind of price action is in the market, it's like sometimes you have to respect some of the levels that we've seen in the past and as a possible hold. So here's Tesla. We're going to go to Sharif in a second. I know there's a call for him. But there's 180.50 right there. I don't know what happened here off the open, or that's not even the open, so that's probably not real. But right there, 180.50 back to VWAP right now is Tesla. And there's the turn off VWAP as well. So, all right. Oh, yes, sir. We are now $1.30 in the money on AMD as it's cranking lower and lower and lower. We're waiting for 117.60. Finally, man, as I say that, I'm going to put a bid at 80, man. I don't really, if 60 fills, that's great. But we're going to wait for that and go over to Sharif. What's up, big guy?
word being watched closely here when it comes to the debt ceiling, guys. And here it is. GOP Representative Graves stating there are no plans for debt limit negotiators to meet today. Not what you want to hear.
No, not at all. If I was worried about that, that's not what I'd like to hear. So we just bounced off 81 again on AMD. That's where, am I on AMD to show you guys? Yeah, that's where I'm sitting. So I'm just going to say scratch that and just put an 83. There we go. We got it. So that's it. Good. Good trade there. See, sometimes you've got to change your prices. Now, whether or not this rips or tanks, this is what Scalper Nation's all about. And shout out to Sticky Note Nation today as well, because that's what it's about. Look, we just got an 83 fill. We noticed it wasn't breaking that 80. We were at 81 and not getting any fills. So sometimes you just change your bid a couple pennies and you do wind up getting it. Although that's, at some point, it's lucky whether or not you. When you're talking, let's be perfectly honest. When you're talking about scalping names like AMD, that's done 41 million shares and really hasn't cared too much to me anyways about specific prices today. The fact that you would bounce off of a random 81 is kind of random talk. But when you do see stuff like that, support and resistance levels, best to trade around them and get out in front of them. So that's maybe that there is a level there. Let's see if it holds. We still have 30% of this one. That is good, man. The deal is buy BTC. Yeah, we could check out what's going on with Bitcoin. Right now, that's my ETH chart. I have there's my Bitcoin chart. Let's pull that up right now and reload this just to get a quick little look. We use this crypto watch. It doesn't really have any ads or anything, so I like to show it here. No, but that's why, because, on the show. So there it is right there. Bitcoin bouncing a little bit, not doing too much today. Nice move up, obviously, but Bitcoin 26.4 right now and just dancing around. So up $100 in about the last 20 minutes, which is nice. But that's Bitcoin right now. Just a quick little update as I saw some of you talking about that in the chat. It's 10:40. You can hear my voice already, man. It's been a lot of talking this week, but I do want to thank you, Max, for taking the reins and really showing everybody a little bit of a different style. Yeah, yesterday, man, it was a great day. And today, hopefully, has been a great day for trading. Although, Nvidia is still now, what is Nvidia, in the 30-cent range? This reminds me, look at this. Come over to my chart, Mahad. Look at this. What? This is not as expected, man. And we definitely got it in the face there on Nvidia a little bit earlier. We were long, dumped out. We tried it there. That was a brief hit, but it was more that first hit when we broke through. Instead of being long, and that's why I said to Max in the pre-market, is see, now I'm committed to the long, but if we're not there, I probably hit this short through 390. It's just, unfortunately, that was my out at 390. So sometimes mentality can play tricky. Well, your mind is always playing tricks on you, I find anyways. But let's go over someone who is sound of mind over there at the big desk. It's Sharif and some kind of an update.
That's accurate. Sector Watch is an update technically. All right, let's get to the board, guys, because we've got some green, we've got some red. Nvidia really bringing up information technology and semiconductors in specific. It's lifting a lot of other names with it, AMD and the like, but there is a lone red name in this group. Yes, by the name of Intel Corporation. They are down 6% on the day. Intel really taking it on the chin, completely moving inversely with Nvidia. Some other names, though, let's look at these. Consumer staples, and specifically consumer staples distribution. Dollar Tree coming down on bad earnings. It's down 15% on the day. It reported. Dish up big, over 12%, 12.6% on news that it's going to list cell phones with Amazon. Interesting there. I know this one had some insider buying going back a few weeks ago. The CEO buying up, I believe, about 500,000 shares of that one. Financial strong, Schwab up 4%. But of a mixed board, guys, but lots of positivity in semiconductors.
That perfectly leads into your position.
Yeah, we got that.
Semiconductors all the time. I'm in AMD, you're in TSM, baby.
That TSM 100 break seems to be paying off for now. I got, 25% of it off or so. Waiting for a lot higher here. I think we can get at least 50s and then 101, 102 if this decides to trend. I don't want it to go much below $100 here, given that the whole idea behind this is that people are offside above 100. So we'll see what happens here. If we get much into the 90s, I will punch out of this. But I think that we got a good position here. Doesn't want to print down there. We had some very aggressive buying on this. Obviously, you know, the SOXL and futures are going to decide really what happens with this, but I think we got a good position here. I think it feels like it wants to hold. Just needs to get over that 150, and then we can kind of sit back. Right now, I'm kind of watching the tape, watching what to do with this, but yeah, here we go. So there's the buying. Starting to flow in. Let's go, TSM. Take out that 150, reserving on 44s. That guy's going to get run over. Don't need to worry about him. We'll get through 50s, and then 101 is the target to take a decent amount of profit there.
I love this
and then 102. Come on, blast through this guy. This guy is, and there we go. Now through 50. So TSM starting to fly. We're 50 cents in the money, chilling on this position. Nice trade. Did I say TMC? TSM.
Yeah, you said TSM.
I did say TSM?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. My brain's flying today. I mean, watching the tape on Nvidia really kind of messes things up in your head. It's scrambled my brain waves. Yes.
Nvidia will do that.
Nvidia really scrambled things up for me there. So one more little profit taker there. So now we do have a full 25% out. Yeah. And yeah, we're gonna hold this. This is a trade to hold for me. So let's go, TSM.
That's the remix there. The money into the bang right away, right there. So that's a good one for you. I have $1 in the money right now. Max rocking with that TSM. So let's just go, man. And this is a perfect example. Look at the inverse.
Yeah.
AMD.
It's stock picking. It's been this way all week. You've been going short. I've been going long. And it's about picking stocks. We've both been making money.
Yeah, we were the top 2 yesterday.
Until the end of the day, I think Brankel's got me.
Oh, Brankel's got you yesterday.
Yeah.
Damn you, Brankels. Good trade, Brankels, whatever it was. Yeah, so good job. It doesn't matter. You don't want to, and that's the one thing there. I was only bringing that up because you mentioned us going opposite ways, and that's you know, it's just like you can succeed.
Exactly.
Doing whatever strategy you have. And it doesn't, you know, whether or not we talk about it, sometimes you'll see Neil on the bottom trade some of those like rebate stocks, we call them here. So those are like slower moving stocks. Sometimes he'll be on those when they're hot, and then when they're not, you say, see you later, right? And then same thing here today when you're talking about AMDs and Nvidias. And then, you know, notice that we haven't even said the word Meta. I don't know if that's allowed to not be said or not, because Meta's always talked about here on the show, but there it is right now, Meta. You know, that's another play, right? So, you know, you got to keep very focused on what you're doing and make sure you're on certain names. And then I know there's a lot of people on BMR right now. Shell, what is the keys to my Bima? That's probably way too old for you right there, unless you've heard it in some clubs with Prad lately. But there it is, man. BMR with a nice move today, up 170%. You know, Sharif's talked about this on the small cap recap and whatnot. But BMR, nice move today. And yeah, up a little bit. This is the daily. You can't even see it on here, but it's taking all these levels out. So, yeah, not much action here on BMR to look at moving forward, but that high is 8. So I feel like there is something there. $8 on BMR if you so choose. So that's a play right there that could come in for people. But after that, I don't know. That's an $8 top. Nice little pullback. If you're going to look at it, there's VWAP. We're now below VWAP at 630. So that's a pause for concern for most people that are that kind of a trader. So watch out for VWAP right there on BMR at 650. So that's a call.
Wow, 101, baby.
Huge, man. So we only have 30% of AMD left. But yeah, I just imagine how good that's going, because there we go, AMD back up to the upside as well.
This is just printing. The squeeze is on TSM. I didn't expect it to be this fast. I thought it would kind of just trend, but within a few minutes, we're up over $1 on this name. Yeah, 101.12, the high there on TSM. So looking for that 102 on the daily chart that I highlighted, and I don't think that we can get further than that, but you never know if AMD, or not AMD, if Nvidia takes out 400, I mean, TSM could go anywhere. There we are into the 20s, so we're kind of blasting off here on TSM. Getting kind of aggressive on these buys. Maybe take a little more off here. I'll wait. Screw it. Yeah.
Screw it.
We have, what is that, 60%? No. Yeah, 60% left on TSM here, so looking for higher. I'll offer out somewhere in the 40s probably, and we'll see where we go from there. Don't want to take it out too soon, but obviously don't want this to come all the way back on me and then miss out on some decent profit there. As Nvidia takes out that 383 again, so does Nvidia finally take out that opening price of 385.20? would like to see the action around that. That should be a decent breakout on Nvidia here. Even like that 385 even appears to be. I'm looking at all my different charting softwares because these dark pool wicks are kind of nasty. Yeah, 385 looks like it's been the top since this move up. So I think a 385 breakout could actually be. I'm kind of convincing myself to take that, but I think I'll just stick with this TSM and try to take the Nvidia breakout through holding my TSM shares instead. Because I don't want to just go and lose $1 or so on Nvidia, as TSM does a little micro pullback here off that 101.25 level, a micro pullback according to Sharif up there. We're just chilling, finally actually making some money today. I don't know why I was messing around so much on Nvidia with tiny share size. That was never going to work out for me. But, well, that one trade was good. That one trade was good.
Stop. You know.
Yeah. And that Tesla trade, that Tesla level, Sean.
What? Oh.
That's $4 in the money.
Yeah, about that.
That's $4.
Yeah, there's a lot of trades that are in the money here today, of course. But wow. Some of these levels. There goes. I mean, I'm happy for you for TSM, but here goes AMD rocking up to the upside right now, and just looking to take out some of these highs of 40 again. So big move upside for AMD. We reloaded. We're short right now at 119.11. You know, I don't know. Nice pullback down, I guess. Like, honestly, man, I don't even know what to say. Like, we were just short there. Just went 20 cents in the money, and then it just blasts right back up. So, you know, we have our outs, and let's just see. That just went 20 cents in the money. So our out is actually near these levels. So let's be patient, like we keep saying here, with the trades, and just make sure that we have, you know, the right levels to watch and everything. And I'm going to wait for that 119.50 level. That's actually 119.35. Let's be specific. So we'll get out at 119.35 here, and then we just took another fill on the downside. So now we're pretty comfortable as this name is moving back into the money for us. That is AMD now. 119.08 we're short. It's in the money 20 pennies. Well, now it's in the money 10 pennies. But this is the trials and tribulations of a day trader today when you're trading these semis, man. Great trade for TSM. We should give it up to Max, and we'll give it back over to Sharif.
Hey, Sean, just be aware, House Democrats are meeting at noon. That's kind of good news. Also, U.S. House leader saying that the issues are narrowing in the debt limit talks. That's good news. All right, so let's see what is happening in currency world. Another good day for the U.S. dollar. The DXY, the U.S. dollar index, up again, 0.22%. The euro, the loonie, the quid, and the yen all down against the greenback again today. The only green name looking against the U.S. dollar is the ruble. It's been fighting the U.S. dollar lately. We had a nice little period here where we made a big move up. Then we have the move down again. So the ruble been green and red against the U.S. dollar as of late. All right, let's see what's up for earnings, guys. Lots of retail names after the close today. You have Costco, you have Gap, Workday, and Autodesk on there for corporate. Lionsgate, 23andMe, and then tomorrow morning we have a Chinese ADR, the lone one, PDD, Pinduoduo.
Okay, Costco, obviously great. Ulta Beauty, I mean, these are some pretty big names coming in there. Marvell, again, in the chip space. I thought Gap was, oh no, we talked about Gap yesterday. First of all, AMD, as if, man, it just wicked out. I got out at 119.30, and now it's at 118.80. Ah, that's so frustrating. Look at this AMD out. As if. We just wind up making no money, that's all, because we were short at 20, out at 35 there, whatever it was. So we lose, but then we also made 20 cents on 30% of it. So wow, what a crazy day. If anything, man, maybe we'll have a more calm down day tomorrow, but I don't know, it's Friday. It's been a big move up here today. We're gonna be red here on the morning show because we're red on AMD and we're red on Nvidia, and those were names that we put risk into, but it's fine. You know, Apple, I think, could be a short. It's up to that's right here right now, 172.50. Let's take a position right now on Apple. I didn't realize it was at this position, so let's do that. Right now, we'll take some 32s there, and then we'll wait to see if it does push any lower on Apple. Yeah, we like that 172.50 rate where this VWAP is on Apple. But the problem is the market is now back up that 2, right? So nice little 2% push here on the market, giving not really pause for concern, but it's a nice move right back upside. So let's just, you know, stay stay trading here and stay positive on what we're doing and take some more shares here on Apple against that 172.50. That's the trade that I'll probably have here into the close of the show, but that could come out pretty quickly as well. That high 172.50. So let's see if we're bouncing off that or not.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching that 385 level for sure on Nvidia. Just turned around off there again.
I cannot believe that AMD.
Yeah, AMD
like we just got stopped out and now it's down
$1
70 cents.
almost.
Yeah,
yeah,
$1. Yeah, that makes me feel even better there.
TSM trusting the teal right now, just pulls back to this teal line, the 21 EMA, looking to make another high above that 101.25. I've got a profit taker in front of that. I got a profit taker above it. I'm looking for 102.30, so that is what we will wait for. Not going to let any of these shares lose now, so if it comes back to my price, I'll just punch out. I'm probably punching out way before that too, but yeah, looking for that 101 rebreak here, and that is coming up fast, so let's see what happens on this 101 rebreak. Do we just hold 101? I highly doubt it. There's not a lot of size there to hold it down, and yeah, like printing in the 90s, whatever. Just do whatever you want, TSM. My stop is in. My profit takers are in. Let's just hold this.
You sound equally frustrated, and you have a nice position on. So I can't imagine if it was going against you, what that would be like. But again, thank you to everybody today. Let's put some. Is there any? Okay, we've talked about Tesla a little bit. I mean, like right there, Apple just goes down to 20s, and we don't take it because we're only in the money, 14 cents. And so we're like, nah, we don't want to take that because like that's our stop. We could have gone 1-to-1 there, but look what happens. Hits it. And then straight up, right? It's just like what just happened there on AMD. There's my out. And there's is down $1, more than $1 from the out. So yeah, some frustrations here today. But I did want to talk, no way, long Apple. Yeah, you might be right there, JJJ. We're just testing out, I don't know, I feel like the market, I don't know, I'm just worried about this. I'm not worried about it, but this 2%, we did have a little dip there. We're trying to hold 13. I thought maybe we would go back to VWAP here, which would be 13,900. So that's really the only reason. We have a good stop on Apple anyways. It's 172.50. So we've seen that over and over again. I'm okay with it. We're actually trying to get shorter at 44 here, right where it is, just to give us a little bit of coverage if the market does go back down into that 13.9 and into VWAP. But again, we don't like to be short when the market is above like this. So I'm definitely aware that we're a little bit off base here and off brand, I guess, for what we normally do today. But again, still pretty happy with everything. Just, gotten taken out of some good positions. And that sucks when that does happen because you look back and you're like, oh, what if I was still in this? And you can't really do that as a trader because it's going to frustrate you. You make the calls when the calls are there. And yeah, today, happy with everything, but just, the market is taking us out of some of these positions.
And we talked about that a few times this week. Like, you're not just holding anything saying this has to go down because that's when you get absolutely smoked, your account gets blown, and like it all comes down to risk management, right? So you can't just be holding anything. You take the trades, and if they don't work out, they don't work out. That's the life of a trader. As I'm waiting on a profit taker at 44s here, front run me if you will on TSM. New high gets taken. Wow, that's a good trade. Nvidia really just compressing now. So quite interesting for the afternoon and maybe even the midday show. Like, what happens to this compression? We got this very clear top at 385. We got these higher lows all the way. So is this maybe 385 actually, now that I'm looking at it closer and we're still up 25% on one of the bigger names in the market. Is that 385 the kind of over-under level where you break it and then push back down, and that's where we get the next leg down on Nvidia? I mean, I don't know. That 400 level is so juicy, but maybe they leave it for next week, or they just do it pre-market or something when they don't give us a chance at that level. That tends to be the way that this market goes these days. But yeah, like it could happen tomorrow. But yeah, I don't think we get there today. However, we did see the same kind of action on Meta on their crazy earnings a few months ago, and it did end up making a new high. So I'm just going to be mentally flexible on Nvidia. I would like to, make another trade on it if another move is going to happen, but I don't want to sit here predicting what's going to happen because that's how you get offside. Just play, join the movement.
Yes,
don't predict.
No need to do that.
Participate, don't anticipate. That's what Greg always says. So, yeah, going to be watching
Greg
that.
is a wise beyond his years. that Greg guy
Indeed,
back
indeed.
there. But yeah, no, I agree 100%. And I think that we talked about that yesterday with Brian Shannon from alphatrends.net. And that is that, you know, and I gave that example yesterday. Remember, the market was heading to the downside, but Netflix came up to a key level of 359 where we went long, and then we were able to get it out for, I think it was $3, and then it ripped up to 366 or something. And it was like, oh my God, why did we get out type of thing. But that was a good example there of just, you know, looking at support and resistance and sort of trusting the levels that are in front of you, and not sometimes trying to push aside some of the rhetoric that's in this market and whatnot. So I feel like that's a very important thing to understand as well. Yeah, I don't know, like right there on Apple, and we talked about being a little bit frustrated. We take a short, our average price there is 38. It comes down right to this level again, which is this, well, you call it the teal line, but I just dotted it. It's a 21 period. So as I hear Sharif saying, trust the teal, yeah, for sure. Trust the dotted. I'm not stealing your stuff, but mine's not teal. But
I think you got to make it teal.
I don't want to steal your stuff. I like this. I like the dotted right now. The trust that you want me to make it teal?
No. Oh yeah, of course. You have my permission.
All right. Well,
I mean, you can't trust the teal if it's not teal.
I can't use that terminology. That would be correct. And so I'll save that for you. But I did get that from Max. So there you go. Again, man, no matter what kind of experience anybody has or anything, it's all about community. And I think that's why a lot of you guys are here. So make sure that you do hit the like and the subscribe, because me and Max ain't going anywhere. We're going to be back here tomorrow. I'm just going to double check. We're getting ready to throw to Arun and Sharif, of course, on the midday show. 1.2K. Let's see if we can get that to 1.5K here today. We had Katrine ring the bell, and there's only 6,500 people watching, so don't be nervous, Max. But that's going to be a good little number for us. And yeah, if you guys can help us get to 400,000 subscribers, I think we're at like 398 right now. So again, bringing you these markets every single day, except Max, Monday, because Monday is Memorial Day. We work on Canadian holidays, but take off U.S. holidays. Yeah, that's that. So again, thanks, Max. Congrats on some of those beauty longs. Let's hope that our nets are higher when we see these people again at 2 o'clock. But yeah, why don't you leave some last warming words? Yeah,
just trust the teal, guys. You know.
That really warmed me right there on that one. So that was a good one. Yeah, okay, TSM. How about we talk about that?
Yeah,
You're absolutely printing on that name. We're now a little bit over time, but any targets, any outs, something like that in case someone's trailing you?
Yes, so TSM, we talked about the target a few times on this one. 102.25 is the target price on this. I have 30% of the trade left on, looking for that 102.25. I did take some out just now, 101.91. And yeah, just trust the teal. I think now I can trail this to that 101 level, just, you know, that 21 EMA. We're looking for this to really trend and push higher and get that exhaustion top and then get out on that. So yeah, simple trade here. Take the 100 break. Don't let it go back through. Love these trades. So easy. These are great so trades. Easy.
People say we're not mentioning Nvidia that much. I mean, the problem is that finally now Nvidia is trying to break lower, but this is not. I mean, me and Max are holding for $4 winners. Like these are, it's in a $4 range in the last hour.
The HFT is going nuts on this one, probably.
Someone's getting a lot of money making some rebates, if maybe, on this name. But yeah, HFT hour, they're waiting for something to drop. And remember, the other thing that's still to come, we still have debt talk, debt ceiling, all that kind of stuff. But we're handing it over to the two smartest guys in the building. Let's go over with Sharif and Arun. It's Midday Madness time.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. You know who that is. I'm Sharif. And we had an interesting morning. Did we not?
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
It was an expensive one for me.
Okay.
Yeah, we
talked about it.
No, we'll talk about it after. We'll talk about. I know you want to talk about AMD or not AMD, Nvidia.
Well, close.
You were hype on Nvidia before we got going.
Oh, and I don't know if you saw me this morning.
Oh, with the jacket
I did my little stunt.
Oh yeah.
They're doing my channeling my inner, according to Sean, Jepsen. No, it's not Jepsen. It's Jensen, guys. But yeah, what a move that was yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Getting older and sadly not wiser.
It's going to be happening throughout the day. You started that, but you know we'll go with it.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody in the chat, man, throwing me up. Happy beat. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you. Yeah, but let's talk about some market movers.
Yeah, man, let's go.
I'm right. All right.
Start it off. What do you got? And
I-
you got the NASDAQ futures up. Okay.
I've got the fuge.
Okay.
This is from yesterday. I actually was embroiled in a fuge trade.
You've been embroiled in a lot of
I've been
controversies
embroiled.
lately.
I know.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Thankfully, it worked my way yesterday. So we had a
Okay.
good, that's why you see this up. It is continuation from yesterday. But looking and seeing right now that we kind of did a bit of a double bottom on the future. I came to you this morning.
Yes.
And what I asked? I asked,
Level.
are you looking at 41.35? You said, I'm looking at 41.30.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think either of us,
Whoa.
well, for
you
now.
came to me after, because initially I was also looking at 45, and that's one I made a play with, and
Yeah.
that's one that didn't work. We'll talk about that trade early in the morning.
The one I was looking at right
Yeah.
now, Arun, from like a big cap perspective, let's go to the chart. This one here is Meta. This is our, let's bring in the title there. This is our friend Meta. We got a beautiful hold earlier in the morning on yesterday's close. That was 249 and a quarter. We make 249.17 the low. It holds really well. Now we're retracing back up. That 253.50 looks like a level. You have the ultimate wick up there at 254.27, but the better level for me is at 253.50. I'll be seeing how it trades around there. Does it bounce back down? You know, do we get some aggressive buying up there? That's my look. I'll be looking for Meta at around that level. You know, Meta's not the only one that I could have this particular setup with. Tesla's also setting up in that way. Google to a lesser extent, but to a bigger extent, Microsoft. And we're actually closer at the breakout level here on Microsoft. Do I have the ticker out? Yeah, I do. We're actually closer to the breakout level on Microsoft than we are on Meta or any of the other names, I would say. This 324.50, where you could say we're at the breakout level right now. This 324 area, I want to see how it trades here. This will be interesting. Let's zoom out a bit. I bet we don't have levels here at the 4-hour, do we? And no, we don't. So this is, you know, for all intents and purposes, not a blue sky setup, obviously, but definitely a local high. And by local, I'm talking about local daily high. Let's go into the 5-minute. Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting to see how Microsoft trades around here. Sadly, we're coming to this level at a less liquid time of the day, one would posit. So let's see what happens. Arun.
Yeah, that's Big James, shout out audio check. I moved it to the other side because I'm always leaning over to you. So maybe I'm.
Yeah, likewise.
You know, Fahad was always telling me that. He's like, put it on the side you're always leaning to, because I'm always leaning on one side.
Tell me that too.
Makes sense. So I did lean over on this, or I did move it over to this side. Hopefully you guys can hear me a little bit better as I'm talking directly into the mic. All right, futures market making some moves? Maybe. There might be a trade. Yes, there will be a trade that I will make. Let me just go ahead and send that order, and then I will tell you guys all about what I'm doing right now. Okay, okay, futures, let's talk about this. This is the play that I had this morning, right? 41.45, just an update because I'm going to continue the trade into what I'm going to do right now. So this is kind of the levels we were working with earlier, 41.45, and then 60 was the breakout point. So I was like, you know, that's good enough. I can target 75-ish, long 60, stop 45. Obviously, we saw what happens. The one thing that you can never predict, well, even if you can't predict the market well, is when but when you have talks related to the debt limit and they come out and make a comment and the market says, ooh, let's go in that direction. And that's what the market did off the open there and fell apart, right? We saw negative imbalance in AMD, or not AMD, and I keep saying AMD, but it's NVIDIA. So negative imbalance in NVIDIA, which was not that surprising because I've seen it so many times, where you have this big market move in one direction on a stock. You're looking for the imbalances, expecting it to be large and in that direction. Yep. What ends up happening is, like I said in the pre-market show, is that this is a profit-taking location for some people, because if you're getting 30% overnight, why not, right? So that's what happened. A large sell imbalance comes in, NVIDIA falls apart, and along with it goes the futures a little bit, along with the debt limit thing. So there was long there. I wanted the average price around 55, so I was able to pick up some cheaper longs down here. Obviously, it didn't work out. Now market's bouncing back up. So this 45 got burned, but at the same time, we still had the level I gave you, which was 30. So that was still in play. And the new breakout spot is going to be just above the high here.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking now, after spending as much time as we did south of 45, catching a nice bid around the 40s, I've been kind of keeping an eye on how this market wanted to trade around 50. Now that we're above 50 and we're into the 56s, what I'm thinking is right here, I've got to, let me see if I can actually show you guys where my pending bids are accepted. Yeah, right there. You see that? That's where my pending order is right now. So now what I'm trying to play is middle of the range, try to get the average price down closer to 50-ish. I have to start higher because I don't know if I can get 50. Get the average price somewhere into here, play for the bottom, and see if we can't break the top. That's kind of the play I'm going for right now. So it's going to require some finesse. It's going to require some, building of size. So that means if the market comes down into 50, there's going to be another entry. The whole point of this is to get the average price down.
The thesis
so
being,
start with less, but build it up. Because I don't like the price, but I don't know if I can get a better price, right? That's kind of the play here.
Okay.
So I'll start it if we can get a move back down. And then from there, we'll build it up. Equity side, I mean, you guys see it. I'm using these charts because I still have technical issues. Luckily, I can still trade the futures on my own stuff on the side, but all my stock-related charts are back to, I guess, our internal system, and that means I don't have the scanners, I don't have that stuff. It doesn't hit me as hard because I'm not a big equity guy anyways.
yeah.
But
You have a lot of data that's doing a lot of stuff over there, which is causing this disruption, right?
no.
Isn't you telling me you were using more data?
It does pull more data,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have an issue. Like, there's no issues with the amount of data I'm pulling.
Okay.
Right now, the issue is that because of the solution that we found, I can't split the data feed into two different systems. So I can only use one. And I use the futures and the equity side to run stuff. So anyways, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's the reading on the market.
Technical
What are you guys
issues,
talking about?
All right, well, we have a couple of things here that I want to talk about real quick. Microsoft is making a move. Here we go, 324.61. We're coming to that high. Did we get to the high on this occasion? Hard to tell. I think we touched it. I think we're at it right now. We're in the mid-50s. So Microsoft up 3.4%. I'm not jumping into this. Again, I want to see how it trades around here. You'd have to say the better level was 324. That's now come and gone. We're holding that level. How much more do you give it? Is it a time thing or is it a price thing? That's always the question. You want to see it trade in a range, but it may not give you that opportunity. It may go. So decisions to be made here on Microsoft as we get to that level. We're really curling up here on the NQ. We just took 13.955. You got to think we're looking at 14 again. Realistically here. I mean, I don't know how. You don't usually analyze that.
You know what's funny? I can't even tell you how each of the major components are playing because I don't have that system up. So usually when it comes to NASDAQ breaking highs, you would want Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, and now Nvidia. And well, I mean, Nvidia today has to be kind of like taken out of the equation because of how much it's already moved.
Right.
But those other major players, you want them to be participating in this rally. Now, I remember you earlier in the pre-market was saying how Apple was weak, right? Like when Nvidia was super strong, you were like, oh, Apple's actually down this much or whatever.
Half a point now, though.
Now it's up half a point. Is Apple also looking to break highs? Like you want NASDAQ looking to take out highs at the same time Apple and Microsoft at the very least are looking to take out highs.
Yeah, and you've got Meta moving. You've got Tesla. Even Google, it's not. It just went. I know it's not green. Google's not green. Google is, no, it's up, what am I saying? It's up 2.5% on the day. Wake up, Sharif. I had another line there, Sean. That was the incorrect line. Yeah, it's up 2.5% on the day, getting off bottoms, 121.96, essentially a 122 bottom. Now we're knocking on the door of 124. So here we go. Everything's curling, really, here, and Microsoft's making a move as well. So, again,
all right.
Decisions to be made. I'm not going to jump.
There was a, Sharif, there was a question. I feel like you're more of the like in-depth analysis guy. Somebody was asking, it's like, can you look at the NVIDIA report more in depth? It was looking like revenue is down 13%, but the only upside was the future income prediction. Like, I know this is like right up your alley, right?
I think that's a mischaracterization of the data. Okay, so first of all, they beat all on estimates. I didn't look at the year-over-year numbers, but I know that they beat on estimates. So I'll look at the year-over-year numbers for every category in a second. But what they're specific on is the amount of orders they have for their new revenue streams.
Okay.
For their GPUs. These are not like in the theoretical what they're predicting. These are orders that they're getting in the quarter that we're at now.
Okay.
Right. These are orders that are coming in now. So to characterize them as a prediction is a
Yep.
mischaracterization. We're moving up here though, bro. So we gotta start looking at, wow, we are really moving up. 13,969 we just got up to 976 on the NQ. We broke through 41.55, 40. I think we got up to 41.58 there on the ES. Is that? Give me one sec here. I don't want to mischaracterize. Yeah, I didn't change any of these lines. Yeah, so we're moving up to highs. The high on the ES, 41.66. We're not there yet. We're at 57. So we're missing the move here on Microsoft, and it's time to go long. It's just like the NQ is at an inflection point, right? We're at highs. What's your look here? We got a super chat before I get to that. Nick W, $5 super chat. Arun, what are your thoughts on the firm for that gap above?
Okay, let's take a look at Affirm's NASDAQ. Yeah, let's look at this chart. Unfortunately, I'm hamstrung by what I have access to at the moment. Can you pull up a daily or something?
Yeah,
so I can see what gap?
GAP. Gap?
No, Affirm. Because I mean,
I'll put the daily.
I see that it's down 4 point.
Here we go.
1350 maybe.
Like, look, this shows aftermarket trading, so you're not going to see gaps. I'd have to remove after hours trading for you to see the gap. I'm assuming it's something to do with the earnings around here.
Regardless, though, even keep that daily up. Can you actually zoom in on the last few days there?
Yeah.
That bottom, that 13 even though, ooh.
Right here?
Yeah, that's the area that I would look at. The reason being,
a lot of action.
yeah, because the amount of time we spent trying to break through it, we really try to compress on the way up, and then we finally got that move up, and now we're consolidating from above. So I would really want to see what's down there. I know it looks like a break. It's down 4%, just over 4%. But what happens if 3050 breaks, stops go off? If 3050 breaks, stops go off, and then there's no traction on the sell side, isn't like, to me, that looks like the ideal spot for a continuation on almost like a dip buy situation. Right now, you have to, and I keep saying this too, you have to respect the trend, and the current trend in the firm is to the sell side.
It is.
So I would almost wait for a consolidation failed break to go back to the longer term chart and be like, ooh, failed break on the short term, trend might be ending, and then also support level on the larger time frame to catch that bid, the timing of it. So I think that's what I would look at. Damn, Nvidia. So Nvidia, I was looking at this going, ooh, okay, this could be my equity position that I can actually step into during the market, because the way it's been moving down and then started to kind of slowly creep back up, but at the same time, they weren't pushing down. You start to see the highs the lows get higher and higher and higher. It starts to build a little level there around that 85. I actually have an order pending. It's this one, right? An order pending to get the fill. I didn't get the fill, but at the same time, that's where the order is pending. I would like to play as close to the top end of this range, looking for that move to the upside. And I wonder if this is the type of situation that's required for this market to actually turn around and take a shot at that 400. Now that we've got a lot of selling out of the way, profit-taking selling's done, imbalances are done, the only thing that could really interfere with this market now is some sort of debt limit comment going forward. But I am going to keep that order there. Let's see if we can get the right prices, because the risk on this is going to be aggressive, right? If you're going to play at the top end of the range, you got to play somewhere near the bottom end of the range for the stop. So it's going to be about $5-6, but the upside is like 15 on the very least. So let's see if we can actually get going here on Nvidia to the upside. I'm also trying to still get that fill on the futures as well. Maybe not. I changed my mind. I think I can get a better fill on the futures, because, yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit on the futures. I canceled the order on the futures, by the way. We're going to wait a little bit. I don't like what just happened. There was an aggressive cross just now at a range, at a level that we've already been in that's shown sell side action. So I'm going to pull off a little bit here and see how we move back down. There was an order.
You might get filled there.
What's that?
You might get filled there.
On what?
On
Nvidia?
Yes.
No, I pulled it back. Remember, I pulled that order because of what happened. It's always a fluid situation. So I had the idea that I wanted to fill at a specific price, but then we made a move all the way to 60, and then I saw an aggressive cross on the way back down from 58. And to cross in this market, you're going to need a few thousand contracts. And if somebody wants to get aggressive and cross a few thousand contracts at the top end of the resistance level, I'm going to back off. So here we are kind of just walking away from this. I still like the idea. I just don't want to do it right now. But we are going to take that Nvidia fill if we can get that, though.
All right. Yeah. I'm watching how everything trades around here. I wasn't not going to jump into that Microsoft long. I'd rather get it on a retracement. Prove to me that, you know, you're going to get bought back up on a momentary pullback. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a pullback and get bought back up. I looked to Sean. I said, is anything going on Twitterverse wise? Like, no, probably just a 14 rejection, near 14 rejection on the NQ. And we got up to 13,986. We're dancing again with 13,963 as we do get bought up. So are the pullbacks going to be short and sweet, and then we're going to have you know, retracements upside? How's this going to work? Are we going to be momentary, like 1 minute, 5 minutes? So hard to always know. I'm going to sit on my hands a little bit more, wait for something to develop here at these levels as we are at critical junctures, whether you're looking at Microsoft, whether you're looking at the NQ. I like the fact that we're at near highs on the NQ, and watch how we trade around here. I feel like we're not at those critical levels on the ES, despite the fact that we're at 4150, which may be a level. Yeah. I don't know in and of itself, but if you're not getting to the top end or the low end of the range today, I don't feel on the ES, whereas you are getting that on the NQ. So we're near those edges. I don't know, I feel like you can kind of judge the direction more when you're at the edges. All right.
There was let me just, because I use this term, cross, and I think we sometimes use it because we do it all the time, but some people don't know what that means. And there was a question about what's a cross. So Hound Dog, explanation of a cross is like when you want shares or contracts or whatever, there's two ways of getting in, right? Passively, bid, or you're actively buying on the offer. So if you're buying on the offer, that means you're crossing up, you're crossing over the spread to the other side to take the shares now. So on Nvidia, if I wanted whatever's on the offer right now, if I cross the 390, send an order for well above the market, I should get whatever's available on the offer closest to me, right? So when I talk about aggressive crosses, essentially something like that, except it's going to be large shares that are going to do this cross. You're not going to cross up on Nvidia with 100 shares. That's not going to go anywhere. There's going to be iceberg orders. There's going to be hidden orders. What's that?
Yeah, you crossed up on the court.
Yeah, you're going to get... There's going to be like iceberg, which is hidden orders. There's going to be a lot of stuff there that you're not going to see, though. So for you to move the stock, or in my case, the futures, you need to be aggressive and large enough to, and if you cross, that means you can send the market from, in my case, what I saw was to the downside from like 58 all the way down to like 55. That's 3 points. That's 12 ticks at about 150 contracts per tick. That's how much was sent in one shot. That's an aggressive order. That's a big order. I will respect it. So that's what happens when it comes down to crosses. If it's a small cross, you can cross all day and you're not going to do anything. If it's a large cross and you're aggressive and you're large enough, you will move the stock. That's what I was seeing in the future, so I backed off a little bit. Let's just see. I want to respect the top end. I know something's up there. I wanted to kind of play in these low 50s. I wanted to start at 53 though, 53, 53, 50-ish, and then build my level or build my size down to like 46, 47. But with that, I'm going to back off. And knowing that that's up there, that kind of activity is willing to come on board at those prices, that means I don't have to get aggressive and step up to the 53s. I can sit down at 45, 46, 47 and wait for a fill, right? Let's just see when this sell side action stops, because that almost was, well, it was sold and then they never stopped. So it still seems like they're still selling. So let's see when this stops. I know what I want to do. I want those longs in the 40s. Let's just get that set up. It's a fluid situation, like I was telling you. You have an idea, and then as a trader, you can't just put blinders on and say, this is my idea. You're always like taking in new information as it comes in. You know that as you're going to resistance, there's something up there, and then all of a sudden, they show you what's up there, and then you back off.
I like that 40, 35 level.
35, you like 35?
I like 40 to 35. Well, 35 breaks, you don't want to see 35
But the 40 area.
That's the problem, though. I feel like when the levels are so tight, it's way too easy for them to slip underneath.
Right.
Like, it's not that hard to like hit a stop level. We're talking about crosses, right?
Right.
In the middle of a range, you're gonna have to you have to be large enough and aggressive enough to cross. At the edge of a range, think about it, you don't have to be that big. All you have to be is just large enough to get people to hit their stops out, and then the stops will carry the rest of the way.
Got it.
Right?
Yeah, because
so
they trigger,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like if I'm just big enough to get, if it's sitting at, let's just futures are sitting at 59.50, all I have to do is get this market just high enough above 60 to hit the stops, and the stops are all going to go off, and that's going to carry the rest of the way. I don't need to burn more contracts trying to do it.
Right?
Right?
You keep contextualizing things different. Yeah, it's very interesting, man. Very interesting. Yeah, to know like how things function.
That's just how the markets work. And if you're wondering why stop hunts are a thing, that's why. Because when you get close enough, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to hit off the stops, especially when the market's been ranging and setting up and identifying the edges, like the tops and the bottoms, very clearly. Those are the most scariest situations for anyone who's trying to do a breakout trade or some sort, because it's just too easy to be a false breakout. It's one thing. That's why for me, when it comes to breakouts, I like to wait a little bit and make sure that the breakout is legit before I step on board. It's not just based on stops going off. I need more action. That's why a lot of time you're going to see me, let me see if it comes back in. Let me see how they handle the selling on a breakout to the upside or something like that. So we are going to do that. I did not? Are you kidding me? Nvidia. Dude, okay.
Oh, you're going to get filled.
No, I didn't get the fill. What's the legit low? Because that can't be the low, because my bid was much higher than this.
Okay, so the low, wait, I have to maximize it. One moment. The low on that one was 388.19, and now the high, 392. Oh, here we go. 392.04. All
right, I'm canceling the
Wow.
order. That's the trade. That is the trade that it was
squeeze.
supposed to be. That is exactly the trade it was supposed
a rocket,
to be.
man. All right, well,
Damn
it's
it.
going. I've got an order ready here on Microsoft. If it goes through 325 again, I'm going to get filled. I'm waiting for the breakout on Microsoft. I wanted confirmation that this market wants to take off at the edges, as you called it, or I would have said the periphery.
Periphery? Is that the word? It's periphery.
There you go. Okay.
What did I say the first time?
I don't know. You can hit rewind. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to mimic it.
You know what's funny? I was driving in this morning, and for whatever reason, I was like driving, and there's something happening. I was like, that seems to be in such a precarious position. And then I'm like, yo, this is what happens when I'm sitting next to this guy for like a full week. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. There goes Nvidia, guys.
Yeah, guys, it's going.
With this kind of action, especially with the sell-off and then the consolidation. I was so close to getting this fill.
Mad Max is in this, baby.
Nice.
Put the camera on Mad Max, baby, because he's embroiled in the trade. There he is. All right, I'm waiting for that 325 break on Microsoft. And maybe if I call it by Microsoft, and no, I'm kidding, guys. We're just saying random things here. But I am really waiting for that 325 break. I want continuation. I want proof of continuation for this move long. We have Nvidia really showing us its intent to touch 400 as it is now in 393 territory. Does it carry some of these other big cappers with it? The reason I like Microsoft is it's stronger on the day than some of these other guys, right? So I want to take the stronger name if I'm going long, and it's right there. It's at that 3 1/4. Let's see what else is moving here. It's just Nvidia, so maybe just haven't been in this Nvidia trade. Now I'm going to stick to my move here on Microsoft. Here we go. 325 coming in. 393.81 now on Nvidia. Let's just let the Microsoft trade work and look at NVDA. What do you see here, Arun? What's the look here on the future? 4150.
All I see is a big middle finger from Nvidia. That's all I see. That's all I see on this chart. Because damn, why weren't we? I was.
All right, we're gonna have to get in this trade here because we're gonna hit 400.
I'm not chasing it at 395. I'll tell you that much. You guys can play. Like for me, especially with these kind of things, I like to structure stuff. I had the structured move, couldn't get the fill, Now it's gone. I'm not chasing this thing. I don't even care if it goes to 420 from here. I'm not getting involved until 400 breaks, consolidates. Like I said earlier, with the breakout, make sure it's not trapping out. All that stuff has to happen. But that was a trade. That was a fill. Missed opportunities. We'll come back to it if it goes to 400, or more likely when it goes to 400. Let's get some other names in here. Is there anything else that's moving aggressively that you mentioned?
I'm in Microsoft now. So we're long Microsoft 10s. The idea here is to give it $1. It's got to hold 24s. 24s is a level that we danced with in the pre-market before the bell. It's a level that I'll be using as a stop. So give it $1. It's not a blue sky setup on Microsoft, but you do feel that if this market gets going here, that this will definitely be a beneficiary. It is an AI name. We know that AI is in focus as a result of Nvidia just blowing it out of the water, showing the demand for its chips and for its technology in general. Google, Microsoft, a lot of other names. You saw Brendo talk about it this morning with respect to some of the small cappers in AI land, GFAI, BBAI, AI itself, which is C3AI, all going today. And so we'll keep a focus on that. We're also dancing on the edge here with respect to the NQ. We're at 13,967. We have a 13,986 top. You get the big move back down on our friend Nvidia. What a move. Are you out, Sickles? He's out. Max is out, and he's printed. So we're going to throw a bunch of bangs for Max. We're long Microsoft here.
325.10, nice.
I took the 10s.
Yeah.
We're dancing. It's a critical level. Just assume because of the 25s, it's that even number. We'll see. We'll see how we do. I think a lot of it will depend on what kind of continuity we get on the NQ here.
Drama Central and Nvidia. Everybody wants that 400. But yet we can't. This is the thing with a lot of these high flyers, is they do this aggressive move, then go quiet, and then everybody gets caught off guard when they actually make their legit move the second time around. Nvidia got close and then came back down again.
A lot of bamboozlement.
I'm still going to play now. I'm not going to obviously wait and try to take a fill on the way down, but I am still going to keep an eye on this around the 385 area. I still think that there's something here that can be done against 380. It's just a matter of, are we going to get aggressive? Are we going to set something up on the way back down to 385? Let's keep an eye on this one. Let's see if we can't get a fill there. Futures, Mario, like I talked about earlier, we pulled the order on the futures. This is going right back into our range. So now we're just playing the mid-range here, or playing the edges of the range and leaving the middle of it out. We're going to put 70 up top. We're going to keep 30 down below. That's essentially it. I'm still looking for something in the 40, closer to 45, but it needs to set up at this point. The market's not ready to go. At least the way I'm seeing it, it's not ready to go in either direction. So let's just let it do its thing and figure it out after. Yeah, you guys are all talking about Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia is definitely toying with people.
It's going to trade erratically. Come
because,
on.
yeah, I mean, it's expected, right? Like a stock that's up, a stock this big that's up 30% or was up 30%. Everybody is going to be involved in that. Programs are involved in that. Nvidia is an index name. It's weighted in the top.
It's almost a trillion.
And it's almost $1 trillion. I was going to say, not top 5, but it's definitely in like.
It is top 5 now. It's top 5.
No, the reweighting has to happen.
Yeah, okay, well, top 5 in market cap. I'm not saying.
Yeah. In terms of index weighting in the NASDAQ, it's not in the top 5, but it's like 6 or 7.
So here's the thing.
It'll change if it stays up.
There was some anecdotal information that came through CNBC today where they were saying that given its size, sheer size, okay, market cap wise, and the move that it made yesterday, it's a very irregular type move for that size and that move. They cited Apple possibly once before had made a similar move relative to market cap size. So what we saw was not normal.
I remember.
It takes
Apple.
a lot of money to make that move.
Oh, I remember. Right, There's a lot of things you're like, Apple made a move that size, and I remember the day.
In September?
No.
It's a joke. Remember the day in September?
No, I don't. over my head, bro. Over my head.
You actually thought I meant September. Right?
Yeah.
I
No,
got
because September is also rebalance day.
Oh, gotcha.
Or rebalance month, right? Quarterly end, right?
Okay.
No, I remember the rebalance on Apple that caused that big move.
Okay.
It was the day where it was a special rebalance. It wasn't a normal rebalance. They called it a special rebalance because Apple was weighted too high in the NASDAQ that they had to shave some percentages off of it. Wow. So they had to distribute their weighting into Google and Microsoft and other names. So essentially Apple became too big for the NASDAQ at that point.
How does that even work?
Well, you sell percentages of Apple, and then you buy up the rest of the index components.
I see.
And it was that day. I remember Apple made a nasty move to the sell side. Microsoft,
For
Google,
sure. All
made a
that
nasty
selling,
move.
yeah.
It was nuts that day.
Wow,
There's
that
a
is
lot of
so
things I've seen
interesting,
over the
man.
years. Special rebalance days. I've only ever seen that once in my life.
Very interesting.
Special rebalance because the stock is too big in the index. Go figure, right?
And then you got to sell all that because
No, you're not selling all of it. You just have to bring it in line.
Enough to buy up the equivalent amount in the other names, like the Googles, like you were saying.
Yeah, you
right?
just have to redistribute.
So, in other words, like Elon selling to finance Twitter, there's like program selling there. All right, guys, we're knocking on the door of 325.50 here. There we go. We break through it here on our friend Microsoft. We're not seeing the move though in the NQ. You're seeing a move in some specific names, Microsoft being one of them. The other one is Meta. I want to say at the moment, we're curling up a little bit. We're not at highs. We are making newer highs here on Microsoft. I took a baby out here, Arun, just to wet my beak. It's not really anything of the position. This one is going to really have to go, but I'd rather it not be secular and have it to be, bucking the trend and fighting the downtrend. And now we're downtrending again here on the NQ as we come back down into 13,950. Let's see what happens. Anyway, nothing changes with respect to my trade. My out will be 324. I'm looking for continuation. If we don't get it, it's good. But yeah, we're dancing in the 30s and 40s now. What else do we have on stock here? Oh, we have a small cap capper, WLDS. Talked about this one briefly on the small cap recap. Let's have a look at the 5-minute chart here. It's a bit of a halter. WLDS. Why is this on the 1 minute? 1 moment, please. Yeah, let's go to the 1 minute here and have a look because you can see the halt much clearer on the 1 minute. You have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no point counting them. Anyway, we're at the higher end of the range. The 50 period here on the 1 minute chart, that's this red line, seems to be the go-to area for a dip trade. You've gotten some flush trades off the 50. And then some other ones, you've had to front run it a little bit. I'm thinking about these areas right here where you have to kind of front run the size. That looks like it's a good area to break out. 178 the high. We're at 175 right now, encountering a little bit of selling. We'll see what happens. But holding the trend, making higher lows and higher highs, this one could be an interesting one for a breakout trade. But maybe also the breakout or the better trade would be a dip off VWAP if you want to kind of shadow VWAP there. We'll have a look at that. Microsoft retracing off the highs, dancing with 25 as the NQ retraces below 13,950 and we break below 4150 here on the ES. We're tracing into the lower 40s here, Arun. That 37 level.
Yep.
Incoming.
What, 35, the one that you like?
30, yeah, 35, 37.
I mean, the way the market's moving, sure, but I need some activity to get going because the idea of the long is disappearing. The longer this market does this, the more the idea of the long is kind of gone because this is coming too aggressively and now we're just playing inside the range. I might as well just wait for something closer to 40 if it sets up, or even the breakout would be nice too, but we can leave that. But more importantly, Sharif.
What?
Message from your mama.
Oh, my mama?
Yeah.
My mama in the chat?
Pick up
your
damn gym socks because she ain't doing laundry no more. Do it, Sharif. Take care of it. It doesn't matter if it's your birthday.
All right, let's move on, baby. Let's move on. Microsoft right back into the levels that I want. 325. Meta's making the move, though. 254.27 the high. We're at 254 right now. Do we get that continuation? You heard Arun right now saying 13,950 came
pretty quickly there. Actually, I think you were referring to the ES 41.45 coming in pretty hot.
Nvidia, yeah. And you know, damn, I'm so tempted to still put on this trade. Can you verify that low on Nvidia for me? Because I can't trust these charts. Because you know, whenever you get a chance, we get way too many ticks that don't make any sense on these charts. But anyways, I still think that 85 is somewhat possible. It's just a matter of how aggressive are we going to be. I think we should. With the market moving like this, maybe not. Can I see your hot list here? These are these all like top? Oh,
Where are you
tech.
looking?
I'm just looking at the big tech. Meta. Okay, that's a name that I haven't looked at yet. Meta. How's Meta doing? Let's take a look. I'm also looking in the chat there and see what you guys are talking about. Baba. Yeah. Okay. Snow. Maybe. Let's see what Meta's doing. Meta's top end of the range, breaking out. Maybe not. I wouldn't mind a 253 fail. That actually would be a nice double top. If Meta failed 253, that could open up a nice double top short. With the market breaking down, if that continues and Meta breaks through 253, that would actually be half decent on the short side if we can get that going. So let me move that over to here, because I think Meta might be better than Nvidia at the moment in terms of opportunity. So we'll leave that there. And then what else do you have up there? Netflix, Tesla, Google. Okay, Google. Here we go. Google. On Google, let's see what the chart is on Google. And Google's range bound. Not going to touch that. Okay, so Meta coming in hot. What do you think about Meta? 253 on the short side.
It's bouncing off that 254. You know, bit of a level right now on it. I mean, it went to 27s. I think we're going to need continuity in this market long. I don't think these guys are going to be secular on their own. That's the look that I have on Microsoft. I think it's a very similar one on Meta. So we'll see. A bit, you know, it's not the same on Google. Much the same patterns on a lot of them, which is that V-shaped recovery. Some of them are testing the high of the V, like Microsoft, and some of them aren't, like Google and Tesla. So we'll see where we get. We're getting market weakness right now, though. I don't have access to my Twitter feed, so I can't really see what's happening in terms of McCarthy and the debt ceiling.
Twitter feed.
Yeah, no, but like, you know, when we do the show, kind of like we always have to update the viewers as to what's going on.
An icon isn't something you can just log into from here?
So Icon, we only have a couple of accounts.
Yeah,
Brendo uses one up there, and then we have another one being used in the back office.
Gotcha.
Right? So we don't have access to that. We have Financial Juice, but we only have one account for that. So I use this though. This has been good, and but recently it's busted, and they know it's busted. But I've been telling them.
I think there's a big
hopefully
difference between a built-in news service and a multi-$1,000 news platform or database that Icon is.
Yeah, no.
If you're wondering
Icon tries to compare themselves to Bloomberg, right? It's like the Bloomberg.
It's a
cheaper
Reuters
Bloomberg.
version. It's a Reuters version. Yeah.
But Bloomberg's a bit more pricey. What is it? 20K?
I don't know what
the
thing is, but I know that Icon was more portable for us. I know that was an option that was considered.
All right, I got to look at Microsoft here. Sorry to interrupt, Arun, because if this breaks 254, I'm going to have to be out of this one. Here we go. Let's see if it holds. We need a market move. We're not getting the market move at the moment.
We're at 40.
What are the levels?
We might get that break to the sell side.
What's that?
We might get that break to the sell side.
Yeah. Here comes again. That 37.5 was the local low on the ES. Microsoft really coming in here. So looks like we're going to get stopped out quite soon if we break through that 324. But 4140, that's kind of, you want to say the general area on the ES. I would say probably that 13,900, maybe on the NQ, the equivalent level to hold. I believe that, is that the, no, that's not a break.
Hello.
So, yeah, we're not stopped out quite yet, Arun, but we shall see.
You know what's good, though? The impressiveness of NVIDIA's, or the ability of NVIDIA to stick around, even with this move to the downside in the market. NVIDIA still hasn't willingly moved towards that 85. It's close, and it's there. Well, 88. But it's not participating in this move to the sell side, which is relative strength. Obviously, it's already up 25% or whatever, but still, relative strength on the intraday basis, even with a move down in the market, shows you the strength that it's got. So if you get a turn in the market to the upside, it's entirely possible that Nvidia is the very first one to go. There is a super chat there, Sharif. I believe it's for you. Sharif, we share our day of birth, my brother. You and the boys are great teachers and great brothers to go battle every day with. Thank you.
That's nice to know that somebody shares their birthday. All right, man. Shout out to early Gemini gang. This
okay, hold
area
on.
is actually considered the Taurus Gemini cusp. And it's supposed to be something
Gemini?
called the cusp of energy. I'm supposed to have a lot of energy. So goes this thing I was sent in an email. And so I'm like, all right, I'll have a read. Why not? Right?
Okay.
It came to me today from a friend. So I had to read through it. Anyway, I'm the cusp of energy, Arun.
Okay.
And I have a lot of energy that I have to expend. Therefore, even though I'm not naturally athletic, I end up taking care of myself physically to expend that leftover energy.
Gotcha.
So goes this thing I was sent today.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna live by a whole new set of rules based on this thing. I'm kidding.
I hear you say Gemini. I was like, I'm
Yeah.
married to a Gemini.
Oh,
I know
you
how
poor
that's
soul.
like. I know what that's
You
like.
poor
so,
soul.
I mean, I didn't see that in you. That's why I was surprised that you were a Gemini. But then you're like, you know, you're on the border. You're on the edge, apparently.
yeah,
so,
yeah.
I mean, maybe you don't have all the traits. But
So hold on. You
Yeah, yeah.
clearly have some presuppositions here. Well, come
Yeah.
with it, baby. All right, like, what is it?
I mean, let's just put it this way. There's a lot of energy.
Yeah, that's what I just want to say.
It can be very, very exciting at times. And it's a lot to deal with.
It is, man.
So,
Marilyn Monroe was a Gemini, and she said, you know, she's the one that came up with that infamous saying that if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best type thing.
Right, okay.
Do you find that is your experience with your significant other where they're very good at their best, therefore, you know, makes up for the times where they're lagging a little bit?
Okay.
Is that your experience or is that not your experience?
They make up for the time that they're lagging?
Yeah, so, you know, you get really a good side of them when they're at their best. And therefore, you know, when they're not at their best, the good times make up for the bad times is what I'm trying to get at.
Fair. I would say that's a fair point.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, like, hold on. I'm not big on astrology as
Neither
it is.
am I, man.
don't really
That's what
care.
just sent to
But
me. I'm like, let me read it.
It is interesting that somehow everyone gets classified into certain categories. Geminis, just because I know from personal experience. I was like, that sounds about right. But then my wife would say the same thing about me because I'm a Scorpio.
Ooh, and another piece of the puzzle
And
falls into place.
apparently I fall into another category, which is like, that
there's
makes
a lot of biases about you, my friend.
that makes perfect sense, apparently. But yeah, in the meantime, futures has still sitting at 40.
Sir.
Meta sitting on the edge of 253, still waiting for that one. Let's take a quick look
I'm gonna
at
be out of Microsoft
Nvidia.
here.
You're going to get out of Microsoft with a win, I would take.
No,
right?
no.
Because you got some out.
This is a loss. Yeah, I took a little bit of an, but this is the majority of the position. So I'm going to see if it breaks through the $0.75. We'll see here. Yeah, what do you have over there?
Oh, it's just, again, it's two names on deck. It's going to be either Nvidia or Meta. Meta short, it's probably more likely to happen with the way the futures market is going. And then futures as a whole, south of 30 into 30 should open up the break. And then it's going to have to be some sort of a bounce play that I can short and whatnot. Flip side of this is, so here's the thing with the way I trade too, is when I draw levels like this, there's two opportunities. Let me get the levels in. Okay, there's two opportunities, and I don't have a zone here, but I can kind of show you guys. It's when there's levels drawn, there's always going to be a trade in front, or available trades, one in front, one on the break, right? So if 30 is my level, there is the possibility that we set up a long in front of that. I just got to find that setup to go long. I don't have it yet. Prevailing trend is to the sell side. We'll respect it. Once I get the reason to go for the long, I have that trade. I have the level. I can work that trade, see if we can't take it to the top of the range. So those are the trades in front of the levels. There's one up top, one down below. The flip side of that is the breaks of those ranges. Now, we got to be careful that they're not just false breaks and then they trap people out. But at the same time, you get above, you hold up. In the buy side case, you would hold up on any sort of sell side activity, and then you take the move on the breakout if it holds up well, right? That's kind of the play here. So there's trades in front, and then there's a breakouts available as well. I try to keep it as simple as that. Those are the true trades that I'm always looking for. So I'm not trying to get, you know, inside of everything and try to play mid ranges. Once I know what the edges are, I will play those edges. I will back off if I need to, but I will more than likely favor playing the edges versus trying to mess in the middle. That's why a lot of times I'll draw levels for you guys at like 9 something, or like zones for you guys at 9 when I come on and do the 9 o'clock spot, and then I'll be like, tops are here, bottoms are here. We don't do anything in the middle, and that's pretty much what I do, right? So for now, there was a trade earlier. That was the breakout option. That did not work out. Now we're into a range. Now we got to play either sub 45 against the 30s, or it looks like we're going to have to play somewhere into the 60s against the 70s. Tops and bottoms, keep it simple. If we get something, we get something. If we don't, we don't. Meta chooses to bounce off these 253s. That's not helpful because I did want that short. Let's see if we can actually, remember, I'm looking for 253 on the break, but also we need to be able to stay underneath it. We can't right now. Let's see if we can actually stay underneath it at some point. And then Nvidia, of course, is just doing absolutely nothing, which actually might bode well for the late stage break towards 400. Remains to be seen.
No, I agree there. All right, Microsoft holding, so I haven't got stopped out. So we'll see if we get a market bounce here. Stop is in place. Still haven't been stopped out, but kind of seeing a bit of a double top brew on Meta. Kind of looking to see what, you know, kind of indication we're looking at here for the futures. Do we get continuation with some of these big caps? Do they help out? It's like, what's your take on this? I mean, Luca had his own opinion with respect to, does the tail wag the dog or the dog wag the tail? Now, he looked at it from an options perspective because he, you know, he was dabbling in that before he got to equities and the floor here. You obviously are a future guy. So does the future move the equity, or the equity move the future, or the option move the equity? Like, what's moving what here?
Okay, so it's not a very simple answer because there's so many dynamic things in play, right? Obviously, there's going to be relationships across the board, bond markets, you have options involved. Options will push the stocks at times because all of a sudden there's options interest in certain things, and on certain days that relationship changes, option expiration days, that means options control the stock and all that stuff.
Right.
On a normal day-to-day basis, if we were looking at, you know, just today, let's just say for today, no news, no earnings reports, nothing. On a regular day without any sort of external news affecting the futures or the stock that's in question, I would argue the index is built on individual names, and they're given a certain weight. So I would say that certain names will always be able to influence the index as a whole. That's the whole point of an index. You couldn't go out there and buy 500 names in your portfolio. So what they did is created a portfolio asset that you can just go buy and still be able to participate in all 500 names at the same time. So if each of those names has a different weight, then when they move, they will influence it to a certain degree. Apple has a large weight. Microsoft has a large weight. So if you have certain names like that that are going to move in one direction, they're going to push the index in that direction. So in my case, after the market opens is when stocks take over. Until the market opens, it's going to be the futures market.
Right.
Because think about it, all the major books are closed until 9:30 in the morning, right? It's all ECNs like ARCA and EDJ and all that stuff that are trading in the pre-market. It's not until the official open that you get those opening prints on the New York book or the NASDAQ book, which then controls the rest of the day. That's where the volume comes in, and that's where the stocks take over, I would say. So from the time that the equity market closes until the following day when the equity market opens up, it's all about the futures, because that'll kind of dictate how the market's going to be going or kind of influencing the rest of the day, because people couldn't trade the stock, so they just went into the futures and did the same thing by trading the stock, but just through a different way, right? They just bought the basket instead of an individual name. And after the open, you can now trade the entire basket on its own, like individually. So that's kind of the play here. That's the kind of read I would make on when it comes to relationships. And like in terms of like the tail wagging the dog, or let's just forget about stocks and let's talk about the tail and the dog.
My dogs have no tails.
For the dogs that do have tails. If this is the dog, it's going to be a visual explanation. I kid you not, if I can get this pen working. Pen clip. Why can't I get the pen clip? There we go. If this is a dog, that paper is the tail.
Okay.
Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Right here. See that? That's the tail. The dog is wagging the tail. What happens when the tail tries to wag the dog? Oh no, there goes the dog.
You're hilarious.
So
This
I
is
think
the
it's fair to
best
say,
analogy
I think
ever.
it's fair to say the dog is wagging the tail. Done.
I love it. All right,
Visually explained.
Arun, we're dancing with that 4140.
Yeah, we're
We're
not
doing a
going
little
anywhere.
dance. I'm out of Microsoft. That's a loser. We break through to 324. Excuse me, not two. So out of that, that will be a loser on the day. Whether or not we hold this level, I had to draw the line somewhere. So we take an L on my friend Microsoft. But now let's have a look at the next trade. What's up next? How we're going to make this back. So having a look at Tesla here, making a higher low on Tesla. There it is. That's not the chart that I want to show, though, here on Tesla. All right. Let me bring in the name. Here we go. So we make a low of day today at 180.58. The second descent down halts at 183.50. We clearly had a bit of a top here between 184.75 and 185. You want to say the rejections all came off 185, but the closes were near that 184.75. If we break this level, we could definitely touch the high of day near 187. Technically, the high of day, 186.78. So looking for a possible breakout here on our friend Tesla. It's up 0.84. You'd rather play the name that was associated with AI, which was Google, which was Microsoft, but you don't dictate what moves. And if Tesla breaks out 185, I do like it. I mean, if it
I was
holds
looking at the same one, 185 on Tesla.
Yeah.
Against because one thing you can be sure of on the 185 break is that we were there in the pre-market above there. We're kind of basing out above there, and then we kind of did a clean break, came back up, hesitated in the same pre-market area. So if we can get above and actually stay above, there's a chance that we go to that high of 187. And not just that, but also it'll be a risk reward that makes sense, right? 185 against 183 towards 187. That's a 2 for 2 or $2 for $2 or 1 for 1 shot. As long as the index cooperates, right? These are index components. So you need the index to cooperate right now. Tesla, an option. Meta's got to be reweighted. I feel like Meta used to be in the top 10. Meta's been pushed way back in the NASDAQ
you know
somewhere.
what Meta's market cap is right now? $650 billion.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's back up there. I mean, it's not a trilly, but it's up there.
Is that the measuring stick now?
Yeah, you want to beat it. Well,
Meta did come in.
So they readjusted it?
They've already readjusted it. Yeah, they've already readjusted it. So Meta used to be somewhere in the 50 spot. So it's already been pushed up to 4.1% in line with one class of the Google share. So you've got Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. So that essentially, the first two stocks, Microsoft and Apple, control 25% of the NASDAQ. And then you've got Amazon, Nvidia, the two Alphabet classes, and then Meta, and then Tesla. So Tesla's fallen down in the rankings here in terms of weight. And then to round out the final little bit, Broadcom, and then it's all like 1% something after that. But interesting. Meta's already made its move up in terms of weighting. So it's now at 4%. So either Google or Google are the same weight as Apple.
Okay.
Not together, but on its own.
Yeah.
Or not Apple, Meta. So interesting. It's always good to keep that up because please tell us what you're looking at. I just did a quick Google search for index weightings. This is from Slick Charts. No affiliation. I just Googled them. That's what they had. And they weighed it. It shows you the weighting of these individual names in the index, right? Like I said, I'm always paying attention to who's got weight because those stocks matter more. Microsoft, 13%, matters more than Rivian at 0.098% in the last spot, or even Lucid right down there, and then Siri too. Damn. Siri's down there still at 0.1%. So you know which names are going to matter more than other names by looking at the weighting, right? So if we go down to like Netflix, 17th spot, Adobe has more weight than Netflix does. So that's what it's useful for, but primarily it's useful for the major players up top. They're going to be in the top 10, and I think you guys know all of them. Microsoft, Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, Alphabet, and then Meta now as well. So good thing to keep an eye on. And it's the same thing on the S&P side, right? So it's going to be very similar but different because now there's 500 names in the S&P 500 to deal with. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about.
Microsoft's making a move to the south side. Thank God we got out of that. Arun, look at this move. Worse, 323 incoming.
Can you put a side-by-side of Microsoft with the index?
Yeah, I can do it on this one. So on Microsoft, we can go like that. This is Microsoft's chart, and then we can go chart parameters, go studies, and then go no, index comparisons. There we go, NDX. So we'll compare it to the NDX, apply, okay, there you go. And there it is. It's far outperforming it.
That's the largest component in the NASDAQ. And it's not necessarily how much it's outperforming, because Nvidia is going to push it to outperform, but it's also the timing of the move is what I'm
you want to see the daily? Or?
No, just intraday, but it's just the timing of the down move in the index is also timed well with Microsoft coming down, right?
Yes. Yeah, they usually
That's how
for
it's
sure,
gonna be.
and that's why I got stopped out of the trade.
Yeah.
We needed continuation in the index name. I made that abundantly clear. I mean, I was under no illusions. We didn't get it, and we stopped out of the trade. So we look for the next one. What I'm looking at right now, Arun, is how we're forming a bit of a base at this 4140 area. I'm not ready to, obviously you have your trades and you have your views, but I like how we form a base here. If we start curling up, I might be interested in a retracement, maybe possibly into the high 50s, mid to high 50s. That gives us like 10, 15 points to play with. Maybe even hold it into the high day, 41.6675. That's the look I see there. The pre-market high, though. No, sorry. Let's bring in the ES chart over here. I need to zoom out. 15. There we go. ES, June. That's what we want to see right there. Okay, so what kind of levels are we playing with there? Yeah, that 41.66, that was a level in the pre-market yesterday on much lighter volume, but we didn't break through it. That's yesterday's level. What time? When did we get to that level prior to that? Let's go to the half hour. All right, so yeah, we got to go back to like mid-May for the recurrence of that level. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of like, yeah, it's still, we broke in the 4200, but it's still rangy from where we are right now to mid-May. Like we took 42, but look, it's like a breakout and then a retracement below it. I don't know how you see things.
I see it the same way you see it, man. Come on now. Come on now.
Hey.
The general, like, it's always the intricate details that's always different. But in terms of general, like, recognition of, we can go to Sharif's screen, the general, like, patterns of what the larger time frames and larger things look like, it's going to be pretty standard across the board. Like, everyone sees the same chart the same way, right? So, I mean,
it's the bottom.
Let's see if this market's going to make a move. Somebody was asking Nvidia at 385. No. Am I going to take that long? Not right now.
Ooh.
No. It was a play earlier, and then it went all the way to 395. That was like a $10 move.
But it's interesting on the 5-minute. Have a look there if you're able to see it on the 5-minute. Okay.
Yeah, I've got the 5.
Yeah, it's a bit of a top right there.
It's tapering off.
No, like
which one?
So, right.
I don't know, man. This is the chart I got here.
Yeah, right here. Right.
Oh, you mean right here? Yeah. That's the long I wanted to play with earlier.
Okay.
And then we did that move all the way to 395. And I'm like, oh, maybe. And then there's kind of drifting down. This is not what you want to see on a pickup.
What you want to see.
You want to see the ability for this thing to actually catch a bid at the spot. There should be an ability to catch a bid if it's still strong.
Got it.
Right? So the fact that it's actually starting to move down like this, that's not good. I still think there's a chance. Just what falls into place and how it falls into place makes a big difference. Meta, however, 353 failed break, and then right back to highs now, are working the highs, now north of 354. This could be an option here on the long side. Remember, we're thinking short, but then you're always aware, when you're putting levels down, you're marking off areas, there's got to be two trades. The break or the, I guess, failed break as well. I guess 3 trades. Failed break as well. So I'm looking at that 354 or 254 and seeing if we can actually stay above this 254. Think about it. 254 break on Meta, already up 2%. Features market catching a bid. in the 40s, in the low 40s actually, or well, in the mid 40s at the same time. That could be a very interesting one to keep an eye on as relative strength. I know Tesla is one I want to play as well with you there at 85. If we can get above and stay above.
Yeah, I've got my order set up there already for the break of 85.
So I think essentially right now with the way the market's timed, and this is what I like to do a lot, is time the entries of the equities with the market. Because a lot of times I'm just playing the market as a whole, but for you guys, I'm also on the equity side as well, is time equity positions that are going to move similarly to what the market setup is going to be overall. And right now, we're at the bottom end of a range, support line, and then you have strong names breaking out to the highs, Meta being the play, and then Tesla getting close as well. This would work out because you have a support based on the futures, and then you're getting individual strength on the individual name, or individual strength on the name, and a breakout would help back the support you're seeing on the futures. So that's kind of the play for now.
Yeah, it looks like we might get a 185.
Before you go, someone's like, check AVGO Broadcom.
Yeah, I saw that.
I can't. That stock looks so great on charts, and then you go to the spread on it, and you're like,
tradable intraday,
you're like, no, I'm not touching this thing. This has got like, and this is right now like a 40-cent spread, and that's a nice spread. Oh, it's opened up now. It's like 60, 70 cents. And that's the problem with names like this. And this goes back to when Tesla used to be like $500, or no, not $500, but like more expensive. And I was like, I can't get involved in these names because the spreads are just nuts. And like, it's too easy to manipulate a chart when the spread is like 70 cents. Think about it. If people are using 5-minute charts and the spread is 70 cents, and let's just say the spread, we're working around like even dollar level, like 706, right? So if the bid is 705.20 and the offer is 706.30, right? And you're looking at this 706 level as like the breakout point. If I wait until the last possible millisecond to send in one share at 706, that candle closes above 706.
You're kidding.
On a stock like this, it's not that hard. It's too easy to manipulate a chart on a stock like this.
What's the liquidity on this bad boy?
I mean, it's done some volume. It's done 1.3 million on the day, but it's done it like this. Like this is the level 2 on it.
Thin as hell.
It's thin, and it's just too easy to play around with charts. I know the spreads close and all that stuff. I'm just saying, of course, there's hidden liquidity and all that stuff, but it's not that hard to manipulate a chart when it's a lot more thin. It's easier to play with names that are producing or churning through volume, Meta, all the big players, and then you have the individual names that have news on them on the day. I think Meta's getting closer. Are you in Meta? Have you stepped in?
Microsoft again.
Oh, you got Microsoft too?
Yeah,
Nice.
looking for a bounce off VWAP. I'm taking it on the backside, looking for market continuation. We'll see how this works out. It's been tough today. The first Microsoft trade was tough, so we'll have to see if the second one works out. I'm kind of keeping my eye on Meta here because Meta looks like it is strong, looking to break through that top at 254. It's dancing with 254, 254.36, technically the high, but you're seeing a lot of resistance come in at that point. I wonder if we get continuation here on Microsoft. I'll have to keep my eye on that. All right, some levels here. Back to 41.50 on the ES, finding support again at that 41.40. So bit of a base being formed there, coming back into VWAP, I believe, and 41.50. So we'll see if we get continuation. I got that 185 breakout ready to go on Tesla. It's set up. I'm not going to front run this one. I want that at 185 break. We have the higher low, and now we have that, top being made where you get a lot of compression, and you're looking for that continuation. So we'll see. Market's in a wait-and-see mode, baby. It wants confirmation that we're going to be able to pay our bills. And by our, I'm talking about the United States government and not myself, obviously.
I mean, there's...
Yeah. Well, Arun,
let's be real.
I mean, a lot of people have talked about, reallocating money from this department to that department to pay this. This is required now. That one isn't required until down the line. Janet Yellen came out and said, she's like, look, no one should be under any illusions or misapprehension about our ability to reallocate funds. We may or may not be able to do it, and may not be able to do it in time to make sure everything is paid on time. So, she's leaving she's dangling the threat of danger always got to be in the background in the negotiations. Otherwise, what's the hurry?
but a lot of people making opinions about this, saying, you know, like you said, I think you told me this off camera, it's always been left to the deadline. And because there's no incentive.
These types of deals are always 11th hour deals. And in a negotiation, it's going to be that, like you said earlier, there's no benefit to having a deal early. From everything I've seen in the past, when it comes to debt limit, even when it was an easy way, like there was an easy way to get things done, right? It's always been an 11th hour deal because everybody wants to try to squeeze out some little piece extra and until the clock stops.
Right.
And that's essentially it. And I do believe there is like well, I guess I don't know enough about it to talk about it, but from what I remember, there is like a flexible spot, like time after supposedly the deadline where it can still be salvaged or something. I don't know.
There's somebody in the chat called Sharif's mom.
What do you think I said? Your mom said, clean up your socks, bro.
I was so confused. I don't live at home, bro. I'm like, I don't like, well, why, how would my mom know? Like,
what do you think I got? Your mom said, clean up your socks.
Someone's called Sharif's mom?
Yes.
No, that ain't my mom, man. Oh my goodness.
You were so confused. Did you message your mom? Did you message your mom after?
No. I thought she was in there. I thought I left socks on the weekend or something. I was so confused.
How would I know that, though? Come on, man. How would I know about your gym socks?
No, I know. I thought she was in there trolling.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she identified her. I didn't understand. I'm just like, okay, let's talk about stocks.
Like,
you know what I mean?
I'm confused. Let's just move on.
That is so funny. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sharif's mom. I can't believe you made that account. Cool. All right. We're finding a bit of a bounce here. Nothing really to be exuberant about. We're still below 41.50. I'm talking about my trade here on my friend Microsoft. We're looking for continuation and a high of day break. That high of day sits at 325.59. We have not been there since about 11:30ish or so, about half an hour, 40 minutes ago. In case you're just joining us, the big story, the rave, what everybody and their mother's cousin is talking about, Nvidia, an absolute rocket of a move in the aftermarket yesterday. Let's get to the daily to show you the move, baby, because it is one of those moves. There we go. Identified by this monster wick here, going all the way up from 310 where we were dancing. We've touched 390, and I think we got up almost into 400. So people describing this move, anecdotally, of course, as one of the bigger ones, given the relative size of the name, market cap. So big story, and I shouted out Jensen Huang this morning by wearing his much-loved black leather jacket. He's always known for toting that. So
somebody was like, oh, I thought Arun was in a suit. It's like, you know, the last time I wore a suit? Come on.
It's been a minute. It's been
You've
a minute.
never seen me on the show with a suit?
No, I wore a tie one time and I was scolded by everybody.
Why are you wearing a tie?
You're not allowed to wear a tie.
Stop setting the precedent.
Yeah. I think that's what it was. No one wanted like, yo, don't bring that around here.
Yeah, no.
CNBC, they wear ties, they don't wear jackets.
I mean, it's just, yeah, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm always in a hoodie. At least you guys are looking nice. I always come in in some sort of a long sleeve. It's just, it's gotten into I'm just in a habit at this point.
Yeah.
Whereas like, I just like how I feel. I'm more comfortable in like a long sleeve. It doesn't have to be a hoodie, but a long sleeve.
Yeah.
I just have to have.
I need to be comfortable. It has to be stretchy material.
Yeah.
As long as it's stretchy.
Because you're big arms and.
No, it's because like everything's so restricting, bro. Like if I need to bend and grab something, you don't want to feel restricted. Like things that don't bend and stretch. This guy.
I get it.
Making me feel funny. All right, what's the chat up to here? Kramer wears ties and short sleeves, shirts sometimes. That's the way forward. Hey, man, I don't mind short sleeves, especially when it's warranted in the summer. You can't be schlepping around in long sleeves in 30-degree weather with 90% humidity. No, thank you. I need the short sleeve game. Even though we do have very strong air conditioning in here because of the amount of computers, we got to keep them cool all the time.
Randy's saying PayPal. Let's see what Randy's talking about. 60. Oh, Randy.
Oh, baby.
60?
What? PayPal Wadunking.
Oh, damn. Okay. That's quite
PayPal
the move on
60.
PayPal.
Where are we at here with PayPal?
It's after a down move.
3%.
I was expecting it to be up, but no, it's What's the news, Randy?
Upstart.
He couldn't find it.
Upstart, big down day on Upstart, by the way, guys. Upstart is down 7.77%. Here's the look on our friend Upstart. Look at this, 28.40 start. We're now knocking on the door of 24.50. I'm not seeing any headlines here. Tag me in the chat, please, if you know why Upstart is headed to the downside. I'm not seeing any upgrades or downgrades today. What's Affirm doing here? Affirm anything? Afoot with Affirm, it's down 4%, but not seeing a headline related to there either. Fintech in general, guys, down on the day. I'm not seeing many green names in Fintech. Hood is the only name, and if you want to categorize that Fintech, it's up 0.5 point on the day. Where are we at here with this Microsoft?
That's a nice bounce on the futures, eh?
Come on, baby. Position? It's all right. We're still 10 pennies out of the money more. 41.50 is going there.
It's back into the middle of the range. Remember I was saying that I wanted to price it like closer to 40? If I'm going to play remember we're trying to play near the bottom. I either want to play near the bottom or play near the top, but I don't want to play in the middle. I was willing to. We were willing to start at 55 and then kind of work our way down into the 45s, but the way it came down, we're like, nope. Now we're right back to 50. I'm definitely not going to price it at 50. This could still provide an opportunity to the downside, meaning to get a better price on the long if it's still a long. For now, I'm just gonna let it do its thing. There's no pressure on this stock. We know what we want to do with the futures. We know what we wanted to do with Meta. Meta just didn't do it. We wanted that 254 potentially, and Meta does this. So right back to looking at that 253, whatever that low was, 252.80 or so. So that's the bottom there. Those two we can look at, and then Nvidia as well. But Nvidia has been leaking a little bit here. And now, remember, there's two trades. When we draw a level, there's always going to be two trades. One trade in front of it, one trade on the break of it. And right now, we've been looking for that trade in front of the level, that 85, 86 marker towards the highs. Couldn't get it. So now it's leaking a little bit. Let's see if that 280 break of that level is now going to be in play in terms of trading or finding a short or some sort of a setup to the sell side. Futures market's still strong. No rush to get involved, like I said earlier. And because I don't have my other platform, I'm going to have to look into the chat to see what you guys are talking about. Bigfoot talking about Google, and Randy talking about Roku. Let's take a look at Google first. And what's Google doing? Ranging-ish. Yeah. I mean, for this one, I think north of the highs would be good. 125.50. I would rather not get involved in Google, and then let's see what Roku's up to. Randy's pick. Randy's been bringing some heat here, all to the sell side. Okay, Randy. You didn't like PayPal, and now you don't like Roku. Let me see if I can get that chart. I can't even control this chart to show you guys what I'm talking about. I know, I can't even, no, because the bottom banner is there, so I can't even, oh, there we go. Yeah, let's keep it at that, because I can't move the chart around. That 55 even, strong trend to the downside. How do you participate? Remember, I'm looking for names that are going to be doing very similar things to what the index is doing. So Roku falling apart with the index going up. The only way I would structure something on Roku would be at this point if the market went higher to the top end of its range and Roku were to break down towards 55 even. That would make sense because you've got index action, index resistance, which you can then time with the breakdown on Roku to continue the trend. Ideally, that's how I would like to play. But let's see if that's going to work out well or not. Ooh, Meta, nice little bounce back to 254. Let's double check that on the bigger chart. How we looking? Oh, where's? He's not here yet. I need to see if this high is legit at 254.50 or not, because that'll make a big difference in whether I base it off of 254 or I go after 254.50. Okay, Meta, let's take a quick look at Tesla. Tesla on deck. Nope, not 185. Snow, Snow was talked about earlier, I believe. Let's see what Snow's up to. 0.86 on the day. Strong trend gap down. Aggressive move down. Trend's down. 152 would have to be it, right? Yeah, 152 would have to be it for the long. Otherwise, it's going to be short all the way up. This could be a nice little spot for short if we can get the timing of this right. So Snow, Meta on the break. Tesla still hasn't broken. Nvidia looking at that 180 or the 80 spot. Macy's getting hammered, says Randy. Down 5%. What is going on with some of these names? Wow. Okay. All right. Let's prioritize. Oh, there goes Meta. Of course, Meta goes. That's the one I want to work with now. This is good, even if the 50 spot wasn't great earlier. Now it is. Okay, let's mark this one off. This could be what I needed for a pullback entry on Meta. So Meta breaking through highs. Bottom end is about 253-ish, 252.80 is the low. Let's go 40 as the stop. Oh, that's a vertical line. Why is that a vertical line? Let's go 42.40 as your new stop.
And come bearing gifts.
What'd you bring? Protein bars?
Yes, sir. Oh, baby,
Yeah,
we're
it's taking
printing
off.
here on
Yeah,
Microsoft.
it's taking off. So is Meta.
Oh,
Meta's gone too.
baby.
Meta took out the highs.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
It
so
is
okay.
a print factory
So
over
I'm
here,
going to keep
Arun.
the stop south of 242.50 into closer to 242.40. Catch a bit. Can you do one thing before you get going on your stuff?
Absolutely.
Can you, the Meta high from this morning, can you
Yes,
give me
sir.
that high?
The high from the pre-market
The
high?
pre-market high. Was it the pre-market high?
We are at highs.
The 935 high.
The 935 high, one moment, please. 254.27.
Okay, so that was legit. Okay.
Okay.
So that I just wasn't sure because I can't trust these charts whether it's like a bad tick or if it's a legit
Oh, yeah,
move
no
to the
question.
upside. It's already at 255.
Meta's going here.
Yeah, Meta's going.
Meta's really going.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look for any movement here on the ticker on Meta. Not seeing anything. See some TikTok news from earlier today. Microsoft not quite making the aggressive move Meta is, but now we're almost 75 pennies here in the money on our friend Microsoft. So we're going to go ahead and take and wet our beaks here with a little bit of an L. We're still red on the name. I want to be quite honest with you on that. So we need more upside to make our money back here. So here we go. In the right direction, Arun.
Yo.
Knock on the door of 325. That's what we want to see. We're curling back on the future. I'm talking about the NQ. We're at 13,972. High is 13,986. That's a peak. If we can make a new high, I like that look. I don't know how you feel. I like that look because we make a new high and we made a higher low.
Microsoft?
On the NQ, right? I'm talking about like breaking because I need continuation on the NQ for Microsoft. That's my position. Meta's really moving here, man.
Yeah.
What is Meta doing? Is there news here on Meta?
I have a bid if that matters.
I mean,
Like,
I'm
bro,
looking. Meta's really squeezing.
Yeah, Meta's taking a move.
Meta's making a move.
But this could still, even if it's squeezed, we saw this with Nvidia earlier, that an aggressive move like this doesn't necessarily have to carry all the way through.
Yep.
It can actually just come back a little bit if it wants to come back. I don't know if that's news-based or not, but in the event it does come back, I'm prepared for the bid there.
Right.
Tesla, we should take a look at Tesla. We were looking at the 85 level. Oh, Tesla backed off to 84.
Bet.
What are we doing it with that Nvidia? Nvidia is doing a whole lot of nothing.
It's at
Nvidia is still trending to the downside. Meta has slowed down a little bit. This might be our chance there, Sharif, to catch something on Meta if it does happen.
Yep.
So get your bids in earlier if you still believe in the move. So we'll keep that one on deck.
Nope, not seeing anything.
Macy's, PayPal. Let's take a look at what PayPal's up to. PayPal's still heading on down. And then,
Where the next
Dan, what else do you have on your scanner there?
So left is my watch list.
I see
and then
it,
this
yeah.
is a scanner.
I'll just keep an eye on the watch list there.
Yeah, so what I move them up and down based on what's popping. These are the headlines. So I have ADR, crypto, micros, and big tech. And then below that I have EVs and fintech and stuff. Those aren't moving as much lately. We're flirting with 25 on Microsoft. We're hanging out above it. I need continuation. We're seeing continuation in the future. We're getting it. We need to be patient, not take out too much at too low of a level. We have ground to make up here. This is on the assumption and theory that we continue through highs on the NQ specifically, and see corresponding highs on some of these big tech names. We saw a big move up in Meta there that seemed disproportionately strong to the rest of the other big tech names. Some selling, as you heard Arun talk about right there, possible opportunity to get in. I don't know how you feel, Arun, but 254 looks like a hell of a level to me. Couldn't break out through that level, multiple rejections, and then you have tons of buying and volume really propelling you $1.50, $1.40 northbound, taking you to 55.40 highs on Meta. So I don't know how you feel about that level on our
I do like the upside
Have one.
of Meta. I will.
Okay.
I don't.
I'll leave you one.
I'm just no.
I might, you know, I've
Okay.
been known to do my hand.
Here's my thing. I don't want to put that. I don't want to eat that being the first thing I've had since this morning's breakfast.
This is so good for you.
I know it is, but still.
It really is good for you.
Save one for me if you can.
All right, I'll try.
If you can. If you forget and you just like nibbling, it's all good.
And if I make a conscious effort, I'll.
Yeah. If you make a conscious effort.
Wow, here we go, Arun.
Really?
Here comes 14.
Dude.
Here comes 14, Arun.
On what? What are you talking about?
We're
Microsoft?
talking about,
Oh.
yeah, the NQ. We're
I
about to
was
get to
thinking
14.
Meta, because Meta was down close to my bid.
Oh, baby.
I was like, ugh. All right. Apple's ripping up. Okay, index name. Well, the index is ripping up too, so maybe Apple is going to go with it. Let's see. I know some of you guys are talking about, ooh, yo, look at Apple.
It's moving.
No, it's
Everything's
not-
moving.
Yeah, everything's moving, but it's like Apple's at the top end of its
Let's
range.
go, baby.
We like those range breakouts. You know that much. Okay, 173 gone, running strong. NASDAQ, you have the NASDAQ index?
Yes, sir, right there. We're about to hit
highs?
14.
New
Here
highs?
comes 13. We're about to touch 14.
Okay.
We're
Let
really
me pull up the level
squeezing
two
here
here.
on
Let
the
me pull up-
NQ. Arun, here comes 14,000.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby.
There we go. 998 right now. You know there's going to be a little flash in the pan here once we take 14K.
Yeah.
Let's go to my screen here. Oh, there goes 14.
Oh, baby. There it is.
1402. Still going. 1403. Is there any more carry? Nope.
Let's get some more
For now,
out there.
no. For now, that was just the initial push. Let's see if
Big move.
they actually get a secondary move here.
All right, that's
we are going to
enough
need to
out.
get some longs here going at this point with the
Do we
NASDAQ
continue
breaking
here?
out. Yeah,
This is the critical. I mean, do we
we
do we
should.
dance with it a little bit?
I think we got to make a play here. Even with, I think the initial stop run at 14K should provide an opportunity for a pullback long. That's what I'm thinking. So
Right.
I do have a bid out on Meta if I can get that. I got
Okay.
close, but no dice on that.
Here it goes, man.
Tesla's been weak, right?
I still have my 185 on Tesla. I haven't removed it. Break.
Yeah, 185 for me as
Yeah.
well on Tesla. That'd be a great long. Tesla at 185 with the market doing this. Nvidia has been the lagging, I guess, even after. Oh no! Nvidia catching a nice bid. Okay.
Okay.
If Nvidia can catch a nice
Holding
bid
view
into
up.
the 86s, that would void the current downtrend and establish this area to back being a support area, which we could possibly get involved on the long with. So let's see if we can actually catch that long on
Here
the way
comes
down.
185 on Tesla again. We're gonna dance with that level. We've danced with it a lot. Most specifically in the 11:30 to 11:40 time slot. A lot of volatility coming around 185. I put, I believe, a 10-penny spread between my limit and my trigger. We'll see if we get filled.
85.
There goes Tesla. Do we get the fill? We haven't triggered yet. What's going on here? How come I haven't triggered? Okay, so then we're going to have to look here. And so maybe I didn't look to see if my resting order was sitting there. All right, so we'll have to see what happens there. Let's go down and sit for a possible retracement into 185. Where do we run here? We're getting some
The only
weakness
thing, no,
here
but
on
that's the thing though. That's
on
the only
indexes.
hesitation I have
The indexes.
is in terms of pushing on the current break.
Yeah.
Is that the ES is actually at the top end of its resistance, although the Nasdaq has broken out. So even though I like the idea of a long, that tells me that I actually don't need to be aggressive pushing the long right now.
Yeah.
I should be able to get some help from the index to get me a better price. So that's why
Okay.
a lot of the times I'm going to be bidding my way in, even if I like the long, instead of aggressively pushing for breaks, right? Like
Okay.
Tesla broke 185, great. It's gone to 185.20, great. But based on what I'm seeing in terms of resistance overhead on the index, I should be able to catch it on a pullback instead of paying what's available right now. So I do think
What's your definition of pullback here? Like, what's the range you're looking for
on
on our friend's Tesla? You want to dip below 185 in the 184.50
so yeah, I want us
area?
to stay where we're at
Okay.
about 20,
Okay.
well, 20-ish, whatever, on the breakout. And then I actually want to see a dip below 185, preferably into the 90s or so,
Got it.
184.90, 184.85, and then catch a secondary bid.
Okay.
And that will give me the breakout confirmation, and I'm good to go from that point on.
That's what you want to see there.
Because that should also time with the market pulling back as well.
Which should kind of, it's dancing. Like, that's what I mean, I was unsure whether we would have enough, oomph to get through 14,000 unabated. Looks like we're dancing a little bit with now 10 points here, 10 points there. Let's see here, Tesla, we're dancing with
those big round numbers
well.
are great, like one time, because it catches everyone's attention.
Yep.
Now is when the real work starts on whether that 14,000 is going to be legit as a resistance level, or if it's just like a psychological, not even a psychological level, but like a checkpoint that everybody wants to be like, oh, 14K is incoming. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
If we can actually now come back down a little bit on the futures, okay, or
Apple's
on the NASDAQ, Apple's going to push the market as a whole.
Bro.
And now 86 is on the NASDAQ. If we now go back to 14K and stay above, then it's got some strength there. Let's take a quick look at the number 2 stock in the NASDAQ, and Apple. Good strength. Apple's going to be needed in this rally.
Oh yeah.
Right? And the other one you're in already, Microsoft, is going to be needed in this rally for this rally to be well defined and aggressive to the upside. So Apple, good strength. I think Apple is going to be one of those names you can definitely throw a bid down on and catch. Let's do that now, actually. All right, let's get that bid. Oh, it doesn't show. Let me show it. Accept it.
We need the future to confirm here. Go, future.
Well, I think it's going to be confirmed through the individual names. So I've still got the Meta bid. You see it here. I've still got the Apple bid, or I've just put in an Apple bid, and then we'll see what Tesla's at. Tesla's still at 16 or 15, 16. This might hold up well, actually. I might be able to actually just do it now. Yeah, let me do it now. I think we have enough what we need on the rest of the market as a whole that we can actually jump ahead of this and send the orders in now. So we'll just get those bids in.
Let's go.
Actually, maybe not. Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll leave those bids in. So 3 orders are in. We've got Meta, Apple, and Tesla. So we got those three plays to make here overall. And then I know you're involved with Microsoft.
Yeah, I want to get into Tesla.
We're essentially playing all index names at this point, right?
I mean, I'm banking on continuation.
Yeah.
Now it's just about getting a good price. So we're dancing with 185 on Tesla. We're not seeing like really crazy oomph to the high side, but let's go in here half size here, Arun. Okay.
Yep.
Let's go in half size. We're going to go half size in on Tesla, and we're going to work the price better if we can. If we get a retracement into the levels we talked about, the high 184 levels, low 185 levels. We've got 22s at the moment, not the best price, obviously, but we're going to try to coax this trade into a winner. Here we go. Let's go Stresla. We're in the 30s. Renewed selling at that level to be expected. We dance. We retrace up on the future. We're embroiled in 2 longs. We're moving here on Tesla to the high side 40s. Do we see 50s shortly? We've only got 22s. And again, to reiterate, it is a half position. So we can't be, scalping out as much as we typically do. Where are we here on Microsoft? Excuse me. We're in the 30s still, looking for continuation. And a new high of daybreak through 59s. That hasn't been incoming yet. And we are printing high of day every second here on Apple as we retrace or we... Oh, what a big move down. What a big move up. What's happening here?
Something's
happening.
No, expect it, bro. We're at the top end of
What time is it? 12:30? Is there anything at 12:30?
Resistance levels
is
are going to do this.
A number at 12:30 or anything like that?
No.
That was a weird bunch of buying and selling here on Microsoft and on some of these names. But Arun's saying to be expected. Where are we here on our friend Stresla? We're dancing right at that break-even level. So we're looking to add, again, into the high 180s on Tesla.
What do you mean, 185s, you mean?
Yes, high 184s, excuse me.
Oh, high
low
185s. Gotcha. So I'll be stepping in front of 185. And then Meta goes another 50 cents or so. I should get that fill.
A bit.
And then what's the last one I have a bid on? Apple. Apple, we're sitting closer to 173 on the bid as well. So a lot of it's going to be reliant on a pullback. We got the bids in. Let's see if we can get the fills.
Yep. All right. Waiting for, looking for continuation. Tesla dancing with the level above 185. It's not getting too much support from the indexes at the moment as we continue to hang out below 14,000 on the NQ. We're above 13,990. We've been dancing with that level. Possibly, accumulating below for a nice break forward. You think, something may propel this forward, whether it's a big headline coming with respect to the debt ceiling or something else. Let's check the economic calendar here so we can cross our T's and dot our I's. Arun. Usually I have this on the side here. Today I did not have it ready. And by this, I'm talking about the economic calendar on the day and what times everything is coming out. 1 o'clock, we have a 7-year note auction, Arun.
Yep. 7-year, I don't think that's that big.
That's not that big. Okay, yeah, it doesn't strike me as anything big. The 8-week bill auction, we had 11:30. That's come and gone. That came with the 4-week as well. Did you see the interest rate on the 1 month?
No. What is it now?
7%.
On the 1 month?
Unreal. There's if you want to keep your money short duration, you get 7 points on your money.
30-day bills? Ooh.
So, yeah, some interesting stuff
T-bills
there.
all the way right now, apparently.
Right? I think some people are saying 8.
8?
Yeah, okay. Whatever. You know what I mean. It's up. It's up there. All right, what else is up there?
That's a good return. 7% is nuts on a 30-day.
It's nuts. Yeah. It's high. It's, catching a lot of people's attention. Not something I'm just making up here.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Who knows how long it stays there, because a lot of it is really attributed, or people are saying is attributed to the debacle we have with the debt ceiling raising rates and causing instability in money markets.
That's the thing. That I think that's one thing I would probably should have spent more time learning.
What?
Is the bond side of things.
Yeah.
That's one thing where I'm just kind of shaky on. I understand the basics, but I'd like. I can't get into that. That's why when we have Frank Caberna,
awesome man. He's always
always
insightful.
learning a ton because he's so knowledgeable.
Yeah.
So especially with that kind of stuff too. So there we go.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Sean.
Right.
Sean just coming back.
There's your first fill. Tesla's filled now north of 185.
Okay.
I'm joining you on Tesla. There we go. It's 22.
I have this coffee here, Arun. Talking juice, as I call it.
It's cold now.
Dude,
look at that first cup of yours. It's like 2 of these cups.
It doesn't need to be seen, Arun. We're gonna hide it over
should
here.
So this is like coffee cup number 3 for you at this point.
Yeah.
Full coffee cups number 3.
I call it talking juice.
Talking juice. Is that how you get through the day?
Yeah. Well, I'm on camera from 8:30 to 2:30.
Yeah.
So
then you gotta go work out. Then you gotta go work out.
Yeah.
Gotta
Which
get
is
your
okay.
workout in.
Which is peaceful. Right? I put my headphones on. I don't really usually talk to many people while I'm working out.
No,
Not that I'm
market.
Standoffish.
That's expected.
Arun, we're retracing here on Microsoft. We had a nice little trade, and now we're coming right back into our area. We were $1.25 in the money. Now we're 10 pennies in the money as we're really retracing off that 225 break back into the low 224s as we do get some rejection off that 14,000 level on the NQ. We hit 14,425. Apple rejecting 173 3/4, coming back down into 173. What do we see here? Tesla, though, holding 185 for now, dancing. That has been a resistance level. It is now acting as a support level. Do we get bought up here on this retracement on the NQ? Here we go again, 13,978 getting bought up for the moment. We're now back in the money, nicely in the money on Microsoft. Where are we here? We're 10 pennies out of the money on Tesla, but the point is,
we're 2 out of 3 here.
We're looking for a 14,000 break. That's the idea.
Yeah, we're in 2 out of 3. We've got Apple, we've got Tesla. We're just waiting on Meta to come through. Is there anything else that we talked about in terms of stocks?
We talked about Nvidia, obviously, but we're dancing with VWAP on Nvidia, 382.5. That's kind of been the level we've been hanging out at for a little while now on Nvidia. It's VWAP on my chart. I know it's not. Come to the chart if you're able to, Mohan. I know it's not showing here, but 382.50, a little bit above that, is VWAP, and it's been dancing in and around there, touching 385, rejecting. We haven't got real continuity to the upside in this name for quite some time, though. It's been a minute.
I mean,
Been since about 11 o'clock, so we're
What,
going about an
Nvidia?
hour and a half. Yeah.
Nvidia's got so much interest in it. We saw all the activity in the morning, and that's
Yeah.
what tends to happen when you have a stock that's that hot, that's made a move like this, where all of it's concentrated because everybody wants in right at the beginning, right? And then everyone runs through their volume, and then now the stock is trading as an intraday stock that's kind of trying to figure out what it wants to do. And that's where you're seeing the back and forth action. Is this too high of a PE? I mean, I'm sure there's going to be arguments for that as well, and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
So
That's
now
always
they're
been
just
a problem.
and now they're just going to make their move and figure out how this is going to be traded. Should it go above 400 based on future projections and whatnot? So, hey, if you had Nvidia pre-market or not pre-market at the close yesterday, and you came in today and saw 30% on your account, would you get out of some at least? Or would you just hold on saying it'll just keep going
And
up?
I can prove that my no actually is valid because I didn't twice on Meta. I held through 2 monster earnings and I didn't sell. And I sold on the second one.
So what are you looking for when you just hold on?
Meta, I targeted, I tried to look for technical reasons to get out.
Yeah.
And there were none. I promise you that.
Right.
There were no breaches of any levels. There was nothing really telling me, oh, there was a lot of noise on television, but there wasn't anything on the charts that I could see.
Okay.
I got out based on just profitability target. I'm like, okay, $100 a share is good. Let's get out, right? That was it. But now on Nvidia, I think the story's a little different. I think you have a long-term AI play, and they're really the biggest name in the game, man. Who touches them in GPUs? Who? Nobody.
Nvidia?
Says Sean.
I do find it pretty cool, though, that these new computers, the processing power the smaller computers have, it's nuts.
It's not, and they're talking about quantum computing.
Dude.
They're doing something with Rolls-Royce. There was some fluid dynamic, something like that. Brendo and I were talking about it. Something C, fluid dynamic, something to do with quantum computing. It's a next leap. Man,
I was talking to guys from the algo team, and they're showing me their setup.
Okay.
Because they kind of change computers or whatnot, right?
Okay.
So obviously, you know, everyone knows what a normal PC looks like. So now they've got these like much smaller boxes. Like we're talking like small boxes, like the size maybe like this.
And that's a monster.
And they're saying that those things are way more powerful than a full-out PC.
Hey, you see that with Apple does.
It's like a portable.
Yeah,
like
Apple's got that monster little thing right there, and it's supposed to be all sorts of powerful. Yeah.
That's the direction where computing is heading. At the same time, and like you said, Nvidia's got it.
Bro.
What?
We're talking the game right now, and the reason I think
that's like
Intel
processing.
is down 6.5%, Arun, on 46 million shares. Intel, and I think that if you're in a CPU game and you're not fully invested in the GPU game, you might be left aside here.
I mean, Intel was, I don't know enough about this because I know Neil talked about this a lot, about the Intel foundry business.
That's what we've been banking on this entire time. But if they're making the wrong chips, what's the point of it? And there's VPUs. Did you know about this VPU thing? Yeah, video processing units. What the hell is this? There's all these things coming out here, and you're trying to keep up with this and that. I try anyway. Nice bounce back up on the market. Nice move up on Tesla. Nice move up back on Microsoft. We're printing again as we break high of day on Meta. Meta's going. The future looking to curl back into 14,000. Hello, Tesla, coming to 185.50. We're long that. We're in the money there. Do we take? We're going to wet our beak. We're going to wet our beak a little bit there. A light wet right there. As we knock on the door again, sorry to keep flip-flopping between the different stocks here. We're knocking on the door again of 325, and we open that door. We're on the other side of it. We're looking for a high of daybreak, though, on Microsoft. That comes to us vis-a-vis F59 break. Not there yet, but what we are there is we're knocking on the door of 14,000 again. That's what you want to see if you're long some of these big tech names. We need index continuations. Jay Lee, Sharif, BPU is the same thing. Just marketing BS because it's external. Got it. Okay. Thank you for that, man. I mean, it saves me the research that I have to do. But yeah, always love the information given from our viewers. They're always quite knowledgeable.
All right. And with that, here comes the market right back. I mean, Tesla's still good for 35 cents at the moment.
Yeah,
We're still
yeah,
making
there we
a
go.
press here.
Yeah.
It's all about that press against the big round number that is 14K
Yep.
on the NASDAQ as we head on up, down. I mean, we're still trying here. We know we've got Apple helping out because I'm up 12 cents on Apple. We know we've got Tesla moving up. Some index names. You're already involved in Microsoft. Microsoft's in the money, yeah?
It is, baby.
Microsoft's helping out. So
We're
a lot of
75
index names
pennies
are
plus in the
on
money.
board and wanting to participate. Let's just see if we can actually get that breakout point because we have been stuck in a range a little bit here. So let's see if we get that move to the upside. Meta's the only problem right now for me. Meta,
Problem child.
I'm trying to get a fill, but I haven't been able
Logan
to get the fill. Am I going to get close to getting the fill on Meta? Maybe, actually. With this move to the downside? Possibly. Might be able to get the fill on Meta. Yeah, I'll leave the order there. And we've got the stop set, so we'll let that play out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, same game with me. Eye on Microsoft, eye on Tesla. Looking for continuity through 14,000. Nothing changes here. I guess we could talk about something else while we wait for whatever to develop and go on. Sean is short Amazon. That has been an obviously weak name today in the big tech game. It started the day red. It's continued red. Is it red right now? Is it down? Amazon is down alone 1.5% on decent volume. It has to be said. 31.5 million shares. Sean is short 30s. 115.30s. And short Apple, our friend Apple is being shorted, where? 30s as well, 173.30s. But we are moving up on our friend Microsoft here and our friend Tesla as we come back into the 185.5. I'm looking for that half break here on Tesla. Sorry, I'm getting excited. It's really the coffee more than the price action, quite frankly.
It's always the coffee. It's always the coffee,
right?
Isn't it?
But we're back $1 in the money on Microsoft, so that's good news. But again, nothing to celebrate because we haven't had a new high. I need a new high through 59s. In fact, Arun, we're going to go ahead and we're going to sit on the other side of 59s. We're going to sit at 63s because what's life without whimsy? And if we get printed around there, that will be a resting profit taker. But we dance with 325 currently, and we dance with 14,000 from the south side on the NQ. 41.55 is where we're at on the ES. I want to say a local top. It's not the high of day. A local high, 41.60. If we can break through that, that's a new high. We currently have a new higher low on the ES, not by much. We touched 37s during around 10:30, and then we touched 40s at 11:30. So making a higher low. Let's see if we can get a higher high and get some going here. But here we go. Tesla again, back into the 50s. I don't have anything resting here on Tesla, quite frankly, because I'm in at 22s. So I'd like, we're going to need to see something a bit better. Now, I'll be taking something at 86s. I'll definitely be looking at 87s as a resistance level. High of day, 86.78, 186.78. So right in front of 187, I'll be looking to take some out in and around there. Tesla holding through 50s at the moment as we don't get continuity quite yet, Arun, on the NQ.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's it. It's a good 50 cents right now for me.
Attaboy.
We're still waiting on Meta. If we can pull back a little bit on this market, Meta would be a great fill as well, the third fill. And then we've got Apple playing. Apple's supposed to be the big index that's supposed to help us out. It's not really doing a whole lot, and I don't know if Apple's the one I want to play long with right now. So you know what, though? I'm going to walk away from Apple. It's not exactly the most favorable index name because that should not have happened. That little pop that failed, that should not have happened, I think, in terms of Apple's strength.
What does that say to you? Okay, so this is very interesting. Weakness.
Because essentially what you're looking for is good strength on a pop and then ability to hold any sort of buying on a sell. So on a move back up, we should not be backing down from any sort of, there should not be residual selling right now.
Yeah.
So
it should not look, okay.
So this market is coming off a little bit. Let's see if it actually falls off a bit more or not. This could be healthy. This could be a healthy move, right? We still want strong names. Tesla hasn't backed down. Meta, we still want that fill on Meta. I think we're playing against that 54 here. So let's see if we can get a nice little pop here. This could be the opportunity to find some other longs. And right now I've got, let's take a quick look at Nvidia once more. and see if we can actually maybe pick up a long there on Nvidia 86s. Ooh, I like this base. That 80 is being confirmed. Yeah, you know what? I'll jump in on Nvidia. Why not?
Let's go.
Nvidia. This is right back to the pricing that I wanted earlier, but I backed off of it, and then we'll just send the order in and see if we can get a fill on Nvidia as well.
Yeah, Nvidia held VWAP beautifully there. I would think you would agree that 383 level, what give or take. That was VWAP. You're $4 in the money, man, because we're knocking on the door at 387 right there. What a VWAP hold on Nvidia. You had to have guts to hold that, though, because, you know, the volatility, the amount of volatility it was giving you there was a little cray-cray. Anyway, did we get the fill on Tesla? No, we haven't got the fill. We're sitting at 63s. We're in the high 60s. Here we go. Accumulation. I'm seeing a lot of green and orange on my tape. That typically means we're moving up. Do we get continuity? We're not seeing index continuity quite yet. Secular.
Secular?
Tesla secular. Secular. Oh, that's going to go viral. Tesla secular at the moment. If we can print a little bit above where we're currently at here, go through 60s. Microsoft also below 325s, hanging out in the 80s. I've got a resting order there as well. Where are we here? We're in the 60s on Microsoft. So I won't take anything out until they're 60s. Looking for continuation on Microsoft, but yeah, secular. Count secular. Count secular, the chat is saying. That's going to be its new name, secular.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Damn it. Oh, what are we doing here? Nvidia, slow down, man. Slow down.
What's going, man?
Slow down. I've got a bid on Nvidia.
You got a bid?
Yeah, I'm not getting a fill, though. We still got Meta. We're going to play Meta into the long. We're going to play Nvidia if I can get a fill on the long. We'll keep Tesla on the long on the 85 break, and we'll roll with it. That's all we're going to roll with for now.
Yeah, that's what I'm into. Just
index names.
I was never long Apple. No, Arun was long Apple, and he got out of it because he didn't like the way that it tanked like that. He said it showed weakness. Rejecting off 173 3/4 in the way that it did. So that was not good news. Yeah. Sean was short that name, just for full disclosure there, on our friend Apple as it dances above. Sean saying Amazon, the weaker one of the bunch, and yeah, that goes without saying. Having a look there, down 1.6% on the day is Amazon, while our friend Apple is up 3/4 of a point. Back to the trade at hand. Microsoft still in the 80s. Someone in the chat said Microsoft did not make a new high from the previous high. So let's go ahead and fact check that. Let's go over here, see where this peak is, 59s. And then around here, the high, 53. Where is this? 59. This was 53. So that is correct, actually. We don't get to 59s. 325.59. That high was made at around 11:30. At 12:20, we got up to 53. So no, we have not made a new high on Microsoft, but we have made a higher low. So we'll continue to see. I think again, very market dependent is this move. I mean, we need continuity through 14,000, and if we don't get it, I don't think we really get the move that I want on Microsoft on Tesla. Jason, I've been shorting AMD now, and I'm looking to flip the script and go long 120 break. What do you think, Sean? Hitting the bang. Have it looked at AMD. Let's pop it up. We want to flip the script and go long at 120. What's the, show me the 5 here, baby. All right, where are we at here? Okay, well, you're going to be banking on chips rejecting here. Right, you got, look, I see what you're saying. You got a 120 rejection early on, right? In the aftermarket yesterday. That was a top. We're right back there. My only concern is you're going against an uptrend. Yes, it's a good level. No question about it. Great level. But you're up 10 3/4 points. The NQ is up. I don't even know how many percent the NQ is up. We're knocking on the door 14,000. How many? 2.5% the NQ is up. Pardon me? Yeah, 2.5. So it's a counter trend move. To me, it's dangerous. You do it with smaller size, and you, I mean, I don't even know where you give the stop. Let's look at the Let's look at the 4 hour here. Do we have any levels here? No, we don't, obviously. We got to go back ways away. All right, what's the daily look like? 120 level. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is this level right here, 125. I mean, you're not giving this $5. So you're going to have to give this 25, 50 pennies, whatever your risk tolerance will allow based on your share size. It's not the trade I would take, but it's an identifiable level. Maybe look for it when there's more market weakness. Could that be a good suggestion? Anyway, Microsoft back into 325. We're in the high 90s, looking to take that level again. We're seeing, you know, not a lot of movement on the future here, but we're not breaking below lows, which is good. Tesla out of the money now again. Now it's going to be interesting because I want to have a better cost basis with our friend Tesla, because we got 20s, and 20s is not the price that I want. So we're going to put a resting order here for the remaining amount, and I'm going to front run 185 by a little bit to get filled. So we're going to go, because remember we went half position Tesla initially. So there we go. Let's put that order there and see what happens. All right, we're getting some tags here in the chat. Day trader cut. Why does Arun trade like he has to pay his mortgage at 4 p.m.? I think he like trades in the exact opposite of that. I mean, I feel like he's not forced into a trade. Jason says, thank you regarding AMD. Sean is saying he's getting out of Apple. Yeah, we are accumulating at these levels, Sean. I do agree with you on that. So we'll see what happens on the future. We've got a dip trade set up for the other half of the Tesla position here, right in front of 185. I'm 75 pennies in the money on Microsoft. I've got some resting orders on the other side of 325.5 in the 60s there to print. So looking for continuation on Microsoft. And banking on continuation on the future. Tesla back into the 30s, not giving me the opportunity to get a dip trade there. Not much going on. You know, we're knocking on the door of 1 o'clock here. We're 7 minutes to 1, so the liquidity probably starts coming back a little bit more here. Maybe we get some continuity. Also, keep in mind, we're also looking for debt ceiling talk from you know, any number of individuals, whether it's Speaker McCarthy, President Biden, or his representatives. And the negotiators involved in those discussions. We're looking for comments from them. We got some in the morning. I don't believe we have any more Fed speakers on tap for today. So if anything, we're going to be waiting for some debt ceiling talk as opposed to Fed speak. Where are we at here? Okay. So yeah, not much has changed. Keeping an eye on Nvidia. Nvidia rejecting 387.5. That was a former area of support, now looking like an area of resistance. Here's a chart on Nvidia. Let's put it in the commentary here. So Apple's, whoa, this is freezing on me. Eek. There we go, that's better. Nvidia, NVDA.NQ. Put that there. This is the level I'm talking about right here. What is this on Nvidia?
85, right?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just trying to fix this here. Yeah, this is the level we danced with earlier, that 387.50. Kind of found a bit of a base, broke down below it. Now we're finding it as a bit of a top. So if you're trying to time your trades or looking for some patterns or channels, that could be an interesting look right there. We are here on Microsoft, 50 pennies in the money, but trending down, rejecting 325 again. Tesla knocking on the door. Did I get filled on my dip trade on Tesla? Yes, I did. So now I have a better cost basis. I have 14s now on Tesla as opposed to 22s. So a better cost basis. Not as good as these guys. Those guys got 03s. Oh, baby.
You know, this is going to take time, though. These kind of breakouts, they take time.
I'm not waiting for anything short here. I know that we have to break through 14,000 and stay above 14,000 for this to be the real move.
Yeah.
Right? And like, you know, I'm not looking for 50 pennies on Microsoft. You know, we're looking for $1 or $2 here. Same thing goes on Tesla. We're looking for $1 or $2, but we'll have to get cooperation again.
Nvidia, damn Nvidia, eh?
It's going, bro.
Man.
Here we go. 387, 388 incoming.
The speed, it's fast and furious.
Yo,
It'd be
off by,
going.
like-
And where's Tesla? Yeah, Tesla doing well. Microsoft doing well. The market doing well. Here comes 14,000, baby. This guy's eating up a storm. Must be nice to be able to eat pasta, eh?
Well, you don't do,
Must
you,
be
you don't
nice.
do, you don't do carbs?
No, I don't, man. It's a summer.
Oh yeah, I forgot about you and your summer body. Listen, there's a reason why both of us work out, but I would be in much more better shape if I ate the way you ate. I
feel
because
better when
diet's
I eat.
everything, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we can try to be healthy and whatever, eat salads and whatever. But at the same time, like your whole diet, the entire day, I see you getting in your omelets in the morning, your protein bars. Like, it's a lot of discipline.
I like it.
All of
You
which
know what can I tell you? Doesn't
I do
feel
not
that way.
have.
But it
To a
doesn't
certain
feel
degree.
like I'm depriving myself or I'm having to go against my will.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is what I'm doing. I show up to work, I eat omelets, and, you know,
Yep.
I lift weights.
So I don't do sugar
Good.
during the week.
That's just health. Forget
Just
about diet.
like I just feel better, right?
yeah.
Like that has nothing. But carbs,
Man, they're good, bro.
dude.
You don't gotta
Carb?
convince me
You want to give
on
me
carbs.
bread and pizza?
You don't
I
have
got
to
no problems
convince
with that.
me.
It's like I work. I know you work out because you need to be in those cutoff shirts, looking
But
fly.
I like carbs. I have good. There's a lot of oats in here. Hold on, we're moving down really aggressively here, Arun, on
what?
Tesla. What's going on with here on Tesla? We're moving down
that's quite
quite
nice.
aggressively. It's a bit of a secular move. It has to be said here. Right through the 185, we're coming to that 184.50, a bit of a level. Tesla coming down hard. I'm looking for headlines. I'm not seeing anything here yet.
It's
Could be
fine.
nothing. It could be fine, you know, some offloading of positions. All right, we'll have a look here. What's Beat Fanatic? It's a lifestyle, yes. Dan Emmons, when you turn 40, you can do all that and still struggle to keep the pounds off. Are you talking to me like I'm not 40, bro? I'm 41, right? Yeah. Oh, baby,
you wouldn't
that's
have guessed
come and
that.
gone.
You wouldn't have guessed that now, would you have?
That's come and gone, my friend. So, thank you. How much do you spend on food a month? A lot of money. I gotta dance with that, man.
For your birthday, I'm eating carbs. Celebrating your life, bro.
You could eat carbs in front of me. Watch me. Microsoft is really falling here, and so is Tesla. There's some market movement here, Arun.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's been any debt ceiling talk. I'm gonna check real quick. I'll just send it to you.
Yeah. This market coming off a little bit here. As he goes up to the main desk, there's got to be, because now the market's crossing down. We're at 50 on the overall. What did you say? This is such a mess. Like, I don't think a deal on the U.S. debt ceiling will be reached today. Apparently, is the comment that this market is moving on. I mean, surprise? Surprise? Is this the game we're going to play until June 1st, essentially? Just watch out until the minefield blows? Because right now this market is backing down. For a second there was shooting up, and now Tesla's falling apart, and then we're out 60 cents. We were up 60 cents, and now we're out 60 cents as this market is stuck inside of a range and still messing around with debt talks. Nvidia, I'm going to leave the order because Nvidia has its own catalyst, but everything else I think is not a fun time to be in. We are still in Meta. We'll play Meta out. We'll play out Tesla as well because we're inside the range at this point, and there should be, if there's support, there's got to be support here to bounce off of these 84 halves. We'll let the stops play out. I don't want to interfere with the trade. Who knows? Next thing you know, 5 minutes later, there's going to be another comment saying something else. So we'll just let it play out. I'd rather trade the chart than try to play every individual thing that's going on right now. So we'll just let it go. Still going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just going to, risk a little bit less, I think. Nvidia's still going to be in play. Tesla, we're in it. And then Meta, we're in it as well. So we'll let that go. Let's take a quick look at Apple. We walked away from Apple. Yeah, it's still messing with those. Like the attempted move towards 50 is not being held up well. So it does look like this could become a problem area for Apple as it backs off, I guess, and the futures market coming back into the middle of the range. And here we go. I guess we are going to be sitting and taking one more fill possibly on Nvidia. That's it.
Sorry,
that's all I got. What you got? What's going on with your
I got to
computer?
restart, so just give me an opportunity.
Yeah.
Just to finish my
Damn,
restart.
man, computers aren't acting up, or are acting up lately. So, all right, let's take a quick look here in terms of names. We are, as someone said in the chat, we are aggressively going nowhere today. Well said. Well said. AMD breaking the top, 120 on the high.
Maybe.
Ooh, nice little trend to the upside. 120 on the high. Okay. See you on the breakout there.
I see you.
Yeah, I see you on the breakout there. All right, let's pull up the level 2 on AMD. See what that looks like. All right. 7. Oh, that's a decent amount of shares there too. Okay. 120 on AMD coming up as the futures market backs down towards the lows, it seems. Not lows, but towards the middle of the range and coming on down. Tesla's still heading on down. That's going to be a loss. The way Tesla's been moving, I don't know if this is actually going to turn into a winner. Because that was supposed to be the breakup point, right?
This is a tough trade.
85, not holding up well. That's a problem.
Yeah,
so
this is the one.
we'll leave it alone. Again, the stop's there to protect against a technical failure. That's what I need for me to get out
I need
of
a
trades.
VWAP
I need a
hold
technical failure. I'm not going to jump on board and be like, oh my God, it's going against me. I'm going to get out. No, let it be a technical failure. If there's a technical failure, we'll walk away from it and call it a day.
Sean, taking Amazon short, 80 cents in the money. I'm looking
sense.
for a VWAP hold here on Tesla. That comes to us via a 184 hold. This trade, getting out of hand, being supported by the Microsoft trade, but we have to make sure that Tesla stays sound here because can't let this one get out of reach. We're still at levels that I like on the futures. We're much near the highs, looking possibly to take out those tops. We'll see. Microsoft looking good again. By the way, that headline I gave you, what I didn't finish at the end was that they are looking they actually have narrowed the issue. Sean saying AMD broke the top. AMD, let's have a look at what AMD, our friend AMD, is doing over here. There we go. Sean's saying he missed the punch there. AMD through 120. Yeah, and so this is what, we really don't know if we get continuation here, but let's keep an eye on it. But this is the thing. Whoever was asking me earlier that 120 short on AMD, and I said, you're really taking it against the trend. It's a risky trade, this and that and the other. And, I'm not saying we're going to continue through 120 here, but to me, this is just too risky of a trade. It's too counter trend for me to want to get into. So keeping my eye on Microsoft as we're now back into 325-ish area, not really doing much. Tesla, the trouble though. Do I add here at a better cost basis? So I think I will, and my out will be the break of 184. So I will give myself a bit of a better cost basis there, and my out will be the break of 184. So we'll continue to watch that and see what's good. Not much. Market kind of consolidating a little bit to the side now.
It's not doing a whole lot, man.
It's not really consolidating.
No.
It's holding at highs, right? It's slowing down. You like the accumulation at the highs, but it's just a waiting game that's trouble. Nvidia continuing to go though, looking to take out that 388 level and stay above it.
We got close to a fill too, and then nope, not this time around. Still, the order's still there. It's pending. Let's just see if I can get a fill. Maybe on a cross or something. Who knows? But for now, Meta, Tesla, and possibly Nvidia if we get lucky enough to get a cross fill, and that's about it.
Yeah, breaking down.
I mean, this is talk about activity, right? You get activity, but then it's like bursts of activity, and it's like related to a headline. You're like, really? Like, can I not just trade?
Yeah, I know, but it's like, that's just part of the things we have to factor in, especially knowing the context we're in. Tesla really going down there, man. Here comes that 184 level. That 184 level is VWAP, and that's going to be my line in the sand. On this one, that'll be $1 and plus loser there. So that will take us in the red, no question about that. If we get stopped out here, we're really knocking on the door of 184. We've wicked below it. Ideally, you want to stay above it here to maintain a higher low. We may not get that as we kind of curl down here. We're not really curling down the futures. Tesla's just showing weakness at the moment. Microsoft holding up a little bit better. Meta curling here. Amazon continuing to be the laggard, and Apple trying to hold 173. Still looking a little bit weak though.
Apple's like that was supposed to be the breakout point, right? Now we're stalling out on Apple.
Yeah.
It's a hard one to figure out. Apple
Someone's
right now.
buying it at 173 though.
I mean, it's a round number. I wouldn't be surprised.
A round number, yeah.
I don't know why they're buying it there, but it doesn't really matter.
SPY rejecting the high all day, says Justin Harvey. What else? I'm in love with football. Should I sell my 10K BTC and make it dump? Okay. You've got 10,000 Bitcoin.
That's
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you got 10,000 Bitcoins, I mean, probably shouldn't be asking us for opinions. We should be asking you for opinions.
Jeez. 10K is a lot.
10K is what, 17,000? No, not 17,000. What am I doing? 30,000?
No, it's we're at
26,000 at 10,000
right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's some money, some good money. He's just trolling, obviously. I know he's just trolling, guys. We're just going along with it here as we get. All right, where else are we at here, Sean? Maybe 10,000 worth of Bitcoin. He's saying you're not going to make the market flush with 10,000 worth of Bitcoin because that's not one coin.
Yeah,
right. But I know, right?
He's trying to get his half cents in.
Yeah, it's all right.
I mean,
the man enjoys life.
But that's the thing, though. Like with Bitcoin, the price it is. You can't, like, not everyone can get a full coin, right? It's gonna be hard to get a full coin for. It's either like an entire portfolio is gonna be like 2 coins for most people on average.
Yeah, some people
then
have been holding it.
Yeah, or you're gonna be just trying to put it in and hopefully it multiplies. So, we'll see. Bitcoin's one of those things where it takes time, and now everyone's moved on to the roulette, the roulette that is the individual names and high flyers and whatever. But
it's all speculative as hell, I would say.
By all means,
presents a lot of opportunity.
I mean, think about it though. But like Bitcoin, I'm sure a lot of people that are holding for the long term are seeing it like art is seen.
As art, yes.
Like the way art is seen.
Yeah, no utility really to it.
It's like
just to look at I've never been
as long as it appreciates in value or you see the appreciation path forward.
Yeah.
Then you can pawn it off to someone else at a much higher price.
Greater fool's theory.
Right.
And I hate to characterize it like that, but that's what it's called. And hey, man, if you like it and it's worth money to you, sure, take it. Anyway, where are we at here, Fuge? Still accumulating, looking at curl back into 14. All my positions are long, so I'm rooting for this 14 break. I do like the fact that we have consecutively higher highs and higher lows. Sean talking about AMD again. Rejected at 120. It's a failed break, so maybe the short is in order. Well, we're dancing with the level, right? 119.65. We got a 120.39 break. Now we held the half dollar. Do we hold it? VWAP on my chart here, 118.50. It didn't respect VWAP. This is the open, so the volume at the open never really respects VWAP. And besides, VWAP is based on that light pre-market action there. So it's not an important level. Now, VWAP becomes much more important because we've done much more volume on the day. So 118.50, let's see if we hold up around that level. I'm not going to be touching it, but the market curling down here, it's taking down Microsoft with it. Microsoft curling back down from 325. Now, 325 has become a bit of a top, a local top here on Microsoft the last little while as Apple now breaking down and the market finding a bit of red coming in. Tesla still holding VWAP. Nothing that has changed in that regard, but yeah, all micro short-term moves, still big picture. Nothing's changed.
A lot of the times what you're going to get right now is it looks like if you like really zoom into it, you're like, oh, 20, like big moves there. But when you zoom out, it's like it's just all noise, right? It's gyrations within the ranges that the stocks or the market has already set up. Tesla tried that 185 break, and now it's coming back into its range, which is the base bottom is going to be around 184. I'm sitting closer to 183 on the out, but we're going to give it a chance. We do like the idea of an extension. Let's see if that plays out. I mean, Meta's 10 cents in, Tesla's 80 cents out. Market hasn't done anything. NASDAQ still needs to take 14K in a big way. The one thing I would pay attention to, though, today is Thursday, going into a long weekend on Monday. So, like I was saying earlier this week, Sharif, today could be the day where the last bit of volume is done from the big players. as they take an extra long weekend.
Yeah.
And you hand it off to your junior traders tomorrow, and they may not have the ability or allowed the ability to make any sort of big moves to structure. All they got to do is make sure it doesn't break, right? So I'm very curious how much volume comes in at the close today. That'll dictate how much volume is left to be done tomorrow.
The variable I throw there into that
That's
equation,
debt
though.
limit stuff?
There you go.
Yeah.
And because we may have some action with respect on that front on the weekend, even though technically they're going to take Monday off, so they say, but they're on call. They're on call in case a vote has to be called in on Monday. Should a deal be reached, and you want to strike while everything's hot.
Okay, so if you're on call, you can't do it in the equity side. That means you have to do it in the futures.
Of course.
That's
Monday is a day. Is Monday the future open?
Look it up. I'm not sure because futures under CME Globex hours has weird hours at times. Sometimes it's fully closed. Sometimes it's got this not even a half session. It's like this weird session from like until 11 o'clock or something. It's trading and then it's done. And I don't know. It depends on the day, and I don't know enough about the holiday schedule on CME Globex to know. But I'm pretty sure if something's done over the weekend, then these guys are going to be ready to go with that volume on Monday. Before the futures market actually goes to close, right?
What time? Okay, usually opens up, if it's closed Monday, it usually opens up 6 p.m. Monday. 6 p.m. Eastern time, New York time, Toronto time.
Yes, if it's closed.
If it's closed.
If it's closed, it'll open up at 6 p.m. when Tokyo opens up.
Yes.
Right? So that's when normal Globex hours take effect. But Monday itself randomly has these weird, I've noticed this, inconsistently noticed this, that there's certain days where it'll do like a light session until a certain time.
Yeah.
And then it's done. And I've never actually looked.
Christmas Eve?
I've never looked deep into it. Well, Christmas Eve's like a half day, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't that what you're talking about?
No. I'm talking about like going into a long weekend. Like coming out of a long weekend, I mean. Yeah, coming out of a long weekend. Like the long weekend day, it's got these weird hours at times. I don't know. Go look it up on CME's Globex website and you guys can figure it out.
The Hayes Records, $1.99 super chat. Thanks very much. The Hayes, good friend of the show. Apparently DeSantis supports crypto, but not CBDC. I don't know what's CBDC. Should I be vetting that before I read it in case that's something? All right, I don't know anything about that. I'll have to look at it. But I did catch a little bit of the Twitter interview with David Sachs and Elon Musk yesterday on Twitter. That's after it glitched. I caught it ex post facto. I didn't actually watch it or listen to it live. DeSantis' introduction was obviously scripted initially. It was kind of his, here's I'm running, here's why, and here's, and then he laid out his list of grievances, and probably catering to his base there. Look, it was interesting. I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but what I did like is the fact that you have these politicians trying to control the narrative a lot more and going direct to consumer kind of thing, right? Direct to consumer being really the direct to the person via Twitter, where you can have like that open dialogue, not going through the normal channels. It really presents an interesting opportunity to monetize these, in new ways. I mean, it's always been cable news or the big networks that have kind of had the monopoly on this. Now we're seeing it's like, no, we're not going to do it that way anymore. I mean,
if it can be operated, like properly executed, it's all about execution. The idea is great, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, can you execute the idea?
A little off yesterday, but growing pains, right? There was a glitch initially, but then it worked without a flaw. Yeah, Tesla did touch 184. It is holding VWAP, and the market is curling. So I'm not going to end this trade.
Big news.
What's up?
Guess who finally got his Nvidia fill?
You got the Nvidia fill,
this
baby.
This guy right here. Finally. Whether that's going to work out or not, I don't know. But I've been chasing after this Nvidia fill for a while now. Finally got the fill.
Very nice.
Nvidia. It's up 50 cents, but I mean, what's 50 cents on Nvidia? Really? Like the spread closes and boom, there goes the 50 cents.
The ES is curling here. The ES is really moving here. The ES has awoken.
Which is helpful for all of our longs that we're in.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? I got 2, you got 3. The only overlap is going to be Tesla there?
Yeah, and I'm well out of the money on that. I'm about $1, 90 pennies out of the money on that. The break of 184, it's over.
But we're being buoyed here by this Microsoft long that we're 75 pennies in the money in, and we're kept hopeful by the fact that we're near 14,000. We could get continuation. Ryan Lamb saying central bank digital currency is the phrase for the acronym CBDC. The central bank digital currency is, I don't know. We're seeing that a lot in China, and it's just like, yo, they just track everything you're spending your money on. They know exactly what you spend.
This?
Central bank digital currency, right?
I mean,
where money is printed
data
digitally.
is power in the technological age, right? So that, what do you think? Why do you think Meta is worth what it's worth? Because of the amount of data that it has.
Oh yeah, here we go. Tesla is going the wrong way here, Arun, and we're
I'm not
coming
worried.
back into 184. Yeah.
Relax, bro. It's gonna flex and turn just like you.
I like it.
Or turn and flex.
We got, come to the wide angle here. There we go. We got Mr.
That's a
EV
fancy
himself.
cup. Is that your own?
He always drinks in that clear
Fancy
glass cup. That is his cup. He does not like mugs. And you see those cups around, you know Randy's been drinking.
It's a nice fancy cup there. Yeah, I'm liking that. You know, Randy, I thought you would have been more rugged, but like you're a little fancy like that. You're a little fancy like that.
PayPal. All right,
going
Randy
down?
wants to know what PayPal is doing.
Probably
It
still going down.
is still down 3.5%.
59.64 after bottoming out a few minutes. I mean, it went for a new low and then bounced. So we don't know how far that's going to go, but yeah.
The ES is back up, baby, 41.57.
Wait, but hold on, just in case something comes out in terms of debt limit talks again, because that's what happens when we get to this area.
Yeah.
Always like, watch out. Are we
I know,
actually gonna?
but like I don't have my Twitter thing here. I feel naked without it because that's usually how I figure
Your phone.
out. Yeah, I know. I don't usually use it like that though. I'd like it here. I'm going to incorporate it.
Yeah, okay,
It's kind of on me to do.
Yeah.
Haven't done it. Holding 184, curling back into 13,900 is what I'm trying to say. In anticipation for 14,000 break. Tesla holding 184. Microsoft below 325 again. 325 acting like a local top on Microsoft, and we're seeing clearly there's a hidden seller there because this size on the book not warranted enough to stop its ascent. So a hidden seller at 325, been there for a minute. I want to say since around 1240, that's going on 40 minutes or so, there's been a seller at 325. On the day, we did get to 325.59 last time around, didn't make a newer high. But yeah, that's the position we are on here on Microsoft, and we are definitely finding a seller at 325, no question about that. I wasn't looking at the level 2. The last time around, it was at these levels, but now I am, and I know that definitely there is a hidden seller there. Yeah.
Tesla is going to be the only problem one, seems.
Yeah, Tesla's a problem.
I mean, but also Tesla, like, it makes moves out of nowhere, so we'll leave it be. The one thing I don't want to do is interfere with trades just because they're going against me, and I said this earlier. If I've got levels in place, right? 85 break, looking for that long extension, good support on the market as a whole, great, great, great. But then you don't want to micromanage your trades. I feel like a lot of traders, when they get into a trade and they're staring at the screens and the trade starts ticking against them, they start thinking of all the things
that could go wrong.
That not just can go wrong, well, yeah, I guess could go wrong, and they're like, okay, well, maybe if I cut it out here. And those are the people that are willing to get out.
There it is, baby.
Right? So I would say if you've got a plan in place, you spend all the time you spent looking for a specific trade. Once you've entered,
let it run.
Let it work. Not even let it run. That's assuming that's going to work in your favor. I mean, like, let it work. You're either right or you're wrong. You've got an expectation of how high it can go, and you know where you are going to get out if it goes bad. Everything in the middle, don't interfere with the trade, because a lot of times the odds shift away from your, like, everyone assumes it's 50-50, right? It's a coin toss. You buy your stock, it goes up or down. But the one thing that determines whether you make money or lose depends on how you manage it. If you walk away from that trade based on your strategy, and your strategy has like a 60% win rate, if you do anything else apart from what your strategy requires you to do, you're interfering with that win rate.
Absolutely.
Right? You're bringing it down from 60 because now you're meddling just because you can't dare to see a trade that's losing for a little bit or whatever. So just let it work. If you've got something like a reason to go in for a trade and you've got expectations of how high it can go, what your stops are, always come in with an entry point, a stop loss location, a first target location where it could potentially stall out, and everything in the middle is just like, leave it be.
Yep.
Obviously, there's going to be certain situations where you want to manage a little bit more, like breakout points, right? We talked about Apple doing that breakout. That didn't work out well because the breakout point was right here, and then it starts failing the breakout point, at which point you have to think whether the breakout itself, the reason for entry, is valid or not. That's the reason why I would walk away, or I did walk away from this trade. But if it started going and it did its own thing, then I'm perfectly okay. It didn't give me a reason to doubt the entry. It just gyrates in the middle, gyrates in the middle.
I like that. There you go, baby. Some gyration, some market gyration there for you guys.
And as Tony Price says, AKA grow a pair. I mean, that's the short version of it, essentially. But not really. It's not about being brave and confident and trying to fight something.
You got to let it.
It's
let
about
the trade work.
backing off of something that you've waited for in terms of entry, and then letting it like just flow around. I'm in 3 positions right now. I mean, they're either working or they're not. I know how far they can go before I need to start interfering with them, meaning targeting them or working taking some profits out or whatever. But I do know that until it gets to that point, I'm not going to interfere. I don't care if Tesla's out 70 cents right now. It doesn't bug me because I assumed that when I took the trade, the worst case scenario was I would lose on it.
Yep.
And I know what that is supposed to be. So in this case, Tesla would cost me about $2 per share. I know what that's supposed to be. Everything in the middle, I don't care if I'm out 50 cents or I'm up 30, but I know where I'm supposed to go with it. So let's just let it go at that point and see how far we can go with it. And then we can figure out how to play it once we get going, right? Right now, the high being 185.5. If we get into 186s and we start having issues, I got to start managing it with Tesla. Nvidia, still 30 cents in the money, is doing a whole lot of nothing. It's going to take some time. This could be a late session push. We're at 130 right now. Most guys are still on lunch. If you're on one of the exchanges or something, or even in front of a screen, you're probably coming back from a late lunch. So I would expect maybe 2 o'clock, 2:30 is when, as we go into a long weekend, possibly with the last day for major players to be involved, I would think that there would be some volume to be done as we get later into the day.
Yeah, definitely, and stick around for the close. The guys will be taking you into that. And like Arun was saying, keep your eye on those imbalances, those closing imbalances. A lot of things will be settled likely today on the close. But I want to talk again about Microsoft here because, despite the fact that we've broken through 325, the number itself, a lot of selling being met right above there. So we're finding that as a bit of a top at the moment. We're not getting support from the NQ. The ES is continuing to stay towards its local highs. Look for that 41.60 break. That's a local top made at around 11 a.m. this morning. The NQ still below 14,000. Tesla curling and holding off VWAP in that 184 level for now, 184.40. Still below the $0.50 though. And that's really it. So those are the 2 trades, both longs. Haven't touched small caps. I know WLDS was moving today. It's up 285%, having done 94 million shares of volume. We'll look at that small cap capper real quick here. Nice bounce off VWAP, that 145, 143 level comes into play at around 1240 or so, and that's presenting you about 35 pennies, which is absolutely monstrous here on a $1, $2 stock. 191 the high, and 65 pennies the low. This one started its day off below my radar, then only showed up at around 9:45 after it broke $1. I filter my scanners by the sub $1. All those ones are filtered out. So you get the break. You had an initial test here of $1 early, got rejected, retraced down to 65 pennies. That's a hell of a move. You're giving out about 50% here on the fib. Let's use the fibs here to figure out exactly what kind of a move that was. You get the close here, you get a top right here, you get a 2/3 pullback, on that retracement here. But if you were able to hold that, you were well rewarded with that 191 top. WLDS up big on the day, up over 250%, 282. What's the float, you ask? Nobody asked. 6 million, 5.945 million shares. Don't know what the short float is on that. Let's check trade ideas. WLDS. A 1.85% short float, so negligible amount there. Nothing really to discuss. Here we go again with 325 on Microsoft as we curl up. Ooh,
like
the ES
13.
is waking up, isn't it?
I mean, until it takes a shot at 65 and
4160.
stops go off, I mean, at this point, we could turn at any moment, so I'm not really banking on that.
Yeah.
But it's definitely heading in the right direction. It helps. It helps to have that. And sometimes it gravitates towards locations where the stops are sitting right there, and we're not that far off from those stops going off. So let's see if we can actually get some acceleration towards these highs of the day. The high of the day being 66.75 that was put in right off the open, well, pre-market, I guess, and then fell off the open. Going back to what I was talking about in terms of like targets and managing positions and all that stuff, there was a great question in there from Vijay was asking, what if the goal is to scalp? It's a different game. Scalping, just taking the quick shots here and there, it's a much different game than trying to position a trade. I know how to position a trade. I do not know how to scalp. It does not fit.
Each their own,
It does not fit how I think about things. Does not fit what I'm capable of. It's just not a strength of mine. So I don't know. If it's something that you can do, and I think the expectations are going to be, you get in, you get out, you get in, you get out. But you're doing so much work in such a short amount of time. I don't know how you do not burn out. A lot of people do like it. Again,
Sean,
it's exciting.
Everybody's different. Yeah.
It's exciting. It's it's instant gratification usually.
Yeah.
And it's a different approach, and everyone has a different approach.
Yeah.
It depends on whether that approach fits your personality or not. But like I said, I know what
You like sitting in a trade.
I know
all day,
what
you
my
like
strength, because I know if I get into a position.
Is that normal for you to sit in a trade
Yeah.
the majority of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
I mean,
huh?
you guys see me on this on the show here.
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
I'll wait for the right trade, and once I'm in the trade, I'll just let it go. I mean,
Yeah, you'll sit.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia, Meta, and Tesla, it's doing what it needs to do, and when it gets to a point where I need to make a move, I will make the move. But I don't need to worry about the small moves here and there. I will let the stock tell me, and I think I've said this enough times. The stock will decide when I get involved. I don't choose to get involved just because I'm bored or just because I need something to do. That's how you lose money. I've lost money that way. What I would prefer to do is just to get involved when I need to be, whether that means entry or even exits. In between, that's why a lot of times, like you see me all the time, my Spanish lessons, my shows, reading random Netflix. Like that's what I'm doing in between while I'm waiting for the trades. If I know I want to trade certain things and I've made the decisions that I want to make, then after that, like I don't need to be involved in anything really, right?
There you go. And
So
you're
that's
not
how I play.
expending as much mental capital that way
That's
either.
the other
right?
thing. Like you don't want to burn out. It's too
No.
easy as a trader to burn out.
Michael Noss said the same thing when he came
What
on
he
the
say?
show. Michael Noss.
Yeah, okay.
He said basically, he's like, look, you have to make it so that you can stay sane at the end of the day. Now, if you want to use a certain method and just follow that, make it repeatable, it can't be on a whim. It can't be emotionally draining.
And you know
he's
why
like,
a lot of like
you
I
want
feel like a lot of
longevity.
traders that are at that point say that is because it's too easy to know, or for traders who've gotten to that point, then you know how easy it is to burn out. Because as a trader, think about it, if you're constantly going through the emotional reactions of every single trade, your nervous system's got to be shot by the end of the day. I can only imagine how not nervous, but
Market's
how
a wild one.
like today is somewhat of a quieter day, but you can turn this into a very active day if you were scalping Nvidia. Like I'm seeing this as kind of slow at the moment, but at the same time, if I was trading Nvidia on a much shorter time frame, I'm pretty sure I'd be like, this is so crazy. This is like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. This is so exciting. But like again, it's a perspective of the market. How you want to trade. And I mean, you get my perspective on it, you get Sean's perspective, which is the complete opposite of how I trade. And then you have Sharif here who does what he can when he's here, right? Up at the desk, it's a little tough. I get that.
It's much tougher
But
at the
here,
desk.
you know, you do what you can.
Here we are, Arun 325.50 on Microsoft. We got up to 59s last time. We're knocking on the door of high of day here on Microsoft. So we're $1.25 in the money. The ES at local highs, 41.62. It's back at 41.66 technically, the high of day. We're 5 points off the high of day on the ES. Here comes Microsoft. We've got a resting order here that we've had for like
over an hour, maybe even longer. So if we could get triggered, that just be aces here, please. And then we get triggered, Arun. There comes the money, baby. We are out of the money, sadly, on our friend Tesla. It is not partaking in this move up. 184 break will be out of Tesla, but that's a half position. This is a full position on Microsoft. So let's go ahead and have a look at the P&L here, see what our position. Okay, so we're doing well where, you know, we're not happy with the Tesla trade, obviously goes without saying, but the Microsoft trade making up for it. Let's let this one run though. Don't want to take out any more shareage. We need this one to continue through the top here as we look for a decisive 14,000 break and not just a 14,000 retracement. 14,004 and a quarter, technically the high of day. But when you look at the NQ chart here, when we have a 5-minute look, we're seeing a series of higher highs and higher low. Higher highs and higher lows.
You know, the timing of this break, the second time around, is also going to be in line with the S&P as well.
With the S&P, yes, the S&P is going to break out.
First time we broke 14K, it was on its own.
Right.
And this time around, it's going to do it together.
Both.
Both markets are going to do it together.
Well, there you go. Oh my God.
This is what you want when you want, second opinion from the market. When the NASDAQ and the S&P make the break together.
There we go, where we're not going to stop out on Tesla and we're continuing to go here on Microsoft. Here comes another high of day test. High of day again now on Microsoft 73. I'm seeing 69s here show up on the ask. We're looking for 26s. We're $1.50 in the money. Life is good on the Microsoft front, not so much good on the Tesla front. Let's go ahead and have another profit taker right in front of 326 as we dance in the 70s. I'm going to sit at 93. Random number. I want to front run the size at the 26 level. So we'll go ahead and sit there. But we need continuity. We're knocking on the door again. 14,000 here on the NQ. Man, Tesla is a dud. Wake up, bro. Don't you realize the market's moving?
Right.
Like, what's going on here?
Sharif, I want to continue on answering some of those questions.
Go for it, bro.
Euthanasia asking, how long did it take to develop a slower pace? Or were you always so selective? I want to say...
It to do with your personality.
It does, but at the same time, you see... other traders do it, so you kind of do it yourself. I want to say it took 5 years to realize for me that I should slow it down, and then another few to actually slow it down. It takes some time, but at the same time, as long as it melds well with your personality, I think it'll be not a problem in terms of figuring out what makes sense to you. If you like the faster pace and it doesn't tire you out, maybe you can handle that. Maybe that already tires you out, then slow it down. How do you choose those, the larger position, not larger positions, but the slower pace? You go up in time frame, right? The shorter you go in time frame, the faster your trades are going to be. The longer you go, the slower your trades are going to be. That's why portfolio guys are, weekly guys. Swing traders are daily guys, multi-days. Intraday could be considered a scalp, but on the outer edge of the scalp is going to be I think I've said this before too, is the intraday swing. I don't know if that's a real thing, but that's what I'm calling it, which is still intraday, but it's just on a multi-hour basis, right? And then you can go shorter and whatnot. But I think the longer you go in time frame, the slower things get. It'll give you time to process things a little bit faster, process things a little bit easier because you have more time to think about things. So that's just kind of how I go about it. The larger the time frame, I usually look at the 30 or the 60. Really doesn't matter. You just want to know what the structure is. So for now, I'll say the 30. From the 30, I'll figure out what the multi-day structure looks like. And then from that, I'll time the entry using a smaller chart, like a 5. And then once I've timed the entry, you got to go back to the bigger chart and remember why you got in on that chart, right? The smaller one was meant for entry specific. Now you got to go back to the big chart and be like, this is why I got in. And then remember that, because if you stay on the smaller chart, you're going to see all the small movements. You're going to find reasons not to stick with your current read or whatever it is. But for now, I would definitely go big, look at the small for timing, and then go back to the big, and then you'll be just fine. Microsoft flushing. Tesla's coming back in. I'm sure Sharif's going to be happy about that when we come back, or when he comes back. the S&P and the NASDAQ, they have yet to actually push. They've gotten close, awfully close to pushing those highs, but they're not doing it, not just yet. Apparently, we've still got another wave. Keep in mind, let's not forget, NASDAQ, or not even the NASDAQ, but the futures themselves have not broken out. And a lot of you guys are trading the spiders, so I'll look at the spiders chart here. We still have yet to actually make that high break on the spiders. We're getting close. That means, like I said, as we're at the top end of the range, there's a chance that we do respect the range top and actually catch an offer and come back through. So there's a, first thing Sharif says, catch me outside. I know, yeah. But yeah, we could still get going, but there's a chance that top of the range is respected. We're stuck in a range, no range breakout that happens, and we just continue playing the rest of the range for the rest of the day. Entire possibility, so you do have to be defensive when the market gets to these prices of that possibility. But Tesla, you'd be happy that we're no longer out as much as we were. Now we're only out half as much.
Yeah, exactly. The beast.
That is, what is it? What did I call it earlier?
What did you call it? Stressla?
No, I had some next name. It ended up becoming.
I don't know. Stressla's pretty good.
Yeah, Stressla's good, but that's not mine. That's actually Luca's. No. The one that I came up with earlier was I mixed two words together, and anyway, chat maybe will remind me. Anyway, we're dancing in the 60s here. The one that I don't like is Microsoft rejecting again 325, 75. I want continuation through 326. I'm long 27, so we're $1 plus in the money, but we want to see continuation there through the 75 break and into 26s, but we definitely need that 14,000 break. I don't want to see a double top here.
Secular. Chat's got you.
Thank you, secular. The secular.
Secular.
Yes, secular. Yeah, so we'll see.
I don't know, man. Secular, it sounds nice, but I feel like Stresla is just still. Stresla makes good. It fits the stock.
It's a very stressful stock.
It's
no question
got the right personality. Yes. I think that's there it is. Jug of H2O, yeah, buddy. We gotta get the water. This guy just coffee. Yeah. I get the water in, but
no, but I have a bottle of water for every cup of coffee that I have. So I go back there and I down those big glasses that we have. So always
that's not enough water for a big boy like you.
It is, and then I have at least 2 of those on the workout. So I have one during.
Oh, you drink during the workout?
Of course.
No,
I drink a liter during the workout, and then I have another liter after the workout, which is my protein shake. I put a liter of water. It's diluted as hell, but I like getting the water.
Okay.
So I get 2
Wait, you
liters.
put protein powder into your water?
My after the workout water, which is my protein shake. I put 1 liter of water in that.
I know, but you put protein powder into water? You're not a protein powder into milk? I feel like this is such a like.
No.
I can't do water. It tastes it tastes disgusting.
Okay,
that's my personal opinion. I don't know if you guys do this.
I have a reason why I use milk with protein. And
milk or water?
No, milk. When I use milk, I use water generally. When I use milk, it's for slow release.
Okay.
Milk causes slow release protein, and that's usually good at night.
Right.
When you want an anti-catabolic effect.
Like casein and whatnot. Sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Go or whatever, however it's said.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's my move for that. But when I'm usually after my workout, I want that instant absorption rather than long-term effect. I'm going to eat a meal, so I know there's more protein down the road. Right?
And that's why he looks the way he does. Because I did not think of that. I was like, you know what, protein. I just don't like the taste of protein powder and water, so we'll go with the milk. Almond milk. I do almond milk. Almond milk and protein powder. Awesome. I tried it with water. I can't, man. I don't know how you're doing it because it's disgusting.
I don't mind it.
Mind you, I've also stopped taking protein. That's why I gave you my protein.
He did. He gave me an entire tub of protein.
You got the fancy one too. You got the New Zealand.
And I got the New Zealand way, baby. I haven't annied up for that.
That's
first for me.
What's that?
I have never annied up for the New Zealand way.
You're never gonna go down from there now.
I'm a Costco protein type guy, man. Whatever Costco's selling, I'm buying.
In terms of protein? You don't notice. Oh, but you don't care for the taste though, right? You'll just suck it up and drink it because it's got protein.
Eh?
The protein.
Like,
you don't care, right?
No. I mean, what I do, like, you see this a lot in the newer proteins. They've got the BCA complex. A lot of them have glutamic acid now for glutamine. So they throw that. Usually you have to buy that stuff extra, at least Back in my day, he did. All right.
Nvidia came back down. Nvidia was like $1
Sharif
something
is
in the
almost
money.
5 feet tall. No, I am not. I am 6 feet tall, not 5 feet tall. Yeah, so nice try there. Very, very nice try. 41.65, we bounced off Arun here on the S&P.
Yeah, and you got to worry about the double top here, and that's why
exactly.
There's
and
a chance
14,000.
There's a chance for the breakout, and there's a chance for that topping out situation. And interestingly enough, it's sitting right on the edge as we go into, or we're coming out of a slower time period. So this market's got to make a move in one way or the other. We're either going to go right back into the range, or we're going to break the range with NASDAQ at 14K as well. We'll see. Well, I mean, it's taking its time. You can see it, right? And now all three of the trades are, what happened to Nvidia? Nvidia was like in the money deep too. Well, not deep, but like $1 or something.
Very, very.
And now it's just coming back in. I mean, I'm going to play it out. We'll see how this one goes. Like I said, I'm not messing with it. This is going to be gyrations in the market. Let the market decide when it's time to get out. Right now, it's just messing around. So we haven't made a move yet. I know you still got your Tesla. How do you feel about your Tesla position or even your Microsoft position as the market comes back in? He's busy on his phone.
No. I just worry about the double top. The 14,000 is what's concerning me.
Yeah.
The 41.65 touch, because essentially it's a 41.66 high, right? So we were 1.175 points off the high. A bit of a double top, maybe a downward right slant. Exactly, right? So that's what concerns me there.
Do you take multivitamins? That was a question.
I don't. I used to. I used to a lot, and then I got off it, which isn't good. And then I noticed that my energy levels were off a little bit in the mornings, but now they've balanced. I think you kind of wean yourself off
it does. It does mess around with your energy levels a little bit.
It did. I noticed that. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping my eye on that. Yeah, man, I do like regular checkups. My pops has a heart condition, so I went to the cardiologist, did a stress test, EKGs, electrocardiogram. I did all the good stuff, man.
You know you can do that on your phone now?
Yeah, on my watch. But like it's they do an imaging. They get like a 3D image of your heart.
But there's like an actual thing on your phone where it's like a attachment or something.
Like you hold it like this or something.
Yeah.
Here we go. Stress love.
Intel coming alive. Okay, let's take a look at it. I mean, I'm in Nvidia, so hopefully it's not Intel causing this mess here for me. It's coming up. It's making a bounce. It's had a rough day of it, and now it's coming back up towards 2750. That could be where the trend turns. Let's see if it actually turns at that point. But for now, yeah, you're absolutely right. Trend could be ending on Intel. All I'm looking forward to is possibly this Nvidia taking a shot to the upside. 400, can we do it today? Can we do it today? Probably not, because we've taken too long to do absolutely a whole lot of nothing.
Okay.
But it is, there goes Nvidia. There we go. If Amazon can just participate, there's always one stock that refuses to participate. Right now it's Amazon, right? Down 1.88%. Top names, Amazon's the only one down. Everything else, the smallest winner apart from Amazon being down right now, I'm seeing on Sharif's screen is Netflix.
Yes.
Netflix is only up 0.15%. Everything else is up at least 1 or close to 1 or 2%. And Microsoft being 3%. But I know AVGO, everyone was talking about AVGO, and I talked about why I don't trade AVGO, but still, it's been on a trend. Damn, this trend on AVGO. I feel like you guys brought this to us, or so whoever was talking about it, brought it somewhere around like the 710 area, and went as high as 726. I remember we were looking at that spread, and we're like, no.
What is this? Yeah.
Well,
so it was like 50 pennies, opened up to $1.
Yeah, and then it went $16 from that point, at least $16 from that point.
Bro, I mean, yeah, sure. How do you know it's going to go there? And how can you manage the risk?
I mean, you just got to close. In situations like this, you either close your eyes and trade it, or you make the right decision. You look at this and be like, you know what? Maybe it's not the smartest idea to trade it. And
Hold
then
on,
you have
we
to
have
witness
to get
this.
to some super chats.
Oh,
We're missing a lot here, man. Oh my goodness. Palmetto Nick, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Nick. Happy birthday, big guy, Sharif. Hope you have a great one. Thank you very much, Nick. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Zion Lala, member for 1 month, $1.99 super chat. Great team for the afternoon show. Glad to see you, Arun. Get the dab up there. Nick W, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Nick. ILMN dip buy here. I'll have a look at that in a second for you, Nick. But we just got one more super chat. Nick W, sorry, sorry guys, not sure if you missed, but what do you think of a dip buy here on ILMN for a move to 220? Let's have a look at that right now. ILMN. Thanks for Bears versus Bulls for keeping me apprised of all those. I really appreciate that. ILMN, best moderator on YouTube, baby. All right, here we go. ILMN. This is the 5-minute chart. Let's put in the ILMN. It's a NASDAQ name, I believe.
I hear that. I see that. And I'm like, Illumination.
Right?
but it's not, right? It is
a NASDAQ name. It's down 11 and a quarter percent.
Stock, probably.
What is this stock do and why is it down? Illumina. Okay, it's Illumina. I know this. It's what's
drug
it called?
company, right?
Genetic and genomics analysis. It has that dude who always goes on CNBC for COVID, Dr. Gottlieb.
Okay.
Yeah, some whatever. He's on the board of this Illumina company. Let's see here. Icon nominee elected to Illumina board. Okay, so maybe that's not good. Shareholder vote against re-election of chairman. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming in here regarding the Illumina. What's the earlier headline here? Bill Ackman thinks rival Icon firm still overvalued. All right, I'll have to look at the actual catalyst for Illumina itself, but let's have a look here at the technicals. 30-minute chart, quickly. We'll just look here. All right, let's go to the daily first. Let's see what the general trend is. So it's a downtrend. All right, no question about that. What's the weekly like on this? Zoom out. All right, going back. This is back to 2015. Over here, we get to highs, much like most of these other stocks in 2021. The range, though, for the last year, 250 top, and a 180 bottom. Yeah, it's kind of between 190 and 180. Most of the closes, they're all at 190. The wicks go down to 180. This is the weekly chart, okay? So a 190 to 240 top. That's a range. That range goes back to June of last year, so almost a year within that range. So if you're buying at these levels, chances are, given the price action of the last year, you do have some room to the upside. We are at 180. Where are we at? We're at 188. So we are definitely in the lower end of the range. If you consider, or if you believe me when I say that 190 is the lower end of the range, because that's where the majority of the closes are all above that 190 area. So make of that what you will, but that's an obvious channel, horizontal consolidation channel for the last year on the stock, no question about it. Didn't even look at the catalyst. Haven't figured out which one. I don't know if it's a board-related catalyst or what, but that's what it is. All right, another super chat coming in fast and furious here. Arun, Grant, Dillon, or
Baba?
1 quid 99. 199 BPA or British pounds GBP. Hold Baba long. What's your technical analysis?
Before we go into that, yeah, I'll do that. But since you studied in the UK,
Leicester, baby, shout out.
Is there a reason why do most people say quid and not pound if you're in the country?
Yeah, you say quid.
Do you know the background of quid?
No, I have no clue.
You just say quid?
Yeah, that's what they said there. They also come up and ask you, "You all right, mate?" Right? Like, you all right? When you go there, you're like, "Yeah, man, I'm fine."
Okay,
do I
so
look bad? Like,
it's pence and quid, right?
Pence and quid, yeah. Pence, I think, is the technical term. Quid's not technical. It's
No,
slang.
well,
It's like saying
quid would
buck.
be dollar, right? Equivalent to the dollar side, and
It's
then
a
pence
round
is the pennies,
one.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Fact check me.
What?
Chat.
Fact what?
Fact check me if I'm wrong.
On what?
What we just spoke
pence?
about.
The pence?
Yeah.
No, because I remember trading London, and London was always priced in pence. Because I was like, how are these stocks priced? Because I remember the first time I looked at them, I'm like, why are they priced at like thousands? And then they were priced in pence.
Okay.
So that's where I remember the pence from. All right. Okay. Anyways, what do we got? Baba.
Good game,
Baba.
man.
Okay. So I'm assuming
We're
this is on the
printing here, man.
intraday basis that you're looking for the trade. Let's go to the side. Let's go to the other camera view because I can't. Yeah, that one. So the downtrend clearly in effect, very, very strong to the downside. Depends on what time frame you're looking at for the short. Now, intraday wise, you look at this and you go, well, if we got back above 79, there could be an intraday move back towards 80. Makes sense. Futures market, if it breaks out to the upside, trend could be done on BABA, and we make a move back towards 80. Could make sense for a dollar for dollar risk reward. Longer term, when you look at the multi-day, however, it's a multi-day sell-off here on BABA here. We started at 86.5-ish. Here we are down at 78, 79. The trend on the multi-day would have to break about, I would say, 82-ish. Why do I say this? I'm always looking at where it last bounced, right? That tells me how far he's willing to go before the trend continues. And in this situation, the last bounce I noticed this day, yesterday, around 10:30 in the morning, we bounced off 81, went to about 82 before we went and did a whole lot of nothing in the afternoon. Gap down today, continued the rest of the move. So that little bounce there tells me that we actually did attempt to go up that day. So for me, for the trend to break, we would definitely need that little spot to be broken out. That should clear up a multi-day trend, downtrend, and then continue to the upside. And that at that point, once you break 82, more chance we get to 85, 86 halves where we started these trends from. And also, I'm pretty sure if you drew a trend line, I'm not going to do it on this chart because this is a mess, but if you drew a trend line, if you care for trend lines or even a moving average, if it's long enough, I would say a 20 period probably would show the trend line sitting somewhere close to 81, 81.5. You guys can run it and let me know. But at the same time, for me, technically, a moving average break also with a horizontal level break would make sense for the trend to be finally over with. So that's kind of the play that I'm going for here as we make a move towards 82 to the upside. If, again, it's all conditional. If this trend were to change, that's where it would change. And when you draw horizontal levels, like I've said before, it's valid until it's broken. So we could easily come up into 80, half 81 and still catch an offer, and that level's still in play. So the trend can be kind of regained using selling on a pop situation. If we were to go to that area and stall out, then you can play the 82s, look for a continuation short, and then whenever it breaks, then you walk away from it. Hey, Tesla coming back.
Yes, baby.
Tesla coming back.
I'm just lamenting not having added at 184 because that was a VWAP level and it was obvious.
Can you guys take some trades pronto? What happened to our position board? We've got three.
Yeah,
I've got three, and you've got two.
I've got two. Yeah,
we've
I'm
got
long Tesla.
They're all longs, by the way.
Yeah. Michelle Hebert, $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much, Michelle. Carl Icahn, liquidation incoming, IEP short, $20. Let's look at IEP. You know, Michelle, that we cannot trade this on P-Pro 8, but we can certainly have a look at it over here. Oh, baby, down another 18%, 17.5% on Icahn Enterprises. It's been no good of a day, no good of a time for our friend Carl Icahn as that Hindenburg hit piece was released May 2nd, and oh baby, did it have damage. Let's put in the commentary here for IEP. Is that New York? Probably New York, right? It is? Yeah, okay, we'll just go ahead and guess that it's New York here, Sean, and we'll just take a shot in the dark.
Is it Icahn starting this nonsense again?
It's
not
NASDAQ,
Icahn.
damn it. It's all good. We've changed that cue.
Ackman starting this up again?
You know what?
Icahn?
It's not even. It's not an Ackman Icahn thing. It's a, well, who knows? Who knows behind the scenes?
Well, apparently he called out the high valuation of Icahn. He just brought it to focus. The Icahns or IEP's high valuation. It's hilarious. If you guys haven't seen that CNBC back and forth between Icahn and Ackman, that was hilarious. Regarding
and they went short.
Herbalife,
they doubled down their positions after that interaction. They went toe to toe for a while.
If you are new and you are looking for the most entertaining back and forth on a cable news, financial news program, look up the Icahn phone call with related to Ackman and Herbalife, from what I remember. That was
I remember that.
That was by far the most entertaining thing you would find on cable TV because it was hilarious to see that happen in real time. Okay, all right. Meta, flat.
Arcaselli is quite demanding here in the chat.
What's this?
Demanding Arcaselli. All right, Arcaselli, Arca Kelly.
Araceli?
Yeah, saying Take a trade pronto. We're in trades, no. We are. I'm long, tell you quickly here. Tesla, 185.14, about 30 pennies out of the money. Long, Microsoft, 324.27, about 90 pennies in the money. We're up much higher than that. We're about $1.50 at the highs there, 325.75, the high on Microsoft. But I am keenly aware that we are possibly forming a bit of a double top and a rejection off 14,000 on the NQ and a concurrent level of 41.65 to 41.66 on the ES. Not saying we're headed down, but I am aware of it. And, you know.
There's a chance you're saying that we double top and do nothing for the rest of the day.
Or retrace back into
or we go right back into the range. Surprise,
reversion.
surprise. We go from the top of the range to breaking the bottom of the range.
Exactly.
Anything's possible on a day like today where you're going into a long weekend fairly soon and volume needs to be done. However it's going to be done, it will be done. Obviously, everybody who wants the market to go a certain way is going to be cheering for it. And right now, the fact that it's not falling apart because we're all long here is a good thing for us, right? The longer it takes, maybe the better it is if or whenever it does break out. Flip side of that is sell side wave comes in and we end up breaking the back end of this. So it is still, there's a decent amount of time left, guys. So we definitely will be finding out how this day plays out. Right now, S&P up 0.82, NASDAQ up 2.4. The rest remains to be seen.
All right. Quickly here, want to update you guys. Janesh Patel asking, is the market closed on Monday? Yes, it is. The market will not be open for American Memorial Day. Canada had our equivalent of Memorial Day, which was Victoria Day.
What are you going to do on your day off? Like, this is the day off because we worked. Well, actually, yeah, we worked.
So it's my birthday weekend, so I
you're partying up. That's all you have to say. That's all you have to say. It's my birthday weekend.
No, but it doesn't really mean as much as it did at one point.
Oh, because, okay.
Yeah, I'm not as crazy as I used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go out Saturday night just with like a few friends, like 4 or 5 people.
Yep.
And that's going to be like thins and drink.
Yeah.
And then Sunday, I'm going to Niagara with the parents.
Okay.
Hopefully I won't be too hungover from that.
Remember to take care of your socks, by the way.
Yeah.
Mama don't like that.
I don't know where that came from.
You remember where that came from?
Yeah, someone made
Mama don't like that.
Sharif's mom in the chat. Shout out to them, man. Anyway, Monday will be probably just a chill resting day. Probably get like a session. Probably won't have an opportunity to work out on the weekend, to be honest with you. So.
There you go.
Sharif with the low carb beer, Sharif's mom says. I will not be downing Michelob's Light. I don't like beer.
What is your drink of choice?
Right now?
Yeah.
It's vodka water because of
clear liquids
cutting down.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
clear
I'm drinking one cup of water for every drink that I have. Like,
you know what I've fallen into recently? Mezcal.
What? No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Care to elaborate a little bit?
It's not something I would have thought, but it's a great for sipping.
Okay.
And I'm all about the sipping. I mean, we've talked about this before.
Kind of I like cognac.
I'm a cognac guy.
Yeah.
But I was just happened to be. I was like, okay, let me just grab some mezcal. And,
Okay.
Okay. All for that.
My
mezcal.
buddy, he's all about the cognac. So anytime I'm at his house, I'm having some Henny or some other stuff. All right, guys, here we go. Yeah, Sean hitting the bang. We are retracing to highs again. Here comes 185 on Tesla. We're waking up on our friend Microsoft. We're moving back up a little bit here on the ES, looking maybe touch 41.65 again. I guess. We'll see. Drinking or trading? Alex Bernard asks. Maybe. Well, I don't usually drink.
You shouldn't be doing both. Maybe after you prioritize one over the other. Trade first and then go have a drink after if your day was bad, even if it was good.
Yeah.
After.
Tesla is moving here, and the market is absolutely flying to the high side.
There it goes.
14,000's come and gone, baby.
There it
and
goes.
we are now in the money. Are we going to get filled here on our friend Microsoft? Yes, there it is. There comes the fill. We spin the money. The program is almost over, but the profits aren't. We just touched 326. There it goes on Microsoft. Brendo, anything happened there with a debt ceiling? We're going to send it over to Brendo. I think we actually are overtime, guys. It's been real.
Yeah, bro.
It's a nice way to end the show. I'm not gonna lie.
One more.
There you go, guys.
Right as soon as the show ends. Perfect.
Right knows at the big desk.
All right, guys. Yeah, President Biden making some comments right now on how these negotiations are going. The latest, he's saying.